The World of Yesterday, by Stefan Zweig. Preface. I have never attached so much importance to my own person that I would have been tempted to tell others the story of my life. Much had to occur, infinitely more events, catastrophes, and trials than are usually allotted to a single generation had to come to pass before I found the courage to begin a book in which I was the principal person, or, better still, the pivotal point. Nothing is further from my thought than to take so prominent a place unless it be in the role of a narrator at an illustrated lecture. Time gives the pictures. I merely speak the words which accompany them. Actually, it is not so much the course of my own destiny that I relate, but that of an entire generation, the generation of our time, which was loaded down with a burden of fate as was hardly any other in the course of history. Each one of us, even the smallest and the most insignificant, has been shaken in the depths of his being by the almost unceasing volcanic eruptions of our European earth. I know of no pre-eminence that I can claim in the midst of the multitude, except this, that as an Austrian, a Jew, an author, a humanist, and a pacifist, I have always stood at the exact point where these earthquakes were the most violent. 3 times they have overthrown my house and my existence, severed me from the past and all that was, and hurled me with dramatic force into the void, into the I know not whither, which I know so well. But I do not regret this. The homeless man becomes free in a new sense, and only he who has lost all ties need have no arrière-pensée. And so I hope at least to be able to fulfill one of the chief conditions of any fair portrayal of an era, namely, honesty and impartiality. For truly I have been detached, as rarely anyone has in the past, from all roots and from the very earth which nurtures them. I was born in 1881 in a great and mighty empire, in the monarchy of the Habsburgs. But do not look for it on the map. It has been swept away without trace. I grew up in Vienna, the 2,000-year-old supranational metropolis, and was forced to leave it like a criminal before it was degraded to a German provincial city. My literary work, in the language in which I wrote it, was burned to ashes in the same land where my books made friends of millions of readers. And so I belong nowhere, and everywhere am a stranger, a guest at best. Europe, the homeland of my heart's choice, is lost to me, since it has torn itself apart suicidally a second time in a war of brother against brother. Against my will I have witnessed the most terrible defeat of reason and the wildest triumph of brutality in the chronicle of the ages. Never, and I say this without pride, but rather with shame, has any generation experienced such a moral retrogression from such a spiritual height as our generation has. In the short interval between the time when my beard began to sprout and now, when it is beginning to turn gray, in this half-century more radical changes and transformations have taken place than in 10 generations of mankind, and each of us feels. It is almost too much. My today and each of my yesterdays, my rises and falls, are so diverse that I sometimes feel as if I had lived not one, but several existences, each one different from the others. For it often happens that when I carelessly speak of my life, I am forced to ask, which life? The one before the World War, the one between the first and the second, or the life of today? Or I find myself saying my house, and at first I do not know which of my former homes I mean, the one in Bath or the one in Salzburg, or my parental home in Vienna. Or I say, among our people, and then I must acknowledge with dismay that for a long time past I have not belonged to the people of my country any more than I belong to the English or the Americans. To the former, I am no longer organically bound. To the latter, I have never become wholly linked. My feeling is that the world in which I grew up, and the world of today, and the world between the two, are entirely separate worlds. Whenever, in conversation with younger friends, I relate some episode of the time before the First War, I notice from their astonished questions how much that is still obvious reality to me has already become historical and incomprehensible to them. And some secret instinct tells me that they are right. All the bridges between our today and our yesterday and our yesteryears have been burnt. I myself cannot help but wonder at the profusion and variety which we have compressed into a single, though highly uncomfortable and dangerous, existence, and the more when I compare it with the manner of living of my ancestors. My father, my grandfather, what did they see? Each of them lived his life in uniformity. A single life from beginning to end, without ascent, without decline, without disturbance or danger, a life of slight anxieties, hardly noticeable transitions. In even rhythm, leisurely and quietly, the wave of time bore them from the cradle to the grave. They lived in the same country, in the same city, and nearly always in the same house. What took place out in the world only occurred in the newspapers and never knocked at their door. In their time, some war happened somewhere, but, measured by the dimensions of today, it was only a little war. It took place far beyond the border. One did not hear the cannon, and after 6 months it died down, forgotten, a dry page of history, and the old accustomed life began anew. But in our lives there was no repetition. Nothing of the past survived. Nothing came back. It was reserved for us to participate to the full in that which history formerly distributed, sparingly, and from time to time, to a single country, to a single century. At most, one generation had gone through a revolution, another experienced a putsch, the third a war, the fourth a famine, the fifth national bankruptcy, and many blessed countries, blessed generations, bore none of these. But we, who are 60 today and who, de jure, still have a space of time before us, what have we not seen, not suffered, not lived through? We have plowed through the catalogue of every conceivable catastrophe back and forth, and we have not yet come to the last page. I myself was a contemporary of the two greatest wars of mankind, and even passed through each one of them on a different front, the one on the German, the other on the anti-German. Before the war I knew the highest degree and form of individual freedom, and later its lowest level in hundreds of years. I have been celebrated and despised, free and unfree, rich and poor. All the livid steeds of the apocalypse have stormed through my life, revolution and famine, inflation and terror, epidemics and immigration. I have seen the great mass ideologies grow and spread before my eyes. Fascism in Italy, National Socialism in Germany, Bolshevism in Russia, and above all else that arch-plague nationalism, which has poisoned the flower of our European culture. I was forced to be a defenseless, helpless witness of the most inconceivable decline of humanity into a barbarism which we had believed long since forgotten, with its deliberate and programmatic dogma of anti-humanitarianism. It was reserved for us, after centuries, again to see wars without declarations of war, concentration camps, persecution, mass robbery, bombing attacks on helpless cities, all bestialities unknown to the last 50 generations, and which future generations, it is hoped, will not allow to happen. But paradoxically, in the same era when our world fell back morally 1,000 years, I have seen that same mankind lift itself, in technical and intellectual matters, to unheard of deeds, surpassing the achievement of 1,000,000 years with a single beat of its wings. It has accomplished the conquest of the air by the airplane, the transmission of the human word in a second around the globe, and with it the conquest of space, the splitting of the atom, the conquest of the most insidious diseases, the almost daily realization of the impossible of yesterday. Not until our time has mankind as a whole behaved so infernally, and never before has it accomplished so much that is godlike. To give witness of this tense, dramatic life of ours, filled with the unexpected, seems to me a duty, for, I repeat, everyone was a witness of this gigantic transformation. Everyone was forced to be a witness. There was no escape for our generation, no standing aside as in times past. Thanks to our new organization of simultaneity, we were constantly drawn into our time. When bombs laid waste the houses of Shanghai, we knew of it in our rooms in Europe before the wounded were carried out of their homes. What occurred thousands of miles over the sea leaped bodily before our eyes in pictures. There was no protection, no security against being constantly made aware of things and being drawn into them. There was no country to which one could flee, no quiet which one could purchase. Always and everywhere the hand of fate seized us and dragged us back into its insatiable play. Constantly men had to subordinate themselves to the demands of the state, to become the prey of the most stupid politics, to adapt themselves to the most fantastic changes. Always the individual was chained to the common lot, no matter how bitterly he objected. He was carried along irresistibly. Whoever went through this period, or, rather, was hunted and driven through it, we knew but few breathing spells, experienced more history than any of his ancestors. And today we again stand at a turning point, an end and a new beginning. It is not without deliberation that I make this retrospect of my life, and with a definite date. For that day of September 1939 wrote the final flourish to the epoch which formed and educated us who are in our 60s. But if we with our evidence can transmit out of the decaying structure only one grain of truth to the next generation, we shall not have labored entirely in vain. I am aware of the unfavorable circumstances, characteristic though they are of our time, in which I am trying to shape my reminiscences. I write them in the midst of war, in a foreign country, and without the least aids to my memory. None of my books, none of my notes, no friends' letters are at hand in my hotel room. Nowhere can I seek information, for in the whole world the mails from country to country have been disrupted or hampered by censorship. We live cut off from one another as we did 100 years ago, before steamships, railroads, planes, and mails were invented. I have nothing more of my past with me than what I have retained in my mind. All else at this moment is unobtainable or lost. But the good art of not pining over that which is lost has been thoroughly learned by our generation, and it is quite possible that the loss of documentation and detail may actually be an advantage for my book. For I look upon our memory not as an element which accidentally retains or forgets, but rather as a consciously organizing and wisely exclusionary power. All that one forgets of one's life was long since predestined by an inner instinct to be forgotten. Only that which wills to preserve itself has the right to be preserved for others. So choose and speak for me, ye memories, and at least give some reflection of my life before it sinks into the dark. The world of security, reared as we are, in quiet and in peace, now all at once we're thrown upon the world. Thousands of waves wash round us without cease. Often delighted, sometimes pleased, we're whirled from joy to grief, and so from hour to hour our restless feelings waver, change and sway. Our senses know a strange, tumultuous power, and in the turmoil find no place to stay. Goethe. When I attempt to find a simple formula for the period in which I grew up, prior to the First World War, I hope that I convey its fullness by calling it the golden age of security. Everything in our almost 1,000-year-old Austrian monarchy seemed based on permanency, and the state itself was the chief guarantor of this stability. The rights which it granted to its citizens were duly confirmed by Parliament, the freely elected representative of the people, and every duty was exactly prescribed. Our currency, the Austrian crown, circulated in bright gold pieces, an assurance of its immutability. Everyone knew how much he possessed or what he was entitled to, what was permitted and what forbidden. Everything had its norm, its definite measure and weight. He who had a fortune could accurately compute his annual interest. An official or an officer, for example, could confidently look up in the calendar the year when he would be advanced in grade or when he would be pensioned. Each family had its fixed budget and knew how much could be spent for rent and food, for vacations and entertainment, and what is more, invariably a small sum was carefully laid aside for sickness and the doctor's bills, for the unexpected. Whoever owned a house looked upon it as a secure domicile for his children and grandchildren. Estates and businesses were handed down from generation to generation. When the babe was still in its cradle, its first mite was put in its little bank, or deposited in the savings bank, as a reserve for the future. In this vast empire everything stood firmly and immovably in its appointed place, and at its head was the aged emperor, and were he to die, one knew, or believed, another would come to take his place, and nothing would change in the well-regulated order. No one thought of wars, of revolutions, or revolts. All that was radical, all violence, seemed impossible in an age of reason. This feeling of security was the most eagerly sought-after possession of millions, the common ideal of life. Only the possession of this security made life seem worthwhile, and constantly widening circles desired their share of this costly treasure. At first it was only the prosperous who enjoyed this advantage, but gradually the great masses forced their way toward it. The century of security became the golden age of insurance. One's house was insured against fire and theft, one's field against hail and storm, one's person against accident and sickness. Annuities were purchased for one's old age, and a policy was laid in a girl's cradle for her future dowry. Finally, even the workers organized, and won standard wages and workmen's compensation. Servants saved up for old age insurance and paid in advance into a burial fund for their own interment. Only the man who could look into the future without worry could thoroughly enjoy the present. Despite the propriety and the modesty of this view of life, there was a grave and dangerous arrogance in this touching confidence that we had barricaded ourselves to the last loophole against any possible invasion of fate. In its liberal idealism, the 19th century was honestly convinced that it was on the straight and unfailing path toward being the best of all worlds. Earlier eras, with their wars, famines, and revolts, were deprecated as times when mankind was still immature and unenlightened. But now it was merely a matter of decades until the last vestige of evil and violence would finally be conquered, and this faith in an uninterrupted and irresistible progress truly had the force of a religion for that generation. One began to believe more in this progress than in the Bible, and its gospel appeared ultimate because of the daily new wonders of science and technology. In fact, at the end of this peaceful century, a general advance became more marked, more rapid, more varied. At night, the dim street lights of former times were replaced by electric lights. The shops spread their tempting glow from the main streets out to the city limits. Thanks to the telephone, one could talk at a distance from person to person. People moved about in horseless carriages with a new rapidity. They soared aloft, and the dream of Icarus was fulfilled. Comfort made its way from the houses of the fashionable to those of the middle class. It was no longer necessary to fetch water from the pump or the hallway, or to take the trouble to build a fire in the fireplace. Hygiene spread and filth disappeared. People became handsomer, stronger, healthier, as sports steeled their bodies. Fewer cripples and maimed and persons with goiters were seen on the streets, and all of these miracles were accomplished by science, the archangel of progress. Progress was also made in social matters. Year after year, new rights were accorded to the individual. Justice was administered more benignly and humanely. And even the problem of problems, the poverty of the great masses, no longer seemed insurmountable. The right to vote was being accorded to wider circles, and with it the possibility of legally protecting their interests. Sociologists and professors competed with one another to create healthier and happier living conditions for the proletariat. Small wonder then that this century sunned itself in its own accomplishments and looked upon each completed decade as the prelude to a better one. There was as little belief in the possibility of such barbaric declines as wars between the peoples of Europe as there was in witches and ghosts. Our fathers were comfortably saturated with confidence in the unfailing and binding power of tolerance and conciliation. They honestly believed that the divergencies and the boundaries between nations and sects would gradually meld away into a common humanity, and that peace and security, the highest of treasures, would be shared by all mankind. It is reasonable that we, who have long since struck the word security from our vocabulary as a myth, should smile at the optimistic delusion of that idealistically blinded generation, that the technical progress of mankind must connote an unqualified and equally rapid moral ascent. We of the new generation who have learned not to be surprised by any outbreak of bestiality, we who each new day expect things worse than the day before, are markedly more skeptical about a possible moral improvement of mankind. We must agree with Freud, to whom our culture and civilization were merely a thin layer liable at any moment to be pierced by the destructive forces of the underworld. We have had to accustom ourselves gradually to living without the ground beneath our feet, without justice, without freedom, without security. Long since, as far as our existence is concerned, We have denied the religion of our fathers, their faith in a rapid and continuous rise of humanity. To us, gruesomely taught, witnesses of a catastrophe which, at a swoop, hurled us back 1,000 years of humane endeavor, that rash optimism seems banal. But even though it was a delusion our fathers served, it was a wonderful and noble delusion, more humane and more fruitful than our watchwords of today. And in spite of my later knowledge and disillusionment, there is still something in me which inwardly prevents me from abandoning it entirely. That which, in his childhood, a man has drawn into his blood out of the air of time cannot be taken from him. And in spite of all that is daily blasted into my ears, and all that I myself and countless other sharers of my destiny have experienced in trials and tribulations, I cannot completely deny the faith of my youth, that some day things will rise again, in spite of all. Even in the abyss of despair in which today, half-blinded, we grope about with distorted and broken souls, I look up again and again to those old star patterns that shone over my childhood, and comfort myself with the inherited confidence that this collapse will appear, in days to come, as a mere interval in the eternal rhythm of the onward and onward. Today, now that the great storm has long since smashed it, we finally know that that world of security was not but a castle of dreams. My parents lived in it as if it had been a house of stone. Not once did a storm, or even a sharp wind, break in upon their warm, comfortable existence. True, they had a special protection against the winds of time. They were wealthy people who had become rich gradually, even very rich, and that filled the crevices of wall and window in those times. Their way of life seems to me to be so typical of the so-called good Jewish bourgeoisie, which gave such marked value to Viennese culture and which was requited by being completely uprooted, that in telling of their quiet and comfortable existence, I am actually being quite impersonal. 10 or 20,000 families like my parents lived in Vienna in that last century of assured values. My father's family came from Moravia. There the Jewish communities lived in small country villages on friendly terms with the peasants and the petty bourgeoisie. They were entirely free both of the sense of inferiority and of the smooth, pushing impatience of the Galician or Eastern Jews. Strong and powerful, owing to their life in the country, they went their way quietly and surely, as the peasants of their homeland strode over the fields. Early emancipated from their orthodox religion, they were passionate followers of the religion of the time, progress, and in the political era of liberalism, they supported the most esteemed representatives in parliament. When they moved from their home to Vienna, they adapted themselves to the higher cultural sphere with phenomenal rapidity, and their personal rise was organically bound up with the general rise of the times. In this form of transition, too, our family was typical. My grandfather on my father's side was a dry goods dealer. In the second half of the century, the industrial turn of the tide began in Austria. The mechanical weaving looms and spinning machines imported from England brought, through rationalization, a tremendous lowering of prices as compared with the accustomed hand weaving. And with their gift of commercial insight and their international view, it was the Jewish merchants who were the first in Austria to see the necessity and the advantage of a changeover to industrial production. Usually with but limited capital, they founded the quickly improvised factories, at first run only by water power, which gradually grew into the mighty Bohemian textile industry that dominated all of Austria and the Balkans. Whereas my grandfather, as a typical representative of the earlier era, was engaged in the trade in finished goods, my father determinately went over into the new era, and in his 30th year founded a small weaving mill in northern Bohemia, which, in the course of the years, slowly and methodically developed into a considerable undertaking. So careful a manner of expansion, in spite of the tempting turn of affairs, was entirely in keeping with the times. Furthermore, it was indicative of my father's moderate and entirely unready nature. He was imbued with the credo of his epoch, safety first. It seemed important to him to own a solid, another favorite word of the period, undertaking maintained by his own capital, rather than to create a huge enterprise with the help of bank credits and mortgages. His greatest pride during his lifetime was that no one had ever seen his name on a promissory note or on a draft, and that his accounts were always on the credit side of the ledger in the Rothschild Bank, the Kreditanstalt. Needless to say, the safest of banks. Any profit that entailed even the shadow of a risk was against his principles, and throughout the years he never participated in anyone else's business. If, nonetheless, he gradually grew rich and richer, it was not due to incautious speculation or particularly far-seeing operations, but rather thanks to his adapting himself to the general methods of that careful period, namely, to consume only a modest portion of one's income, and consequently to be able to add an appreciably larger sum to one's capital from year to year. Like most of his generation, he would have regarded a man who carelessly ate up half his income without thinking of the future. This is another phrase of the age of security, as a doubtful wastrel. Thanks to the constant accumulation of profits, in an era of increasing prosperity in which the state never thought of nibbling off more than a few % of the income of even the richest, and in which, on the other hand, state and industrial bonds bore high rates of interest, to grow richer was nothing more than a passive activity for the wealthy. And it was worthwhile. Not yet, as later at the time of the inflation, where the thrifty robbed, and the solid business men swindled, and the patient and the non-speculating made the best profit. Owing to his observance of the prevailing system of his time, my father, at 50, was counted among the very wealthy, even by international standards. But the living conditions of my family kept pace only haltingly with the always rapidly increasing fortune. We gradually acquired small comforts. We moved from a smaller to a larger house. In the spring, we rented a carriage for the afternoons, traveled second class in a sleeping car. But it was not until he was 50 that my father allowed himself the luxury of spending a month in the winter with my mother in Nice. The principle of enjoying wealth, in having it and not showing it, remained completely unchanged. Though he was a millionaire, my father never smoked an imported cigar, but, like Emperor Franz Joseph, he smoked the cheap, Virginia, the government monopoly Trabuco, popular cheroots. When he played cards, it was always for small stakes. Unbendingly, he held fast to his comfortable, discreet, and restrained manner of living. Although he was better educated and socially more presentable than most of his colleagues, he played the piano excellently, wrote well and clearly, spoke both French and English. He persistently refused every honor and office. Throughout his life, he neither sought nor accepted any title or dignity, though in his position as a large industrialist these were often offered to him. That he never asked anything of anyone, that he was never obliged to say please or thanks to anyone, was his secret pride and meant more to him than any external recognition. Inevitably, there comes into the life of each one of us the time when, face to face with our own being, one re-encounters his father. That trait of clinging to a private, anonymous mode of life now begins to develop more strongly in me from year to year, even though it stands in marked contrast to my profession, which, to some extent, forces both name and person before the public eye. And it is out of the same secret pride that I have always declined every external honor. I have never accepted a decoration, a title, the presidency of any association, have never belonged to any academy, any committee, any jury. Merely to sit at a banquet table is torture for me, and the thought of asking someone for something, even if it is on behalf of a third person, dries my lips before the first word is spoken. I know how outmoded such inhibitions are in a world where one can remain free only through trickery and flight, and where, as Father Goethe so wisely says, decorations and titles ward off many a shove in the crowd. But it is my father in me, and it is his secret pride that forces me back, and I may not offer opposition, for I thank him for what may well be my only definite possession, the feeling of inner freedom. My mother, whose maiden name was Breder, was of a different, more international origin. She was born in Ancona, in the south of Italy, and spoke Italian as well as German as a child. Whenever she discussed anything with my grandmother or with her sister that was not destined for the servants' ears, she reverted to Italian. From my earliest youth, I was familiar with risotto and artichokes, then still quite rare, as well as other specialties of the Mediterranean kitchen, and later whenever I went to Italy, I always felt at home from the first moment of my arrival. But my mother's family was by no means Italian. Rather, it was consciously international. The Bretters, who originally owned a banking business, had, after the example of the great Jewish banking families, though on a much smaller scale, early distributed themselves over the world from Hohenems, a small place near the Swiss border. Some went to St. Gall, others to Vienna and Paris, my grandmother to Italy, my uncle to New York, and this international contact gave them a better polish, wider vision, and a certain family pride. There were no longer any small merchants or commission brokers in this family, but only bankers, directors, professors, lawyers, and doctors. Each one spoke several languages, and I can recall how natural it was to change from one language to another at table in my aunt's house in Paris. They were a family who made much of solidarity, and when a young girl from among the poorer relatives had reached the marrying age, the entire family collected a considerable dowry to prevent her from marrying beneath her. My father was respected because he was an industrialist, but my mother, although she was most happily married to him, would never have allowed his relatives to consider themselves on the same plane with her own. This pride in coming from a good family was ineradicable in all the Bretters, and when in later years one of them wished to show me his particular goodwill, he would say condescendingly, "You really are a regular Bretter," as if to say, "You fell out on the right side." This sort of nobility, which many Jewish families arrogated to themselves, sometimes amused and sometimes annoyed my brother and me, even when we were children. We were always being told that these were fine people, that others were not fine. Every friend's pedigree was examined back to the earliest generation to see whether or not he came from a good family, and all his relatives, as well as his wealth, were checked. This constant categorization, which actually was the main topic of every familiar and social conversation, at that time seemed to be most ridiculous and snobbish, because for all Jewish families it was merely a matter of 50 or 100 years earlier or later that they had come from the same ghetto. It was not until much later that I realized that this conception of good family, which appeared to us boys to be a parody of an artificial pseudo-aristocracy, was one of the most profound and secret tendencies of Jewish life. It is generally accepted that getting rich is the only and typical goal of the Jew. Nothing could be further from the truth. Riches are to him merely a stepping stone, a means to the true end, and in no sense the real goal. The real determination of the Jew is to rise to a higher cultural plane in the intellectual world. Even in the case of Eastern Orthodox Jewry, where the weaknesses as well as the merits of the whole race are more intensely manifested, this supremacy of the will to the spiritual over the mere material finds plastic expression. The holy man, the Bible student, is 1,000 times more esteemed within the community than the rich man. Even the wealthiest man will prefer to give his daughter in marriage to the poorest intellectual than to a merchant. This elevation of the intellectual to the highest rank is common to all classes. The poorest beggar who drags his pack through wind and rain will try to single out at least one son to study, no matter at how great a sacrifice, and it is counted a title of honor for the entire family to have someone in their midst, a professor, a savant, or a musician, who plays a role in the intellectual world, as if through his achievements he ennobled them all. Subconsciously, something in the Jew seeks to escape the morally dubious, the distasteful, the petty, the unspiritual, which is attached to all trade and all that is purely business, and to lift himself up to the moneyless sphere of the intellectual, as if, in the Wagnerian sense, he wished to redeem himself and his entire race from the curse of money. And that is why among Jews the impulse to wealth is exhausted in 2, or at most 3, generations within one family, and the mightiest dynasties find their sons unwilling to take over the banks, the factories, the established and secure businesses of their fathers. It is not chance that a Lord Rothschild became an ornithologist, a Warburg an art historian, a Cassirer a philosopher, a Sassoon a poet. They all obey the same subconscious impulse to free themselves of cold money-making, that thing that confines Jewry, and perhaps it expresses a secret longing to resolve the merely Jewish, through flight into the intellectual, into humanity at large. A good family, therefore, means more than the purely social aspect which it assigns to itself with this classification. It means a Jewry that has freed itself of all defects and limitations and pettiness which the ghetto has forced upon it, by means of adaptation to a different culture and even possibly a universal culture. That this flight into the intellectual has become as disastrous for the Jew, because of a disproportionate crowding of the professions, as formerly his confinement in the purely material, simply belongs to the eternal paradoxes of Jewish destiny. There is hardly a city in Europe where the drive towards cultural ideals was as passionate as it was in Vienna. Precisely because the monarchy, because Austria itself for centuries had been neither politically ambitious nor particularly successful in its military actions, the native pride had turned more strongly toward a desire for artistic supremacy. The most important and the most valuable provinces, German and Italian, Flemish and Walloon, had long since fallen away from the old Habsburg Empire that had once ruled Europe. Unsullied in its old glory, the capital had remained, the treasure of the court, the preserver of a 1,000-year-old tradition. The Romans had laid the first stones of this city as a castrum, a fortress, an advance outpost to protect Latin civilization against the barbarians, and more than 1,000 years later the attack of the Ottomans against the West shattered against these walls. Here rode the Nibelungs. Here the immortal Pleiades of music shone out over the world. Gluck, Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert, Brahms, and Johann Strauss. Here all the streams of European culture converged. At court, among the nobility, and among the people, the German was related in blood to the Slavic, the Hungarian, the Spanish, the Italian, the French, the Flemish, and it was the particular genius of this city of music that dissolved all the contrasts harmoniously into a new and unique thing, the Austrian, the Viennese. Hospitable and endowed with a particular talent for receptivity, the city drew the most diverse forces to it, loosened, propitiated, and pacified them. It was sweet to live here, in this atmosphere of spiritual conciliation, and subconsciously every citizen became supranational, cosmopolitan, a citizen of the world. This talent for assimilation, for delicate and musical transitions, was already apparent in the external visage of the city. Growing slowly through the centuries, organically developing outward from inner circles, it was sufficiently populous, with its 2 millions, to yield all the luxury and all the diversity of a metropolis, and yet it was not so oversized as to be cut off from nature, like London or New York. The last houses of the city mirrored themselves in the mighty Danube, or looked out over the wide plains, or dissolved themselves in gardens and fields, or climbed in gradual rises the last green wooded foothills of the Alps. One hardly sensed where nature began and where the city. One melted into the other without opposition, without contradiction. Within, however, one felt that the city had grown like a tree that adds ring upon ring, and instead of the old fortification walls the Ringstrasse encircled the treasured core with its splendid houses. Within, the old palaces of the court and the nobility spoke history in stone. Here Beethoven had played at the Lichnowskis, at the Esterházys Haydn had been a guest. There in the old university Haydn's creation had resounded for the first time. The Hofburg had seen generations of emperors, and Schönbrunn had seen Napoleon. In the Stephansdom the united lords of Christianity had knelt in prayers of thanksgiving for the salvation of Europe from the Turks. Countless great lights of science had been within the walls of the university. In the midst of all this, the new architecture reared itself proudly and grandly with glittering avenues and sparkling shops. But the old quarreled as little with the new as the chiseled stone with untouched nature. It was wonderful to live here, in this city which hospitably took up everything foreign and gave itself so gladly, and in its light air, as in Paris, it was a simple matter to enjoy life. Vienna was, we know, an Epicurean city, but what is culture, if not to wheedle from the coarse material of life, by art and love, its finest, its most delicate, its most subtle qualities? Gourmets in culinary matters, much occupied with a good wine, a dry fresh beer, sumptuous pastries and cakes. In this city, people were also demanding with regard to more subtle delights. Making music, dancing, the theater, conversation, proper and urbane deportment. These were cultivated here as particular arts. It was not the military, nor the political, nor the commercial, that was predominant in the life of the individual and of the masses. The first glance of the average Viennese into his morning paper was not at the events in Parliament or world affairs, but at the repertoire of the theater, which assumed so important a role in public life as hardly was possible in any other city. For the imperial theater, the Burg Theater, was for the Viennese and for the Austrian more than a stage upon which actors enacted parts. It was the microcosm that mirrored the macrocosm, the brightly colored reflection in which the city saw itself, the only true cortigiano of good taste. In the court actor, the spectator saw an excellent example of how one ought to dress, how to walk into a room, how to converse, which words one might employ as a man of good taste, and which to avoid. The stage, instead of being merely a place of entertainment, was a spoken and plastic guide of good behavior and correct pronunciation, and a nimbus of respect encircled like a halo everything that had even the faintest connection with the imperial theater. The minister-president or the richest magnate could walk the streets of Vienna without anyone's turning around, but a court actor or an opera singer was recognized by every salesgirl and every cab driver. Proudly we boys told one another when we had seen one of them pass by. Everyone collected their pictures and autographs, and this almost religious cult went so far that it even attached itself to the world around them. Sinenthal's barber, Joseph Keynes's cab driver were persons to be respected and secretly envied, and elegant youths were proud to have their clothes made by an actor's tailor. Every jubilee and every funeral of a great actor was turned into an event that overshadowed all political occurrences. To have one's play given at the Burg Theater was the greatest dream of every Viennese writer, because it meant a sort of lifelong nobility and brought with it a series of honors, such as complimentary tickets for life and invitations to all official functions. One virtually became a guest in the imperial household. I can still recall the imposing way in which my own introduction took place. In the morning, the director of the Burg Theater had asked me to come to his office to tell me, after having congratulated me, that my drama had been accepted by the Burg Theater. When I came home at night, his visiting card was in my room. He had paid me, a 26-year-old, a formal return visit, for I, merely by being accepted as an author of the imperial stage, had become a gentleman, whom the director of the institution had to treat as a peer. And whatever happened in the theater indirectly touched everyone, even those who had no direct connection with it. I can remember, for example, that once when I was very young our cook ran into the room with tears in her eyes. She had just been told that Charlotte Walter, the most prominent actress of the Burg Theater, had died. The grotesque thing about her wild mourning was obviously the fact that this old, semi-illiterate cook had never once been in the fashionable Burg Theater, and that she had never seen Walter either on the stage or elsewhere. But a great national actress was the collective property of the entire city of Vienna, and even an outsider could feel that her death was a catastrophe. Every loss, for instance the departure of a beloved singer or artist, was immediately transformed into national mourning. When the old Burg Theater, in which Mozart's Marriage of Figaro was first given, was torn down, all of Vienna's society was formally and sorrowfully assembled there. The curtain had hardly fallen when everybody leapt upon the stage, to bring home at least a splinter as a relic of the boards which the beloved artists had trod, and for decades after, in dozens of bourgeois homes. These insignificant splinters could be seen preserved in costly caskets, as fragments of the Holy Cross are kept in churches. We ourselves did not act much more sensibly when the so-called Bosendorfer Saal was torn down. In itself, this little concert hall, which was used solely for chamber music, was a quite unimposing, unartistic piece of architecture, the former riding academy of Count Liechtenstein, unpretentiously remodeled for musical use with wooden paneling. But it had the resonance of an old violin. It was a sanctuary for lovers of music, because Chopin and Brahms, Liszt and Rubinstein had given concerts there, and because many of the famous quartets had made their first appearance there, and now it was to make way for a functional building. It was incomprehensible to us who had experienced such unforgettable hours there. When the last measure of Beethoven, played more beautifully than ever by the Rose Quartet, had died away, no one left his seat. We called and applauded. Several women sobbed with emotion. No one wished to believe that this was a farewell. The lights were put out in the hall in order to make us leave. Not one of the 400 or 500 enthusiasts moved from his place. A half hour, a full hour, we remained as if by our presence we could save the old hallowed place. And when we were students, how we fought with petitions, with demonstrations, and with essays to keep the house where Beethoven died from being demolished. Every one of these historic buildings in Vienna was a bit of our soul that was being torn out of our body. This fanaticism for art, and for the art of the theater in particular, touched all classes in Vienna. Vienna, through its century-old tradition, was itself a clearly ordered and, as I once wrote, a wonderfully orchestrated city. The imperial house still set the tempo. The palace was the center not only in a spatial sense, but also in a cultural sense of the supranationality of the monarchy. The palaces of the Austrian, the Polish, the Czech, and the Hungarian nobility formed as it were a second enclosure around the imperial palace. Then came good society, consisting of the lesser nobility, the higher officials, industry, and the old families, then the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Each of these social strata lived in its own circle, and even in its own district. The nobility in their palaces in the heart of the city, the diplomats in the third district, industry and the merchants in the vicinity of the Ringstrasse, the petty bourgeoisie in the inner districts, the second to the ninth, and the proletariat in the outer circle. But everyone met in the theater and at the great festivities such as the flower parade in the Prater, where 300,000 people enthusiastically proclaimed the upper 10,000 in their beautifully decorated carriages. In Vienna, everything, religious processions such as the one on the Feast of Corpus Christi, the military parades, the Berg music, was made the occasion for celebration, as far as color and music were concerned. Even funerals found enthusiastic audiences, and it was the ambition of every true Viennese to have a lovely corpse, with a majestic procession and many followers. Even his death converted the genuine Viennese into a spectacle for others. In this receptivity for all that was colorful, festive, and resounding, in this pleasure in the theatrical, whether it was on the stage or in reality, both as theater and as a mirror of life, the whole city was at one. It was not difficult to mock this theatromania of the Viennese, and their following up to the most minute details of the lives of their darlings often was more than grotesque. Our Austrian indolence in political matters, and our backwardness in economics as compared with our resolute German neighbor, may actually be ascribed in part to our Epicurean excesses. But culturally, this exaggeration of artistic events brought something unique to maturity. First of all, an uncommon respect for every artistic presentation. Then, through centuries of practice, a connoisseurship without equal. And finally, thanks to that connoisseurship, a predominant high level in all cultural fields. The artist always feels at his best, and at the same time most inspired where he is esteemed or even overestimated. Art always reaches its peak where it becomes the life interest of a people. And just as Florence and Rome in the Renaissance drew the artists and educated them to greatness, each one feeling that he was in constant competition and had to outdo the others and himself in the eyes of the people, so the musicians and the actors of Vienna were conscious of their importance in the city. In the Vienna Opera and in the Berg Theater, nothing was overlooked. Every flat note was remarked, every incorrect intonation and every cut were censured. And this control was exercised at premieres not by the professional critics alone, but day after day by the entire audience, whose attentive ears had been sharpened by constant comparison. Whereas in politics, in administration, or in morals, everything went on rather comfortably, and one was affably tolerant of all that was slovenly, and overlooked many an infringement. In artistic matters there was no pardon, Here the honor of the city was at stake. Every singer, actor, and musician had constantly to give his best, or he was lost. It was wonderful to be the darling of Vienna, but it was not easy to remain so. No letdown was forgiven. And this knowledge and the constant pitiless supervision forced each artist in Vienna to give his best, and gave to the whole its marvelous level. Every one of us has, from his youthful years, brought a strict and inexorable standard of musical performance into his life. He who in the opera knew Gustav Mahler's iron discipline, which extended to the minutest detail, or realized the Philharmonic's matter-of-fact energetic exactitude, today is rarely satisfied by any musical or theatrical performance. But with it we also learn to be strict with ourselves at every artistic presentation. A certain level was and remained exemplary, and there are few cities in the world where it was so inculcated into the developing artist. But this knowledge of rhythm and energy went deep into the people, for even the little bourgeois seated at his Heurigen demanded good music from the band, as he did good wine from the innkeeper. Again, in the Prater the crowds knew exactly which military band had the best swing, whether it was the Deutschmeister or the Hungarians. Whoever lived in Vienna caught a feeling of rhythm from the air. And just as this musicality was expressed by us writers in carefully wrought prose, the sense of rhythm entered into others in their social deportment and their daily life. A Viennese who had no sense of art or who found no enjoyment in form was unthinkable in good society. Even in the lower circles, the poorest drew a certain instinct for beauty out of the landscape and out of the merry human sphere into his life. One was not a real Viennese without this love for culture, without this sense, aesthetic and critical at once, of the holiest exuberance of life. Adapting themselves to the milieu of the people or country where they live is not only an external protective measure for Jews, but a deep internal desire. Their longing for a homeland, for rest, for security, for friendliness, urges them to attach themselves passionately to the culture of the world around them. And never was such an attachment more effective, except in Spain in the 15th century, or happier and more fruitful than in Austria. Having resided for more than 200 years in the imperial city, the Jews encountered there an easygoing people, inclined to conciliation, and under whose apparent laxity of form lay buried the identical deep instinct for cultural and aesthetic values, which was so important to the Jews themselves. And they met with more in Vienna. They found there a personal task. In the last century, the pursuit of art in Austria had lost its old traditional defenders and protectors, the imperial house, and the aristocracy. Whereas in the 18th century Maria Theresa had Gluck instruct her daughters in music, Joseph II ably discussed his operas with Mozart, and Leopold III himself composed music, the later emperors, Franz II and Ferdinand, had no interest whatever in artistic things, and our Emperor Franz Joseph, who in his 80 years had never read a book other than the Army Register, or even taken one in his hand, evidenced moreover a definite antipathy to music. The nobility as well had relinquished its erstwhile protector's role. Gone were the glorious days when the Esterházys harbored a Haydn, the Lobkowitzes and the Kinskys and Waldsteins competed to have a premiere of Beethoven in their palaces, where a Countess Thun threw herself on her knees before the great demigod, begging him not to withdraw Fidelio from the opera. But now Wagner, Brahms, Johann Strauss, and Hugo Wolf had not received the slightest support from them. To maintain the Philharmonic on its accustomed level, to enable the painters and sculptors to make a living, it was necessary for the people to jump into the breach, and it was the pride and ambition of the Jewish people to cooperate in the front ranks to carry on the former glory of the fame of Viennese culture. They had always loved this city and had entered into its life wholeheartedly, but it was first of all by their love for Viennese art that they felt entitled to full citizenship, and that they had actually become true Viennese. In public life they exerted only a meager influence. The glory of the imperial house overshadowed every private fortune. The leading positions in the administration of the state were held by inheritance. Diplomacy was reserved for the aristocracy, the army and higher officialdom for the old families, and the Jews did not even attempt ambitiously to enter into these privileged circles. They tactfully respected these traditional rites as being quite matter of course. I remember, for example, that throughout his entire life my father avoided dining at Sackers, and not for reasons of economy. The difference in price between it and the other large hotels was insignificant, but because of a natural feeling of distance, it would have been distressing or unbecoming to him to sit at a table next to a Prince Schwarzenberg or a Lobkowitz. It was only in regard to art that all felt an equal right, because love of art was a communal duty in Vienna, and immeasurable is the part in Viennese culture the Jewish bourgeoisie took by their cooperation and promotion. They were the real audience. They filled the theaters and the concerts. They bought the books and the pictures. They visited the exhibitions. And with their more mobile understanding, little hampered by tradition, they were the exponents and champions of all that was new. Practically all the great art collections of the 19th century were formed by them. Nearly all the artistic attempts were made possible only by them. Without the ceaseless, stimulating interest of the Jewish bourgeoisie, Vienna, thanks to the indolence of the court, the aristocracy, and the Christian millionaires, who preferred to maintain racing stables and hunts to fostering art, would have remained behind Berlin in the realm of art, as Austria remained behind the German Reich in political matters. Whoever wished to put through something in Vienna, or came to Vienna as a guest from abroad and sought appreciation as well as an audience, was dependent on the Jewish bourgeoisie. When a single attempt was made in the anti-Semitic period to create a so-called national theater, neither authors, nor actors, nor a public was forthcoming. After a few months, the national theater collapsed miserably, and it was by this example that it became apparent for the first time that 9/10 of what the world celebrated as Viennese culture in the 19th century was promoted, nourished, or even created by Viennese Jewry. For it was precisely in the last years, as it was in Spain before the equally tragic decline, that the Viennese Jews had become artistically productive, although not in a specifically Jewish way. Rather, through a miracle of understanding, they gave to what was Austrian and Viennese its most intensive expression. Goldmark, Gustav Mahler, and Schönberg became international figures in creative music. Oscar Strauss, Leo Fall, and Kalman brought the tradition of the waltz and the operetta to a new flowering. Hofmannsthal, Arthur Schnitzler, Bierhoffmann, and Peter Altenburg gave Viennese literature European standing such as it had not possessed under Grillparzer and Stifter. Sonnenthal and Max Reinhardt renewed the city's universal fame as a home of the theater. Freud and others great in science drew attention to the long-famous university. Everywhere, as scholars, as virtuosi, as painters, as theatrical directors and architects, as journalists, they maintained unchallenged high positions in the intellectual life of Vienna. Because of their passionate love for the city, through their desire for assimilation, they had adapted themselves fully and were happy to serve the glory of Vienna. They felt that their being Austrian was a mission to the world. And, for honesty's sake it must be repeated, much, if not the most of all that Europe and America admire today, as an expression of a new, rejuvenated Austrian culture, in literature, the theater, in the arts and crafts, was created by the Viennese Jews who, in turn, by this manifestation achieved the highest artistic performance of their millennial spiritual activity. Centuries of intellectual energy joined here with a somewhat effete tradition and nurtured, revived, increased, and renewed it with fresh strength and by tireless attention. Only the coming decades will show the crime that Hitler perpetrated against Vienna when he sought to nationalize and provincialize this city whose meaning and culture were founded in the meeting of the most heterogeneous elements, and in her spiritual supranationality. For the genius of Vienna, a specifically musical one, was always that it harmonized all the national and lingual contrasts. Its culture was a synthesis of all Western cultures. Whoever lived there and worked there felt himself free of all confinement and prejudice. Nowhere was it easier to be a European, and I know that to a great extent I must thank this city, which already in the time of Marcus Aurelius defended the Roman, the universal spirit, that at an early age I learned to love the idea of comradeship as the highest of my heart. One lived well and easily and without cares in that old Vienna, and the Germans in the north looked with some annoyance and scorn upon their neighbors on the Danube who, instead of being proficient and maintaining rigid order, permitted themselves to enjoy life, ate well, took pleasure in feasts and theaters, and, besides, made excellent music. Instead of German proficiency, which after all has embittered and disturbed the existence of all other peoples, and the forward chase and the greedy desire to get ahead of all others, in Vienna one loved to chat, cultivated a harmonious association, and light-heartedly, and perhaps with lax conciliation permitted each one his share without envy. Live and let live was the famous Viennese motto, which today still seems to me to be more humane than all the categorical imperatives, and it maintained itself throughout all classes. Rich and poor, Czechs and Germans, Jews and Christians, lived peaceably together in spite of occasional chafing, and even the political and social movements were free of the terrible hatred which has penetrated the arteries of our time as a poisonous residue of the First World War. In the old Austria they still strove chivalrously. They abused each other in the news and in the parliament, but at the conclusion of their Ciceronian tirades the self-same representatives sat down together in friendship with a glass of beer or a cup of coffee, and called each other du even when Luger, the leader of the anti-Semitic party, became burgomaster of the city. No change occurred in private affairs, and I personally must confess that neither in school, nor at the university, nor in the world of literature, have I ever experienced the slightest suppression or indignity as a Jew. The hatred of country for country, of nation for nation, of one table for another, did not yet jump at one daily from the newspaper. It did not divide people from people and nations from nations. Not yet had every herd and mass feeling become so disgustingly powerful in public life as today. Freedom in one's private affairs, which is no longer considered comprehensible, was taken for granted. One did not look down upon tolerance as one does today as weakness and softness, but rather praised it as an ethical force. For it was not a century of suffering in which I was born and educated. It was an ordered world with definite classes and calm transitions, a world without haste. The rhythm of the new speed had not yet carried over from the machines, the automobile, the telephone, the radio, and the airplane, to mankind. Time and age had another measure. One lived more comfortably, and when I try to recall to mind the figures of the grown-ups who stood about my childhood, I am struck with the fact that many of them were corpulent at an early age. My father, my uncle, my teacher, the salesmen in the shops, the members of the Philharmonic at their music stands were already, at 40, portly and worthy men. They walked slowly, they spoke with measured accent, and, in their conversation, stroked their well-kept beards which often had already turned gray. But gray hair was merely a new sign of dignity, and as sedate, man consciously avoided the gestures and high spirits of youth as being unseemly. Even in my earliest childhood, when my father was not yet 40, I cannot recall ever having seen him run up or down the stairs, or ever doing anything in a visibly hasty fashion. Speed was not only thought to be unrefined, but indeed was considered unnecessary, for in that stabilized bourgeois world with its countless little securities, well palisaded on all sides, nothing unexpected ever occurred. Such catastrophes as took place outside on the world's periphery never made their way through the well-padded walls of secure living. The Boer War, the Russo-Japanese War, the Balkan War itself did not penetrate the existence of my parents. They passed over all reports of war in the newspapers just as they did the sporting page. And truly, what did it matter to them what took place outside of Austria? What did it change in their lives? In their Austria in that tranquil epoch there were no state revolutions, no crass destruction of values. If stocks sank 4 or 5 points on the exchange, it was called a crash, and they talked earnestly, with furrowed brows, about the catastrophe. One complained more as a habit than because of actual conviction about the high taxes, which de facto, in comparison with those of the post-war period, were nothing other than small tips to the state. Exact stipulations were set down in testaments, to guard grandchildren and great, grandchildren against the loss of their fortunes, as if security were guaranteed by some sort of invisible promissory note by the eternal powers. Meanwhile, one lived comfortably and stroked one's petty cares as if they were faithful, obedient pets of whom one was not in the least afraid. That is why when chance places an old newspaper of those days in my hands and I read the excited articles about some little community election, when I try to recall the plays in the Burg Theater with their tiny problems, or the disproportionate excitement of our youthful discussions about things that were so terribly unimportant, I am forced to smile. How Lilliputian were all these cares, how win still the time. It had better luck, the generation of my parents and my grandparents. It lived quietly, straight, and clearly from one end of its life to the other. But even so, I do not know if I envy them. How they remained blissfully unaware of all the bitter realities, of the tricks and forces of fate. How they lived apart from all those crises and problems that crush the heart, but at the same time marvelously uplift it. How little they knew, as they muddled through in security and comfort and possessions, that life can also be tension and profusion, a continuous state of being surprised and being lifted up from all sides. Little did they think in their touching liberalism and optimism that each succeeding day that dawns outside our window can smash our life. Not even in their darkest nights was it possible for them to dream how dangerous man can be, or how much power he has to withstand dangers and overcome trials. We, who have been hounded through all the rapids of life, we who have been torn loose from all roots that held us, we, always beginning anew when we have been driven to the end, we, victims and yet willing servants of unknown, mystic forces, we, for whom comfort has become a saga and security a childhood dream. We have felt the tension from pole to pole and the eternal dread of the eternal new in every fiber of our being. Every hour of our years was bound up with the world's destiny. Suffering and joyful, we have lived time and history far beyond our own little existence, while they, the older generation, were confined within themselves. Therefore, each one of us, even the smallest of our generation, today knows 1,000 times more about reality than the wisest of our ancestors. But nothing was given to us. We paid the price, fully and validly, for everything. School in the last century. As a matter of course, I was sent to a gymnasium when I had finished attending elementary school. Every well-to-do family took great care to have its sons educated, if only for purely social reasons. They were taught French and English. They were made familiar with music and were given governesses at first and then tutors to teach them good manners. But only the so-called academic education, which led to the university, carried full value in those days of enlightened liberalism. And that is why it was the ambition of every good family to have some sort of doctor's title prefixed to the name of at least one of its sons. The path to the university, however, was fairly long and by no means rosy. 5 years of elementary school and 8 years of gymnasium were spent on wooden benches. 5 to 6 hours were thus taken up each day, and homework was to be mastered in the time that was left. What is more, a general education required French, English, Italian, the living languages, together with classical Greek and Latin in addition to the regular school work. That is, 5 languages plus geometry, physics, and the other subjects. It was more than too much, and scarcely left any time for physical development, sport, and walks, to say nothing of recreation and gaiety. I can vaguely remember that when we were 7, we had to memorize a song about joyous and blissful childhood and sing it in chorus. The melody of that simple, artless little song is still in my ears, but even then the words passed my lips only with difficulty and made an even less convincing impression upon my heart. For, if I am to be honest, the entire period of my schooling was nothing other than a constant and wearisome boredom, accompanied year after year by an increased impatience to escape from this treadmill. I cannot recall ever having been either joyous or blissful during that monotonous, heartless, and lifeless schooling which thoroughly spoiled the best and freest period of our existence. I must admit that even today I cannot help experiencing a certain feeling of envy when I see with how much more freedom, happiness, and independence children are permitted to develop in the present century. It still seems hardly credible to me when I observe today how naturally they chat as equals with their teachers, how they hurry to school without a care, whereas we were constantly filled with a feeling of inadequacy, how they may freely express the desires and inclinations of their young and curious souls both at home and in school, free, independent, and natural beings, whereas all of us, as soon as we stepped into the hated building, were forced to cringe lest we strike our foreheads against an invisible yoke. For us, school was compulsion, ennui, dreariness, a place where we had to assimilate the science of the not worth knowing in exactly measured portions, scholastic or scholastically manufactured material which we felt could have no relation to reality or to our personal interests. It was a dull, pointless learning that the old pedagogy forced upon us, not for the sake of life, but for the sake of learning. And the only truly joyful moment of happiness for which I have to thank my school was the day that I was able to shut the door behind me forever. It was not that our Austrian schools were bad in themselves. On the contrary, after 100 years of experience, the curriculum had been carefully worked out and, had it been transmitted with any inspiration, could have been the basis for a fruitful and fairly universal education. But because of their accurate arrangement and their dry formulary, our lessons were frightfully barren and lifeless, a cold teaching apparatus which never adapted itself to the individual, but automatically registered the grades, good, sufficient, and insufficient, depending on how far we had complied with the requirements of the curriculum. It was exactly this lack of human affection, this empty impersonality and the barracks-like quality of our surroundings, that unconsciously embittered us. We had to learn our lessons and were examined on what we had learned. For 8 years no teacher asked us even once what we personally wished to learn, and that encouraging stimulus, for which every young person secretly longs, was totally lacking. This sobriety was outwardly expressed in our schoolhouse, a functional building which 50 years before had been quickly, cheaply, and thoughtlessly thrown together. With its cold, badly whitewashed halls, its low classrooms without pictures or any other decoration that might have delighted the eye, its toilets that perfumed the whole house. This learning mill was something like an old hotel which had been used by countless numbers before us, and would be used by as many more, no less indifferent and reluctant. Even today I cannot forget the musty, moldy smell that clung to this house as it did to all official buildings in Austria. We called it the treasury smell. It was an odor of overheated, overcrowded rooms, never properly aired, which first attached itself to our clothes and then to our souls. We sat in pairs like galley slaves, on low wooden benches that twisted our spines, and we sat until our bones ached. In the winter, the bluish light of the open gas jets flickered over our books, whereas in the summer the windows were carefully covered so that we could not dreamily enjoy the view of the little square of blue sky. That century had not yet discovered that young, unformed bodies required air and exercise. A pause of 10 minutes in the cold, narrow halls was thought sufficient in a period of 4 or 5 hours of motionless squatting. Twice a week we were led into the gymnasium, and there, with the windows carefully closed, we marched stupidly around on the wooden floor, and every step sent the dust high into the air. With that, the demands of hygiene had been satisfied and the state had done its duty towards us, so far as mens sana and corpore sano was concerned. For years after, whenever I passed by the gloomy, cheerless building, I felt a sense of relief that I was no longer forced to enter this prison of our youth. And when the 50th anniversary of this exalted institution was being celebrated and I, as an erstwhile star pupil, was asked to deliver the address of the day in the presence of the minister and the burgomaster, I politely declined. I had no reason to be thankful to this school, and every word of that sort would have been a lie. Nor were our teachers to blame for the dreariness of the institution. They were neither good nor bad. They were not tyrants, nor on the other hand were they helpful comrades, but poor devils who were slavishly bound to the schedule, the officially designated curriculum. They had to accomplish their task as we had to do ours, and we felt this clearly. They were as happy as we were when in the afternoon the school bell rang and gave them, and us, freedom. They did not love us. They did not hate us. And why should they? For they knew nothing about us. Even after a year or two, they knew only a few of us by name. According to the teaching methods of those times, they had nothing to do but to determine how many mistakes we had made in our last lesson. They sat up at their desks, and we sat below. They questioned, and we had to reply, and there was no other relation between us. For between teacher and pupil, between teacher's desk and school bench, the visible above and the visible below, stood the invisible barrier of authority, which prevented all contact. For a teacher to regard a pupil as an individual, which would have demanded particular attention to the special qualities of the pupil, or the preparation of reports or written observations about him, which is a matter of course today, would at that time have exceeded not only the teacher's authority, but his capabilities as well. On the other hand, a private conversation would have lessened the teacher's authority, for this would have placed the scholars on the same level with him, the superior. In my opinion, nothing is more characteristic of the total lack of spiritual and intellectual relationship between our teachers and ourselves than the fact that I have forgotten all their names and faces. With photographic precision, my memory still retains the picture of the teacher's desk and the class book, into which we always tried to peep because it contained our marks. I can see the little red notebook in which the grades were entered. I can see the short black pencil with which our marks were recorded, and I can see my own book strewn with the teacher's corrections in red ink, but I can no longer see a single one of their faces, possibly for the reason that we always stood before them with eyes indifferent or cast down. This dissatisfaction with school was by no means a personal attitude. I cannot recall a single one of my comrades who would be reluctant to admit that our interests and good intentions were wearied, hindered, and suppressed in this treadmill. It was only much later that I realized that this unfeeling and soulless method of the education of our youth was not due to the carelessness of the authorities, but represented a definite, and what is more, a carefully guarded secret intention. The world about and above us, which directed all its thoughts only to the fetish of security, did not like youth, or rather it constantly mistrusted it. Proud of its systematic progress and of its order, bourgeois society proclaimed moderation and leisure in all forms of life as the only effective virtues of man. All hasty efforts to advance ourselves were to be avoided. Austria was an old state, dominated by an aged emperor, ruled by old ministers, a state without ambition, which hoped to preserve itself unharmed in the European domain solely by opposing all radical changes. Young people, who always instinctively desire rapid and radical changes, were therefore considered a doubtful element which was to be held down or kept inactive for as long a time as possible. And so there was no reason for making our school years pleasant. We were first to earn every form of advancement by patient waiting. Being thus constantly pushed back, the various age groups were valued quite differently than they are today. An 18-year-old student at the gymnasium was treated like a child. He was punished if he was caught with a cigarette, and he had to raise his hand obediently if he wished to leave the room. But a man of 30 was also regarded as an unfledged person, and even one of 40 was not yet considered ripe for a position of responsibility. Once, when a surprising exception occurred and Gustav Mahler was appointed director of the Imperial Opera at 38, the frightened whisper and astonished murmur went through Vienna that the first artistic institution of the city had been entrusted to so young a man, completely forgetting that Schubert at 31 and Mozart at 36 had already finished their life's work. This distrust that every young man was not quite reliable was felt at that time in all circles. My father would never have taken a young man into his business, and whoever was unfortunate enough to appear young had to overcome this distrust on all sides. So arose the situation, incomprehensible today, that youth was a hindrance in all careers, and age alone was an advantage. Whereas today, in our changed state of affairs, those of 40 seek to look 30, and those of 60 wish to seem 40, and youth, energy, determination, and self-confidence recommend and advance a man, In that age of security, everyone who wished to get ahead was forced to attempt all conceivable methods of masquerading in order to appear older. The newspapers recommended preparations which hastened the growth of the beard, and 24 and 25-year-old doctors, who had just finished their examinations, wore mighty beards and gold spectacles even if their eyes did not need them, so that they could make an impression of experience upon their first patients. Men wore long black frock coats and walked at a leisurely pace, and whenever possible acquired a slight embonpoint in order to personify the desired sedateness, and those who were ambitious strove, at least outwardly, to belie their youth, since the young were suspected of instability. Even in our 6th and 7th school years we refused to carry school bags and used briefcases instead so that we might not be recognized as attending the gymnasium. All those qualities which today we look upon as enviable possessions, freshness, self-assertion, daring, curiosity, youth's lust for life, were regarded as suspect in those days that only had use for substance. It is from this unusual attitude alone that we can understand how the state exploited the schools as an instrument for the maintenance of its authority. Above all else, we were to be educated to respect the existing as perfect, the opinion of the teacher as infallible, our father's words as uncontradictable, the provisions of the state as absolute and valid for all eternity. A second cardinal principle of the pedagogy of those times, which also was applied within the family, directed that young people were not to have things too easy. Before any rights were allowed them, they were to learn that they had duties, and above all others the obligation of complete docility. It was to be impressed upon us from the very start that we, who had not yet accomplished anything in life and were entirely without experience, should simply be thankful for all that was granted to us, and had no right to ask or demand anything. In my time, this stupid method of intimidation was practiced from earliest childhood. Servants and ignorant mothers frightened 3- and 4-year-old children with the threat of calling a policeman if they did not at once stop being naughty. When we were still in the gymnasium and brought home a poor mark in some unimportant subject, we were threatened with being taken out of school and put to learning a trade, the worst threat in a middle-class world, a return to the proletariat. When young people, in an honest desire for education, sought explanation of some earnest, timely problem from adults, they were rebuffed with a haughty, "You can't understand that yet." Everywhere this technique was utilized, at home, in school, and in the state. They never tired of drilling into a young person that he was not yet mature, that he did not understand anything, that he was merely to listen credulously but never to enter into a conversation or to contradict. And for this reason also the poor devil of a teacher, who sat up at his desk, had to remain an unapproachable idol, and to confine our entire feeling and conduct to the curriculum. Whether we were happy at school or not was unimportant. Its true mission, according to the spirit of the times, was not to advance but to retard us, not to form us inwardly, but to fit us with as little opposition as possible into the ordered scheme, not to increase our energy, but to discipline it and to level it off. Such psychological, or rather, unpsychological pressure upon youth can have only one of two effects. It can be paralyzing or it can be stimulating. We can look into the records of the psychoanalysts to see how many inferiority complexes this absurd method of teaching brought about. It is perhaps not chance that this complex was discovered by men who themselves went through our old Austrian schools. Personally, I think this pressure for the early emergence of a passion to be free, vehement to a degree that is scarcely known to present-day youth, and a hatred for all authority, for all talking down, which has accompanied me throughout my lifetime. For years and years this aversion to the apodictic and the dogmatic was merely instinctive, and I had already forgotten its origin. But once, on one of my lecture tours, when the large auditorium of the university had been chosen for me, and when I suddenly discovered that I was to speak from the rostrum, while my listeners were to sit down below on the benches like good schoolboys who did not speak or contradict, I was suddenly filled with discomfort. I remembered how I had suffered during my school years under this uncomradely, authoritative, doctrinaire talking down, and I was filled with anxiety lest my speech, delivered from the rostrum, might be as impersonal in its effect as was that of our teachers upon us. Because of this obstacle, that speech was the worst of my life. Until our 14th or 15th year, we still felt ourselves perfectly at home in school. We made fun of the teachers, and we learned our lessons with cold curiosity. But then the hour struck when school began to bore and disturb us. A remarkable phenomenon had quietly taken place. We, who had entered the gymnasium as 10-year-olds, had intellectually outgrown the school already in the first 4 of our 8 years. We felt instinctively that there was nothing more of importance to be learned from it, and that in many of the subjects which interested us we knew more than our poor teachers, who had not opened a book out of personal interest since their own student years. But there was another contrast which became more apparent from day to day. On the benches, where no more of us than our breeches was sitting, we heard nothing new or nothing that to us seemed worth knowing. And outside there was a city of 1,000 attractions, a city with theaters, museums, bookstores, universities, music, a city in which each day brought new surprises. And so our pent-up desire for knowledge, our intellectual, artistic, and sensuous inquisitiveness, which found no nourishment in school, passionately yearned for all that went on outside of school. At first, only 2 or 3 of us discovered in themselves such artistic, literary, and musical interests, then a dozen, and finally nearly all of us. For among young people, enthusiasm is a kind of catching phenomenon. In a class at school, it infects one after another like scarlet fever or measles, and while the neophytes, with childish, vain ambition, try to outdo each other as rapidly as possible in their knowledge, they lead each other on. It is therefore merely a matter of chance which direction these passions take. If there is a stamp collector in one class, he will soon make a dozen as foolish as himself, and if 3 rave about dancers, the others will daily stand before the stage door of the opera. 3 years after us came a class which was possessed with a passion for football, and before ours there was another that was wholly devoted to Tolstoy or socialism. By chance I entered a class in which my comrades were art enthusiasts, and this may possibly have been decisive for the development of my life. In itself, this enthusiasm for the theater, for literature, and for art was quite natural in Vienna. The newspapers devoted special space to all the cultural events that took place in the city, and wherever we went, right and left, we heard the grown-ups discuss the opera or the Burg Theater. The pictures of the great actors were on display in all the stationery stores. Sport was still considered to be a brutal affair of which a student of the gymnasium should rightly be ashamed, and the cinema with its mass ideals had not yet been invented. At home there was no opposition to be feared. Literature and the theater belonged to the innocent passions, in contrast to playing cards or friendships with girls. Finally, my father, like all Viennese fathers, had also been smitten with the theater and had attended the performance of Lohengrin under Richard Wagner with the same enthusiasm that we felt at the premieres of Richard Strauss and Gerhard Hauptmann. For it was to be expected that we gymnasium students should throng to each premiere. How ashamed we would have been before our more fortunate colleagues had we not been able to report every single detail on the morrow. Had our teachers not been completely indifferent, it would have occurred to them that on the afternoon of an important premiere, we had to stand in line at 3 o'clock to secure standing room, the only places available to us. 2/3 of all the students were taken with some mysterious illness. With strict attention, they would also have discovered that the poems of Rilke were stuck between the covers of our Latin grammars, and that we used our mathematics notebooks to copy the loveliest poems out of books which we had borrowed. Daily we invented new techniques for using the dull school hours for our reading. While the teacher delivered his time-worn lecture about the naive and sentimental poetry of Schiller, under our desks we read Nietzsche and Strindberg, whose names the good old man had never heard. A fever had come over us to know all, to be familiar with all that occurred in every field of art and science. In the afternoon, we pushed our way among the university students to listen to the lectures. We visited all of the art exhibitions. We went into the anatomy classrooms to watch dissections. We sniffed at all and everything with inquisitive nostrils. We crept into the rehearsals of the Philharmonic. We hunted about in the antique shops. We examined the booksellers' displays daily, so that we might know at once what had turned up since yesterday. And above all, we read. We read everything that came into our hands. We got books from all of the public libraries, and lent each other whatever we had been able to discover. But the coffee house was still the best place to keep up with everything new. In order to understand this, it must be said that the Viennese coffee house is a particular institution which is not comparable to any other in the world. As a matter of fact, it is a sort of democratic club to which admission costs the small price of a cup of coffee. Upon payment of this, every guest can sit for hours on end, discuss, write, play cards, receive his mail, and above all, can go through an unlimited number of newspapers and magazines. In the better-class Viennese coffee house, all the Viennese newspapers were available, and not the Viennese alone, but also those of the entire German Reich, the French and the English, the Italian and the American papers, and in addition all of the important literary and art magazines of the world, the Revue de France no less than the Neue Rundschau, the Studio, and the Burlington magazine. And so we knew everything that took place in the world at first hand. We learned about every book that was published and every production no matter where it occurred, and we compared the notices in every newspaper. Perhaps nothing has contributed as much to the intellectual mobility and the international orientation of the Austrian as that he could keep abreast of all world events in the coffee house, and at the same time discuss them in the circle of his friends. For, thanks to the collectivity of our interests, we followed the orbis pictus of artistic events not with 2, but with 20 and 40 eyes. What one of us had overlooked was noticed by another, and since in our constant childish, boastful, and almost sporting ambition we wished to outdo each other in our knowledge of the very latest thing, we found ourselves actually in a sort of constant rivalry for the sensational. If, for example, we discussed Nietzsche, who then was still scorned, one of us would suddenly say with feigned superiority, "But in the idea of egotism Kierkegaard is superior to him," and at once we became uneasy. Who is Kierkegaard, whom X knows, and of whom we know nothing? The next day we stormed into the library to look up the books of this time-obscured Danish philosopher, for it was a mark of inferiority not to know some exotic thing that was familiar to someone else. We had a passion to be the first to discover the latest, the newest, the most extravagant, the unusual, which had not yet been dwelt upon at length, particularly by the official literary critics of our daily papers. I personally was a slave to this mania for many years. Anything that was not yet generally recognized, or was so lofty as to be attainable only with difficulty, the new and radical times, provoked our particular love. And nothing was so hidden or remote that it could not be brought forth from its hiding place by our collective, eager, competitive curiosity. At the time when we were attending the gymnasium, the works of Stefan Zweig or Rilke, for example, had appeared in editions of no more than 200 or 300 copies, and of these 3 or 4 at most had found their way to Vienna. No bookseller kept them in stock, and none of the official critics had ever mentioned Rilke's name. But through a miracle of determination, our group knew every verse and every line. We beardless, immature boys, who were forced to sit all day long on our school benches, were actually the ideal audience a young poet might dream of. We were curious, critically understanding, and quick to rapture. Our capacity for enthusiasm was boundless. During our school hours, on our way to and from school, in the coffee house, in the theater, on our walks, we half-grown young colts did nothing but discuss books, pictures, music, and philosophy. Whoever was in the public eye as actor or conductor, whoever had published a book or written for a newspaper, was a star in our firmament. I was almost frightened when many years later I found the following sentence in Balzac's description of his youth: "Les gens célèbres étant pour moi comme de duca any parlant, any mangent pas comme les autres hommes." For we felt exactly the same way. To have seen Gustav Mahler on the street was an event that we proudly reported to our comrades the next morning as a personal triumph. And when as a boy I was once introduced to Johannes Brahms, and he patted me on the shoulder in a friendly fashion, I was dazed for some days after by the astonishing experience. For although at 12 I was not quite certain what he had achieved, the mere fact of his reputation, the aura of the creative, exercised overwhelming power over me. A premiere of Gerhard Hauptmann's in the Burgtheater had our entire class on edge for weeks before the rehearsals began. We slipped into the actors and understudies to be the first, before the others, to know the plot and learn about the cast. We had, I do not hesitate to report upon absurdities, our hair cut by the barber of the Burgtheater, so that we could gather secret information about Walter or Sinnenthal, and a pupil in one of the lower classes was particularly spoiled by us older boys and bribed with all sorts of attentions, merely because he was the nephew of one of the lighting inspectors at the opera, and through him we were sometimes smuggled onto the stage during rehearsals. The shock of treading on that stage exceeded that of Virgil when he mounted into the holy circles of paradise. The radiant power of fame was so strong for us that even if it were 7 times removed from us, it still forced us to respect it. A certain poor little old woman seemed like an immortal being to us because she was a grandniece of Franz Schubert, and on the street we gazed respectfully at Joseph Keynes's valet, because he had the good fortune to be close to the most beloved and most genial of all actors. Of course, today I know exactly how much absurdity there was in this haphazard enthusiasm, how much was merely mutual imitation, how much was merely a sporting desire to outbid each other, how much childish pride there was in feeling oneself arrogantly above the ordinary world of relatives and teachers which surrounded us. But even today, I am still surprised how much we young lads learned through this exaggerated literary passion, how prematurely we acquired a faculty of critical discernment through our endless discussion and analysis. At 17, I not only knew every poem of Baudelaire and Walt Whitman, but I knew each of the important ones by heart, and I believe that never in my later years have I read as intensely as I did during my school and university years. As a matter of fact, we were familiar with names that were not commonly honored until 10 years later, and even the most ephemeral remained in our memory because we had acquired it with such zeal. Once I told my revered friend Paul Valery how old my literary acquaintanceship with him was, that 30 years before I had known and loved some of his verses. Valery laughed at me kindly and said, "Do not try to deceive me. Dear friend, my verses did not appear until 1916. He was astonished when I described to him in detail the color and format of the little literary magazine in Vienna in which we had found his first verses in 1898. But hardly anyone in Paris knew them, he said with wonderment. How could you have got hold of them in Vienna? Just as you did when you were a gymnasium student in your provincial town, and were able to find the poems of Mallarmé, who was also as little known in official literature, I was able to reply. And he agreed with me that young people discover their poets because they wish to discover them. In fact, we scented the wind before it crossed the frontier because we constantly lived with quivering nostrils. We found the new because we desired the new, because we hungered for something that belonged to us alone, and not to the world of our fathers, to the world around us. Youth, like certain animals, possesses an excellent instinct for change of weather. And so our generation sensed, before our teachers and our universities knew it, that in the realm of the arts something had come to an end with the old century, and that a revolution, or at least a change of values, was in the offing. So far as we were concerned, the good, solid masters of our fathers' time, Gottfried Keller in literature, Ibsen in the drama, Johannes Brahms in music, Liebel in painting, Eduard von Hartmann in philosophy, were as suspect as the rest of the world of security. In spite of their technical and intellectual mastery, they no longer interested us. Instinctively, we felt that their cool, well-tempered rhythm was alien to our restless blood and no longer in keeping with the accelerated tempo of our time. Just then there lived in Vienna the most vigilant spirit of the younger German generation, Hermann Bahr, who lay about him furiously as the intellectual champion of all that was forming but still unborn. With his help this secession was opened in Vienna, and, to the horror of the old school, exhibited the Impressionists and the Pointillists of Paris, Munch of Norway, Rops of Belgium, and all the other extremists imaginable. And with this the way was opened for their neglected predecessors, Grunewald, El Greco, and Goya. Suddenly one learned a new way of seeing, and at the same time a new rhythm and tone through Mussorgsky, Debussy, Strauss, and Schoenberg. In literature, realism broke through with Zola and Strindberg and Hauptmann, the Slavic genius with Dostoevsky, and with Verlaine, Rimbaud, and Mallarmé, a hitherto unknown sublimation and refinement of the lyric art of words. Nietzsche revolutionized philosophy, and a more daring, freer architecture was announced by the unadorned functional building, instead of the classical overadornment. Suddenly the old, comfortable order was disturbed. Its former and infallible norms of the aesthetically beautiful, Hanslick, were questioned, and while the official critics of our correct bourgeois newspapers were dismayed by the often daring experiments and sought to dam the irresistible stream with such epithets as decadent and anarchistic, we young ones threw ourselves enthusiastically into the surf where it foamed at its wildest. We had the feeling that a time had set in for us, our time, in which youth had finally achieved its rights. And so suddenly our restless, seeking, perceptive passion had a meaning. We youngsters on the school bench would take part in this wild and often rabid struggle for the new art. Wherever an experiment was attempted, perhaps a Wedekind production or the reading of some new lyrics, unfailingly we were on the spot with all the power not only of our souls, but with that of our hands as well. I was present at a premiere of one of Arnold Schoenberg's early atonal works, when a gentleman energetically hissed and whistled, and when my friend Buschbeck gave him an equally energetic slap in the face. Everywhere we were the vanguard and the shock troops of every sort of new art, merely because it was new, merely because it wished to change the world for us, whose turn had now come to live our lives. Because we felt that nostra residential agiter. But there was something else that interested and fascinated us so boundlessly in this new art. It was almost exclusively the art of young people. In the generation of our fathers, the poet, the musician, or the critic only achieved recognition when he had been tried, when he had adapted himself to the leisurely, proved taste of bourgeois society. All the men whom we were taught to respect behaved and acted respectably. Wilbrandt, Ebers, Felix Dahn, Paul Heise, Lenbach, these long-forgotten favorites of that epoch, wore their handsome beards tinged with gray over their poetic velvet jackets. They had themselves photographed with pensive expressions, always in a worthy and poetic pose. They behaved like privy councillors and excellencies, and like them were covered with decorations. But young poets, painters, or musicians were at best alluded to as hopeful talents, and positive recognition was temporarily put on ice. That age of circumspection did not like to distribute its favors prematurely to anyone before he had proved himself by long years of solid achievement. But all the new poets, musicians, and painters were young. Gerhard Hauptmann, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, reigned over the German stage at the age of 30. Stefan George and Rainer Maria Rilke had achieved literary fame and a fanatic following at 23, even before they reached their majority, according to Austrian law. In our own city there appeared overnight the group known as Young Vienna, with Arthur Schnitzler, Hermann Bahr, Richard Bierhoffmann, Peter Altenburg, in whom the specific Austrian culture, through a refinement of all artistic means, had for the first time found European expression. Above all, there was one figure that fascinated, enticed, roused, and captivated us, that wonderful and unique phenomenon, Hugo von Hofmannsthal, in whom our youth saw not only its highest ambitions, but also absolute poetic perfection come into being, in the person of one of its own age. The emergence of the young Hofmannsthal is and remains remarkable as one of the great wonders of early perfection. In universal literature, I know no example of anyone, with the exception of Keats and Rimbaud, who at so early an age reached alike flawless mastery of speech, such elevation of ideals, or such saturation with the substance of poetry even in the least of his random lines, as this majestic genius, who in his 16th and 17th years had inscribed himself upon the eternal rolls of the German language, with verses that will not die, and with a prose that has not yet been excelled in our day. His sudden beginning and immediate perfection constituted a phenomenon that rarely occurs twice in one and the same generation. His appearance was a preternatural event, and those who first had news of it were amazed. Hermann Bahr has often told me of his astonishment when he received an essay by one Loris. The gymnasium did not permit us to publish anything under our own name, which came from Vienna for his magazine. Among contributions from all over the world, he had never received a piece written in such winged, noble speech, and showing at the same time such a wealth of thought. He wondered who this unknown Loris might be. Undoubtedly, it was an old man who for years and years had silently distilled his thoughts and had, in some cell apart, worked the sublimest essence of the language into an almost sensuous magic. And so wise a man, so blessed a poet, lived in the same city, and he had never heard of him. Bahr wrote at once to the unknown and arranged for a meeting in a coffee house, the famous Café Greenstadel, the chief meeting place of the young literati. One day a slender, beardless gymnasium student in short trousers approached his table with quick, light steps, bowed, and, in a high voice which had not yet broken, said briefly and to the point, "Hofmannsthal, I am Loris." For years after, when Bahr spoke of his astonishment, he was moved to excitement. At first he could not believe it. A gymnasium student endowed with such art, such breadth and depth of vision, such a stupendous knowledge of life, with life still before him. And Arthur Schnitzler told me practically the same thing. He was still a practicing physician, since his first literary successes had as yet by no means guaranteed him a livelihood. But even then he was looked upon as the head of young Vienna, and those who were still younger gladly turned to him for counsel and judgment. He had met the gangling young gymnasium student through some casual acquaintances, and remarked him because of his nimble wit. When the young student asked him the favor of being permitted to read a short play in verse to him, he kindly invited him to his bachelor quarters, obviously without great expectations. It was probably nothing but a gymnasium student's play, sentimental or pseudo-classical, he thought. He asked several friends to join them. Hofmannsthal appeared in his short trousers, somewhat nervous and ill at ease, and began to read. After a few minutes, Schnitzler told me, we riveted our attention on him and exchanged astonished, almost frightened glances. We had never heard verses of such perfection, such faultless plasticity, such musical feeling from any living being, nor had we thought them possible since Goethe. But more wondrous than this unique mastery of form, which has never since been achieved by anyone else in the German language, was his knowledge of the world, which could only have come from a magical intuition in a youth whose days were spent sitting on a school bench. When Hofmannsthal had finished, all remained silent. I had the feeling, Schnitzler said, of having encountered a born genius for the first time in my life, and never again during my entire lifetime was I so overwhelmed. Whoever at 16 had thus begun, or rather had not begun, but was perfected in beginning, would indeed become a brother of Goethe and Shakespeare. And in truth this perfection seemed to grow even more perfect. After this first piece in verse, Gestern, came the majestic fragment, Tod de Tizian, in which the German language was raised to the harmony of Italian. Then the verses, each one of which was an event for us. Today, years afterwards, I know them line for line by heart. Then the short dramas, and those essays whose wealth of knowledge, faultless understanding of art, and world visions were magically compressed into the wondrously ordered space of a few dozen pages. All that this gymnasium pupil, this university student wrote was like crystal, glowing from within, dark and luminous at once. Verse and prose bent in his hands like perfumed wax of Hymettus. By some unrepeatable miracle each poem always had its correct measure, never too much, never too little. One always felt that an unknown something, an incomprehensible mystery, had led him by this way into a hitherto untrodden land. I can hardly describe how such a phenomenon fascinated us, who had taught ourselves to sense values. For what can be more intoxicating for a young generation than to realize that the born, the pure, the sublime poet was in their midst in the flesh, the poet whom they imagined only in the legendary forms of Hölderlin and Keats and Leopardi, unapproachable, already half dream and half vision. That is why I can so clearly recall the day on which I saw Hofmannsthal in person. I was 16 years old, and since we avidly pursued everything that our ideal mentor did, I was unusually aroused by a small notice hidden in the newspaper, announcing a lecture by him on Goethe in the scientific club. Incomprehensible it was to us that such a genius was to speak in so modest a place. In our schoolboy adoration, we had expected that the largest hall would be filled to overflowing when a Hofmannsthal allowed himself to be seen in public. On this occasion, I was again aware of how far in advance of the public at large and the official critics we little gymnasium students were in our evaluation, our instinct, proved here and elsewhere, for the thing that would survive. All in all, about 10 to 12 dozen listeners had gathered in the narrow hall, and so it would not have been necessary for me in my impatience to start out half an hour too early to be sure of a seat. We waited for a little while, when suddenly a slim, inconspicuous young man passed between the seats towards the desk and began so unexpectedly that I hardly had time to look at him carefully. Hofmannsthal, with his soft, incipient mustache and his elastic figure, appeared to be even younger than I had expected him to be. His sharply profiled, dark, somewhat Italian face was nervously tense, and the impression of tension was heightened by the unrest of his very dark, velvety, markedly nearsighted eyes. With one plunge, he threw himself into his talk like a swimmer into a familiar stream, and the more he spoke, the freer his gestures became, and the more assured his demeanor. No sooner was he in his intellectual element, and I often noticed this later in our private conversations, than his initial nervousness was overcome by an amazing lightness and soaring of speech, as is always the case with men who are inspired. It was only in his opening sentences that I was aware of the fact that his voice was unlovely, ofttimes close to a falsetto and near to breaking. Soon his talk bore us aloft high and free, so that we were barely aware of his voice or his face. He spoke without a script, without notes, and possibly without careful preparation, but out of his natural feeling for form, each sentence was rounded out to perfection. Brilliantly, the most daring antitheses unfolded only to dissolve themselves in clear, though amazing, formulations. Perforce we had the feeling of an overpowering abundance. We knew that what was being cast by chance before us was but part of a much greater fullness, and that inspired as he was and uplifted into a higher sphere, he could continue to talk thus for hours on end without impoverishing himself or descending from his level. Later on in private conversations, I again experienced the magic power of this inventor of rolling speech, as Stefan Zweig called him. Restless, fiery, sensitive, exposed to every movement of the air, often moody and nervous in private, he was not easy to get close to. But the very moment that a problem interested him, it was like a spark. With a gleaming, sparkling, rocket-like flight, he carried every discussion aloft into the sphere that was his own and attainable only to him. With the exception of several conversations with Valerie, who thought more clearly and with more measure, and the Elon of Kaiserling, I have never experienced any conversation on so high an intellectual plane. In these truly inspired moments, everything was objectively close to his demonic awareness, every book that he had read, every picture that he had seen, every landscape. One metaphor was bound to the next as naturally as hand to hand. Perspectives arose like unexpected stage sets behind the horizon one had already believed was reached. On the occasion of that lecture and later in personal encounters, I sensed in him the true afflatus, the enlivening, inspiriting breath of the incommensurable, the something that cannot be grasped fully by reason alone. In a certain sense, Hofmannsthal never surpassed the unique wonder that he was between his 16th and his 24th years. I do not less admire many of his later works, the lovely essays, the fragment of Andreas, that torso of what was probably the most beautiful novel in the German language, and individual portions of his dramas. But his stronger ties to the real theater and the interests of his time, with his definite consciousness and the ambitiousness of his plans, something that was akin to dream walking, Something purely inspirational in those early boyish poems, which had been the ecstasy and exhilaration of our youth, disappeared. With that magical knowledge which is peculiar to the immature, we had known in advance that this miracle of our youth was unique and without recurrence in our life. Balzac has incomparably described how the example of Napoleon electrified an entire generation in France. To Balzac, the brilliant rise of the insignificant Lieutenant Bonaparte to the rank of Emperor of the world meant not only the triumph of an individual, but the victory of the idea of youth. That one did not have to be born a prince or a duke to achieve power at an early age, that one might come from any humble and even poor family and yet be a general at 24, ruler of France at 30, and of the entire world, caused hundreds, after this unique success, to abandon petty vocations and provincial abodes. Lieutenant Bonaparte had fired the minds of an entire generation of youth. He drove them to aspire to higher things. He made the generals of the Grande Army the heroes and careerists of the Comédie Humaine. It is always an individual young person who achieves the unattainable for the first time in any field, and thus encourages all the youngsters around him or who come after him by the mere fact of his success. In this sense, Hofmannsthal and Rilke signified an unusual impulse for our, as yet unfermented energies. Without hoping that any one of us could ever repeat the miracle of Hofmannsthal, we were none the less strengthened by his mere physical existence. It proved tangibly that a poet was possible in our time, in our city, in our midst. For after all, his father, a banker, came from the same Jewish middle class as the rest of us. This genius had grown up in a house similar to our own, with similar furniture and similar manners. He had gone to a similarly sterile gymnasium. He had studied out of the same textbooks and had sat for 8 years on the same wooden benches, impatient as we had been, similarly impassioned for all intellectual values. And lo, while he was still fraying his trousers on the benches and was forced to march around in the gymnasium, he had succeeded in transcending space and its confines, city and family, by his flight into the boundless. Through Hofmannsthal, it was to some extent demonstrated to us, ad oculos, that in principle it was possible, even at our age and in the prison atmosphere of an Austrian gymnasium, to create poetry and even to create perfection. It was even possible, a terrific temptation for a youthful temperament, to be published, to be celebrated, to become famous, while at home and in school one was still considered a half-grown, unimportant being. Rilke stood for a different sort of encouragement and supplemented that of Hofmannsthal in a comforting fashion. It would have seemed blasphemous for even the most daring of us to try to rival Hofmannsthal. We knew that he was a unique miracle of premature perfection, which could never be repeated, and when we 16-year-olds compared our rhymes with the highly renowned verses which he had written at the same age, we quaked with shame. In the same way we felt humbled in our knowledge of the eagle's flight, with which he coursed through cosmic space while he was still in the gymnasium. On the other hand, Rilke had begun to write and publish his poems at an equally early age, when he was 17 or 18. But Rilke's early verses, in comparison with Hofmannsthal's, and even in an absolute sense, were immature, childish, and naive, and only forbearance could find a few slender golden traces of talent in them. It was only gradually, in his 22nd and 23rd years, that the personality of this majestic poet, so boundlessly loved by us, began to emerge, and that was an enormous consolation for us. It was not necessary, therefore, to attain perfection while still in the gymnasium as Hofmannsthal had done, but like Rilke, we could feel our way, experiment for ourselves, and climb upward. We did not have to give up in immediate despair because for the time being our writing was unripe, irresponsible, and inadequate, and perhaps instead of the miracle of Hofmannsthal, we could repeat in ourselves the serener, more normal rise of Rilke. For as was to be expected, we had long since begun to write or to create verses, to compose music or to recite. Every passive, passionate attitude is of itself an unnatural one for youth, for it is in its being not only to take up impressions, but to reproduce them actively. For a young man to love the theater means that he will at least desire or dream to work for, or in, the theater. To admire talent ecstatically in all its forms irresistibly leads to introspection, to see if it is not possible to discover some trace or possibility of this choicest of essences in one's unexplored body or still cloudy soul. And so it occurred in our class at school that, in keeping with the Viennese atmosphere and the particular limitations of the times, the impulse to creative production became positively epidemic. Each one of us sought some talent within himself and endeavored to unfold it. 4 or 5 of us wished to be actors. They imitated the diction of the imperial players. They recited and declaimed without ceasing, secretly took lessons in acting, and, during the recesses at school, distributed parts and improvised entire scenes from the classics, while the rest of us formed a curious but exacting audience. 2 or 3 were splendidly accomplished musicians, but had not yet decided whether they would become composers, virtuosi, or conductors. I owe to them my first knowledge of the new music which then was still generally scorned at the official concerts of the Philharmonic, whereas they, in turn, came to us for the text for their songs and choruses. Another, the son of a fashionable painter who was quite famous at that time, spent hours at school filling our notebooks with sketches and drew portraits of all of the future geniuses of the class. But the literary endeavors were the strongest, owing to our mutual stimulation to a constantly more rapid perfection and the exchange of criticisms of every single poem. The level which we 17-year-olds had attained was far superior to the merely dilettanti and, in some cases, actually approached a truly valid accomplishment, as was proven by the fact that our productions were not only accepted by obscure provincial papers, but by the leading reviews of the new generation. They were accepted, published, and, this is the most convincing proof, paid for. One of my comrades, Ph.A., whom I worshipped as a genius, shone in the first place in Pan, that sumptuous deluxe publication, side by side with Demel and Rilke. Another, A.M., under the pseudonym of August Ehler, had gained admission to the most unapproachable and most eclectic of all the German reviews, the Blatter für die Kunst, which Stefan George reserved exclusively for his sacrosanct circle. A third, encouraged by Hofmannsthal, had written a drama about Napoleon. A fourth, a new aesthetic theory and important sonnets. I myself had gained admission to Gesellschaft, the leading magazine of the moderns, and to Maximilian Harden's Zukunft, the weekly which was most determining for the political and cultural history of the new Germany. If I look back today, then I must objectively confess that the sum of our knowledge, the refinement of our literary technique, and our artistic level were really astounding for 17-year-olds and only explicable by the inspiring example of Hofmannsthal's fantastic prematurity, which forced us to a passionate exertion towards giving the very best in order to maintain some show of respect in each other's eyes. We were masters of all the tricks, the extravagances, the venturesomeness of the language. We possessed the technique of every verse form, and in countless attempts had tested every style from Pindaric pathos to the simple diction of the folk song. Each day we showed each other our work, mutually pointed out the slightest discrepancies, and discussed every metric detail. While our good teachers were unsuspectingly correcting our essays with red ink for missing commas, we practiced criticism on each other with a severity, a knowledge of art, and an exactitude such as none of the official pontiffs of literature on our biggest newspapers applied to the classical masterpieces. In our last school years, we went far ahead of the appointed and famous critics in professional judgment and in our capacity for stylistic expression. This factual and truthful description of our literary prematurity might lead to the opinion that we had been a particular wonder class. By no means. At that time one could observe the same phenomenon, the same fanaticism, and the same premature talent in a dozen neighboring schools in Vienna. That could not have been chance. It was a particularly propitious atmosphere, conditioned by the artistic soil of the city, the unpolitical era, the emerging constellation of intellectual talents, and the new literary orientation at the turn of the century, and it was chemically related in us to the imminent will to produce, which perforce belongs to that stage of life. In the age of puberty, the poetic, or the impulse toward the poetic, goes through every young person, usually of course like a passing wave. Only rarely does such an inclination outlive youth, since in itself it is only an emanation of youth. None of our 5 actors on the school bench later became actors on the real stage. The poets of Pan and the Blätter die Kunst, after that first astonishing beginning, bogged down as sober lawyers or officials, and perhaps today they smile with irony or melancholy at their former ambitions. I am the only one of the whole group in whom the productive passion remained, and in whom it became the meaning and quintessence of an entire life. But how thankfully I think of that comradeship. How much it helped me. How those fiery discussions, that wild rivalry, that mutual admiration and criticism gave practice to my hand and nerve. How it widened and heightened my view of the intellectual cosmos. How it gave all of us wings to rise above the emptiness and wretchedness of our school. Thou noble art! How oft, when sorrow thrilled me, whenever that immortal song of Schubert resounds, in a sort of plastic vision, I see us sitting slump-shouldered on our miserable school benches, and then on our way home, with glowing, excited faces, criticizing poems, reciting, passionately forgetting all bonds of time and space, truly, into a better world upborn. Such an artistic monomania, such overvaluation of the aesthetic, carried to the point of absurdity, could only exist at the expense of the normal interests of our age. If I ask myself today, when we found time to read all those books, crammed full as our days were with school and private lessons, it becomes clear to me that it was mostly at the expense of our sleep and therefore of our bodily vigor. Although I had to get up at 7, I never put down my book before 1 or 2 in the morning. The bad habit of reading for 1 or 2 hours, no matter how late at night it may be, has remained with me ever since. I cannot recall ever having raced to school except with too little sleep, my face hardly washed, devouring my breakfast roll as I ran. Small wonder that with all our intellectuality, we looked haggard and green as unripe fruit. What is more, our clothes were fairly shabby, for every penny of our pocket money was spent on the theater, concerts, or books, and, on the other hand, we attached but little weight to pleasing young girls, since we thought to impress higher tribunals. It seemed to us that walking with the girls was time lost, for in our intellectual arrogance we looked from the start upon the other sex as being mentally inferior, and did not wish to waste our precious hours in inane conversation. It would not be easy to make a young person of today understand to what degree we ignored all sport and even disdained it. To be sure, in the last century the sport wave had not yet reached our continent from England. There were as yet no stadiums where 100,000 people went wild with joy when one boxer hit another on the chin. The newspapers did not yet send reporters to fill columns with Homeric rapture about a hockey game. Fights, athletic clubs, and heavyweight records were still regarded in our time as a thing of the outer city, and butchers and porters really made up their audience. At best, the noble and more aristocratic sport of racing drew the so-called good society several times a year to the racetrack, but could not lure us who looked upon every physical activity as a plain waste of time. At 13, when this intellectual literary infection set in, I stopped skating and used for books the money which my parents allowed me for dancing lessons. At 18, I could not yet swim, dance, or play tennis, and today I still can neither ride a wheel nor drive a car, and in all sports any 10-year-old could put me to shame. Even now, in 1941, I am highly confused as to the difference between baseball and football, hockey and polo, and the sporting page of a newspaper with its inexplicable figures seems to me to be written in Chinese. In the matter of all speed and ability records in sport, I have always been of the same opinion as the Shah of Persia who, when urged to attend the Derby, replied with oriental wisdom, "Why? I know that one horse can run faster than another. It makes no difference to me which one it is." We were as contemptuous about throwing away our time in playing games as we were about training our bodies. Chess alone found favor in our eyes, because it required mental exertion, and what was more absurd, although we felt ourselves to be, at least potentially, the coming poets, we bothered but little about nature. During my first 20 years, I saw practically nothing of the wonderful surroundings of Vienna. The loveliest and warmest summer days had a particular appeal for us, because on such days the city was empty. We got more papers and magazines in the coffee houses, and got them more quickly. It took me years and decades to find the balance for this childishly eager overexcitement and to overcome my unavoidable bodily clumsiness. But all in all, I have never regretted that fanaticism of my gymnasium period, that living through one's eyes and on one's nerves. It infused into my blood a passion for the intellectual which I should never care to lose, and all I have since read and learned stands on the firm foundation of those years. What one's muscles have missed can be made up later. The elan toward the intellectual, the soul's inner grasping power, is set in motion in those decisive formative years, and only he who has learned early to spread his soul out wide may later hold the entire world within himself. That something new was in the course of preparation in the arts, something that was more passionate, more problematical, more alluring than all that had satisfied our parents and the world around us, was the particular experience of our young years. Fascinated by this one aspect of life, we did not notice that these transitions in the aesthetic realm were nothing but trends and foreshadowings of more far-reaching changes, which were to shake the world of our fathers, the world of security, and finally to destroy it. A remarkable shifting began to prepare itself in our old sleepy Austria. The masses, which had silently and obediently permitted the liberal middle classes to retain the leadership for decades, suddenly became restless, organized themselves, and demanded their rights. And it was just in the last decade that politics broke into the calm of easy living with sharp and sudden blasts. The new century wanted a new order, a new era. The first of these great mass movements in Austria was the socialist movement. Up to that time, the erroneously denominated universal suffrage was only permitted to the well-to-do, who had to submit proof of ability to pay a set minimum tax. The advocates and landholders chosen from this class truly and honestly believed that they were the spokesmen and representatives of the people in Parliament. They were very proud of being educated. Some had had an academic training. They placed weight on dignity, decency, and good diction. For this reason, the sessions of Parliament were like the discussion evenings in a fashionable club. Because of their liberal belief in the unfailing progress of the world through tolerance and reason, these middle-class Democrats honestly thought that with small concessions and gradual improvements, they were furthering the welfare of all subjects in the best way possible. But they had completely forgotten that they represented only 50 or 100,000 well-situated people in the large cities, and not the hundreds of thousands and millions of the entire country. In the meantime, the machine had done its work and had gathered the formerly scattered workers around industry. Under the leadership of an eminent man, Dr. Victor Adler, a socialist party was created in Austria to further the demands of the proletariat, which sought a truly universal suffrage. Hardly had this been granted, or rather obtained by force, before it became apparent how thin though highly valuable a layer of liberalism had been. With it, conciliation disappeared from public political life, interests hit hard against interests, and the struggle began. I can still recall from my earliest childhood the day which marked the turning point in the rise of the Socialist Party in Austria. The workers, in order to demonstrate visibly for the first time their strength in numbers, had given out word that the 1st of May was to be declared the working people's holiday, and they had decided to march in closed ranks in the Prater, in whose main avenue, a lovely, broad, chestnut-lined boulevard, usually only the carriages and equipages of the aristocracy and the wealthy middle classes appeared. This announcement paralyzed the good liberal middle classes with fright. Socialists. The word had a peculiar taste of blood and terror in the Germany and Austria of those days, like Jacobin before and Bolshevik since. At first it was thought impossible for this rabble of the faubourgs to carry out its march without setting houses on fire, plundering shops, and committing every sort of atrocity imaginable. A kind of panic set in. The police of the entire city and the surroundings were posted in the Prater, and the military were held in reserve, ready to shoot. Not a carriage, not a cab, dared to come near the Prater. The merchants let down the iron shutters in front of their shops, And I can remember that our parents strictly forbade us children to go out on the streets on this day of terror, which might see Vienna in flames. But nothing happened. The workers marched in the Prater with their wives and children in closed ranks, for abreast, with exemplary discipline, each one wearing a red carnation in his buttonhole as a party emblem. While marching, they sang the Internationale, and the children, who trod on the lovely green of the Nobel Allée for the first time, chanted their carefree school songs. No one was insulted, no one was struck, no fists were clenched, and the police and the soldiers smiled at them like comrades. Thanks to this circumspect conduct, the middle classes were no longer able to brand the workers as revolutionary rabble, and they came to mutual concessions, as always in wise old Austria. The present-day system of suppression and extirpation had not yet been discovered, and the ideal of humanity, although it had already begun to fade, was alive even among political leaders. Hardly had the red carnation made its appearance as a party emblem, when another flower began to appear in buttonholes, the white carnation, the sign of membership in the Christian Social Party. Is it not touching that flowers were then still chosen as party emblems instead of top boots, daggers, and death's heads? The Christian Social Party, a lower middle-class party throughout, was actually only the organic counterpart of the proletarian movement, and, like it, was fundamentally a product of the victory of the machine over manual crafts. For while the machine, through the aggregation of large masses in the factories, brought power and a social rise to the workers, at the same time it threatened the small handicrafts. The large department stores and mass production were the ruin of the bourgeoisie and the small employers and their manufacture by hand. An able and popular leader was Dr. Karl Lueger, who mastered this unrest and worry, and with the slogan, "The little man must be helped," carried with him the entire small bourgeoisie and the disgruntled middle class, whose envy of the wealthy was markedly less than the fear of sinking from its bourgeois status into the proletariat. It was exactly the same worried group which Adolf Hitler later collected around him as his first substantial following. Karl Lueger was also his prototype in another sense, in that he taught him the usefulness of the anti-Semitic catchword, which put an opponent before the eyes of the broad classes of the bourgeoisie, and at the same time imperceptibly diverted their hatred from the great landed gentry and the feudal wealthy class. The entire vulgarization and brutalization of present-day politics, the horrible decline of our century, is demonstrated in the comparison of these two figures. Karl Lueger, with his soft, blonde beard, was an imposing person, der Schönkarl, the Viennese called him. He had been academically educated in an age that placed intellectual culture over all else, and he had not gone to school in vain. He could speak in a way that appealed to the people. He was vehement and witty, but even in the most heated speeches, or at least those that were thought to be heated at that time, he never overstepped the bounds of decency. His striker, a certain mechanic named Schneider, who operated with legends of ritual murders and similar vulgarities, was carefully held in check. Lueger was modest and above reproach in his private life. He always maintained a certain chivalry towards his opponents, and his official anti-Semitism never stopped him from being helpful and friendly to his former Jewish friends. When his movement had finally captured the Viennese town council, and he, after Emperor Franz Joseph, who detested the anti-Semitic tendency, had twice refused to sanction him, was appointed burgomaster, his city administration remained perfectly just and even typically democratic. The Jews, who had trembled at this triumph of the anti-Semitic party, continued to live with the same rights and esteem as always. The poison of hatred and the will to mutual and unsparing destruction had not yet entered into the bloodstream of the time. But soon a third flower appeared, the blue cornflower, Bismarck's favorite flower, and the emblem of the German National Party, which, although not then recognized as such, was consciously a revolutionary party, and worked with brutal forcefulness for the destruction of the Austrian monarchy in favor of a greater Germany under Prussian and Protestant leadership, such as Hitler dreams of. Whereas the Christian Social Party in Vienna and throughout the country was anchored in the industrial centers, The German National Party had its followers in the Bohemian and Alpine border districts. Weak in numbers, it compensated its unimportance by wild aggression and unbridled brutality. Its few representatives became the terror and, in the old sense, the shame of the Austrian parliament. In their ideas and technique, Hitler, also a border Austrian, had his origin. He took over the cry Los von Rom from George Schauner. At that time, thousands of German nationals had followed him with German obedience by going over from Catholicism to the Protestant religion in order to annoy the emperor and the clergy. Hitler also took over from him the anti-Semitic racial theory. In that race lies swinishness, his illustrious prototype had said. But above all else, he took from the German nationals the beginning of a ruthless storm troop that blindly hit out in all directions, and with it the principle of terroristic intimidation by a small group of a numerically superior but humanely more passive majority. What the S.A. men, who broke up meetings with rubber clubs, attacked their opponents by night, and felled them to the ground, accomplished for the National Socialists was provided for the German nationals by the Corps Students TAR, students' club or association with distinctive colors and emblems, such as caps and ribbons, who, under the cover of academic immunity, instituted an unparalleled campaign of violence, and who were organized as a militia to march in, at beck and call, upon every political action. Grouped into so-called Burschenschaften TR, German Students' Association founded in 1815 in opposition to the Corps, scar-faced, drunken, and brutal. They dominated the university hall, for they did not wear the cap and ribbon like the others, but were armed with hard, heavy sticks. Unceasingly aggressive, they attacked the Jewish, the Slavic, the Catholic, and the Italian students turn by turn and drove them, defenseless, out of the university. On the occasion of every bummal, as the Saturday student spree was called, blood flowed. The police, who because of the ancient privilege accorded the university were not allowed to enter the hall, had to look on inactively from without and see how these cowardly ruffians worked havoc and could do no more than carry off the wounded who were thrown bleeding down the steps into the street by these nationalist rowdies. Wherever this tiny though loudmouth party of the German nationals wished to obtain anything by force in Austria, they sent this student storm troop on ahead. When Count Badini, with the approval of the emperor and the parliament, had concluded a language decree calculated to bring about peace between Austria's national groups, and which, in all probability, would have prolonged the existence of the monarchy for decades, this handful of young hot-headed fellows occupied the Ringstrasse. The cavalry was called out, swords were drawn, and shots fired. But so great was the abhorrence of that tragically weak and touchingly human era for any violent tumult or the shedding of blood, that the government retired in the face of the German national terror. The minister-president resigned, and the thoroughly laudable language decree was rescinded. The invasion of brutality into politics thus chalked up its first success. All of the underground cracks and crevices between the classes and races, which the age of conciliation had so laboriously patched up, broke open once again and widened into abysses and chasms. In reality, it was during the last decade preceding the new century that the war of all against all had already begun in Austria. We young people, however, completely wrapped up in our literary ambitions, noticed little enough of these dangerous changes in our homeland. We had eyes only for books and pictures. We did not have the slightest interest in politics and social problems. What did these shrill wranglings mean in our lives? The city was aroused at the elections, and we went to the libraries. The masses rose, and we wrote and discussed poetry. We did not see the fiery signs on the wall, and like King Belshazzar of old we feasted without care on the precious dishes of art, not looking anxiously into the future. And only decades later, when roof and walls fell in upon us, did we realize that the foundations had long since been undermined, and that together with the new century the decline of individual freedom in Europe had begun. Eros Matutinus. During the 8 years of our higher schooling, something had occurred which was of great personal importance to each one of us. We 10-year-olds had grown into virile young men of 16, 17, and 18, and nature began to assert its rights. The awakening of puberty appears to be a purely private matter, which each growing person has to fight out in his own fashion, and at first glance does not seem at all suitable for public discussion. As far as we were concerned, that crisis grew beyond its proper sphere. At the same time, it brought about an awakening in another sense. For the first time, it taught us to observe more critically the social world in which we had grown up and its conventions. Children and even young people are at first inclined to adapt themselves respectfully to the laws of their surroundings. But they submit to the conventions demanded of them only so long as they see that these are honestly observed by everyone else. A single untruthfulness on the part of teachers or parents inevitably leads a young person to regard his entire surroundings with a suspicious and therefore a sharper eye. It did not take us long to discover that all those authorities in whom we had previously confided, school, family, and public morals, manifested an astonishing insincerity in this matter of sex. But what is more, they also demanded secrecy and reserve from us in this connection. For they thought differently about these things 30 or 40 years ago than they do now. It is quite possible that there is no sphere of public life in which a series of factors, the emancipation of women, Freudian psychoanalysis, physical culture, the independence of youth, have brought about so complete a change within one generation as in the relationship between the sexes. If we attempt to differentiate between the middle-class morality of the 19th century, which was essentially a Victorian morality, and the freer and unaffected views of today, we shall probably come closest if we say that that epoch anxiously evaded the sexual problem out of an inner feeling of uncertainty. Earlier religious ages, that still were honest, and strict Puritanism in particular, made things easier for themselves. Filled with an upright conviction that sensual desire was the sting of the devil, and that bodily lust was unchaste and sinful, the authorities of the Middle Ages approached the problem fairly and squarely with harsh interdictions, and, particularly in Calvinist Geneva, they enforced their strict morality with cruel punishments. Our century, however, being an epoch that no longer believed in the devil and scarcely believed in God, had no heart for so drastic an anathema, but looked upon sexuality as an anarchical and therefore disturbing element, which had no place in its ethics and which was not allowed to see the light of day, because every form of free and extramarital love was in opposition to middle-class decency. In this dilemma, the Times invented a remarkable compromise. It limited its morality, not by forbidding a young man to carry on his vita sexualis, but by demanding of him that this painful matter be attended to in as inconspicuous a manner as possible. If it was not feasible to do away with sexuality, then at least it must not be visible in the world of morality. A silent pact was therefore reached, by which the entire bothersome affair was not mentioned in school, in the family, or in public, and everything which brought its existence to mind was suppressed. It is easy for us, who since the time of Freud know that whoever seeks to suppress the consciousness of natural desires not only fails to remove them, but dangerously displaces them into the subconscious, to laugh at the unenlightenment of that naive technique of concealment. But the 19th century labored under the illusion that all conflicts could be solved by rationalization, and that the more we hid the natural, the more we could temper our lawless powers. Therefore, if young people were not enlightened about the presence of these forces, they would forget their own sexuality. In this illusion of control through ignoring, all authorities were united in a boycott of hermetic silence. School and church, salon and courts, newspapers and books, modes and manners, in principle avoided every mention of the problem, and even science, whose real task should have been to approach all problems impartially, shamefully subscribed to the naturalis sunt terpia. Science also surrendered with the excuse that it was beneath its dignity to handle such improper themes. In paging through books of those times, philosophical, legal, or even medical, we find that they consistently and scrupulously avoided any mention of the subject. When professors of criminal law, in their meetings, discussed more humane methods in prisons and the injurious moral effects of incarceration there, they shyly passed by the main problem. nor did the nerve specialists, although in many cases they were fully aware of the etiology of some hysterical illnesses, dare to admit how matters really stood. We read in Freud that even his own respected teacher, Charcot, had privately admitted to him that although he knew the true cause, he had never spoken of it in public. But least of all did the so-called belles lettres of the times dare to represent things honestly, for the aesthetically beautiful alone had been apportioned to them as their proper domain. Whereas in earlier centuries a writer had not been afraid to give an honest and inclusive cultural picture of his times, and while in the writings of Defoe, the Abbé Prévost, Fielding, and Rétif de la Bretonne, one still meets with unvarnished descriptions of conditions as they actually were, our epic thought that it could only portray the sentimental and the sublime, but not the painful and the true. For this reason we find, in the literature of the 19th century, only the merest trace of all the perils, shadows, and confusions of the city youth. Even if a writer boldly mentioned prostitution, he thought it necessary to ennoble it, and perfumed the heroine as a veritable Camille. So we are confronted with the amazing fact that if, wishing to know how the young of the last century, and even the century before that, fought their way through life, a young man of today picks up the novels of the greatest masters of those times, the works of Dickens and Thackeray, Gottfried Keller and Bjornson, with the exception of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, who being Russian stood outside of European pseudo-idealism. He will find nothing but sublimated and toned-down events described there. For the entire generation was inhibited in its freedom of speech by the pressure of the times. And nothing shows more clearly the almost hysterical overexcitement of the morality of our forefathers and its incredible atmosphere than the fact that even this literary reticence was not sufficient. Is it possible for us to understand that so objective a novel as Madame Bovary was forbidden by a French court as being indecent, or that in the time of my youth Zola's novels were held to be pornographic, and that even so calm and epic a writer as Thomas Hardy had raised storms of indignation in England and America? As reticent as they were, these books had already revealed too much of reality. But we grew up in this sticky, perfumed, sultry, unhealthy atmosphere. This dishonest and unpsychological morality of secrecy and hiding hung over us like a nightmare. And since true literary and culturally historical documents are lacking because of the universality of this technique of concealment, it may not be easy to reconstruct what already has become incomprehensible. A certain clue, however, is available. We need merely look at the fashions, for the modes of a century, with their trends and visual taste, unintentionally also reveal its morals. It is no mere chance that today, in the year 1941, when men and women of society of the year 1900 are shown on the cinema screen in the costumes of their time, audiences in every city and in every village of Europe or America break out into uncontrolled laughter. Even the most naive persons of today laugh at them as caricatures. These strange figures of yesteryear appear as unnaturally, uncomfortably, unhygienically, and unpractically dressed fools. And even to us who still saw our mothers and aunts and friends in these absurd costumes, to say nothing of the fact that we ourselves went about as ridiculously attired, it seems like a ghost-like dream that an entire generation could have submitted itself to such stupid fashions without a murmur. The male fashions alone, the high, stiff collar, the choker which made any easy motion impossible, the buttoned-up black frock coats with their flapping skirts, and the high stovepipe hats, are cause for mirth, to say nothing of the lady of former times in her careful and complicated attire, violating nature in every single detail. The middle of her body laced into a wasp shape in a corset of stiff whalebone, blown out like a huge bell from the waist down, the neck closed in up to the chin, legs shrouded to the toes, the hair towering aloft with countless curls, locks, and braids under a majestically swaying monstrosity of a hat, the hands encased in gloves, even on the warmest summer day, this long since archaic being, the lady. In spite of the jewelry with which she was bespangled, in spite of the perfume which surrounded her, the costly laces, the ruchings, and other adornments, was an unhappy, pitifully helpless person. At first glance, one is aware that a woman, once she is encased in such a toilette, like a knight in armor, could no longer move about freely, gracefully, and lightly. Every movement, every gesture, and consequently her entire conduct, had to be artificial, unnatural, and affected in such a costume. The mere makeup of such a lady, to say nothing of her social education, the putting on and taking off of these robes, was a troublesome procedure and quite impossible without the help of others. First, a countless number of hooks and eyes had to be fastened in the back from waist to neck, and the corset pulled tight with all the strength of the maid in attendance. The long hair. Must I remind the young people that 30 years ago, with the exception of a few dozen Russian students, every woman in Europe could let her hair down to her waist, was curled, brushed, combed, flattened, piled up, with the aid of a legion of hairpins, barrettes, and combs, and with the additional help of a curling iron and curlers, by a hairdresser who called daily, before one could swathe and build her up with petticoats, camisoles, jackets, and bodices like so many layers of onion skin, until the last trace of her womanly and personal figure had fully disappeared. But this nonsense had a secret reason. The true lines of the body of a woman had to be so completely hidden that even her bridegroom at the wedding banquet could not have the faintest idea whether his future life partner was straight or crooked, whether she was fat or lean, short-legged, bow-legged, or long-legged. This moral era by no means regarded as impermissible the building up of the bosom, the hair, or the use of a bustle for reasons of deception or as an adaptation to the common ideal of beauty. The more of a lady a woman was to be, the less was her natural form to be seen. Fundamentally, the mode, with this as its obvious motive, merely obeyed the general moral tendency of the time, whose chief care was dissembling and concealment. But this wise morality completely forgot that if one shuts the front door on the devil, he usually forces an entrance through the chimney or the back door. What catches the more impartial eye of today, looking at these fashions which sought in despair to cover up every trace of naked skin and honest growth, is not their decency, but, on the contrary, their minutely provocative revelation of the radical difference between the sexes. Whereas the young man and young woman of our day, both tall and slim, both beardless and with short hair, have a certain conformity even in their outward appearance, the sexes in those days set themselves as far apart as they could. The men sported long beards, or at least twirled a mighty mustache, so that their manhood was apparent even from afar, while in the case of woman the corset ostentatiously outlined the bosom, the chief characteristic of her sex. The stronger sex was accentuated over the weaker one in the bearing demanded of each, the man vigorous, chivalrous, and aggressive, the woman shy, timid, and on the defensive, the hunter and his prey, instead of their being equal. By this unnatural differentiation in external habits, the inner tension between the poles, the erotic, was necessarily strengthened, and thus, by its unpsychological method of concealment and reticence, the society of that time achieved the directly opposite effect. While in its incessant fear and prudishness, it was constantly tracking down the indecent in all forms of life, literature, art, and dress, in order to avoid every possible incitement. It was actually forced to think constantly of the indecent. Since it searched without interruption for all that was improper, it found itself in a constant state of alert. To the world of that day, decency was always in mortal danger, in every word and in every gesture. Perhaps we can still understand that in those days it would have been a crime for a woman to wear a pair of trousers at play. The possibility of two young people of the same social class, but of different sexes, going on an excursion together without proper supervision was unthinkable, or rather, the first thought would have been that something might happen. Such companionship was only permissible if some chaperone, a mother or a governess, followed the young people step by step. That even in the hottest summers young girls should play tennis in clothes that permitted freedom to their legs, or with naked arms, would have been scandalous, and when a well-behaved woman crossed her feet in society, custom found this to be horribly improper, because her ankles might be disclosed under the hem of her dress. Even the elements, sun, water, and air, were not permitted to touch the skin of a woman. In the open sea, women made painful progress in heavy suits which covered them from top to toe, and in the boarding schools and convents the young girls, in order to forget that they had bodies, were forced to bathe in long, white shirts. It is neither legendary nor exaggerated to say that old women died, the lines of whose shoulders or knees no one had ever seen, with the exception of the midwife, their husbands, and the undertaker. Yet after 40 years all this must appear to be either a fairy tale or humorous exaggeration. But this fear of everything physical and natural dominated the whole people, from the highest to the lowest, with the violence of an actual neurosis. Can one still imagine today that at the turn of the century, when women first ventured to ride a bicycle or rode a man's saddle, these daring creatures were stoned by peasants? Or that once, when I still went to school, the Viennese papers printed columns of discussion about the proposed horribly indecent innovation. The ballerinas of the Imperial Opera were to dance without stockings? Or that it was an incomparable sensation when Isadora Duncan, in her highly classical dances, for the first time showed the soles of her feet below her white tunic, which fortunately floated all the way down, instead of wearing the customary silk slippers? And now think of the young people who grew up with eyes wide open in such an era, and how ridiculous these fears over the constant threat to decency must have seemed to them, as soon as they discovered that the cloak of morality, which had been thought to conceal all these things, was threadbare and full of holes. After all, it was unavoidable that one of the 50 gymnasium students would occasionally meet his professor in a dimly lighted back street, or that in the family circle we heard that this one or that one, who was particularly haughty in our presence, had various lapses from grace on his conscience. As a matter of fact, nothing increased and troubled our curiosity as much as this clumsy business of concealment, and since all that was natural was not permitted to run its course freely and openly, in a big city curiosity created its own not very clean underground outlets. In all classes, through this suppression of youth, an overexcitation was felt which worked itself out in a childish and helpless fashion. There was scarcely a fence or a privy that was not besmeared with obscene words and drawings, hardly a bathing pool in which the wooden wall of the women's quarters was not bored full of peepholes. Entire industries, which have perished today now that customs are more natural, flowered secretly. Art, and nude photographs in particular, were offered to half-grown boys for sale under the table by peddlers in every cafe. Since serious literature was forced to be careful and idealistic, pornographic literature of the very worst sort called sous le manteau, printed on bad paper and written in bad language, nonetheless found a tremendous public, as did magazines of a racy nature. None can be found today as vile and repulsive as they were. In addition to the imperial theater, which had to serve the ideal of the times with all its nobility of purpose and its snow-white purity, there were theaters and cabarets given over exclusively to obscenity. Everywhere the suppressed sought byways, loopholes, and detours. In the final analysis, that generation, to whom all enlightenment and all innocent association with the opposite sex was prudishly denied, was 1,000 times more erotically inclined than the younger generation of today with its greater freedom of love. For it is only the forbidden that occupies the senses, only the forbidden excites desire, and the less the eyes manage to see and the ears to hear, the more the mind will dream. The less air, light, and sun were allowed to the body, the more the senses were troubled. To sum up, the pressure of society on our youth, instead of bringing about a higher morality, brought forth nothing but mistrust and bitterness against all authorities. From the very first day of our awakening, we had felt instinctively that this dishonest morality, with its concealment and reticence, wished to take something that rightly belonged to our age away from us, and our will to honesty was sacrificed to a convention which had long since become false. This social morality, which, on the one hand, privately presupposed the existence of sexuality and its natural course, but on the other would not recognize it openly at any price, was doubly deceitful. While it winked one eye at a young man, and even encouraged him with the other, to sow his wild oats, as the kindly language of the home put it. In the case of a woman, it studiously shut both eyes and acted as if it were blind. That a man could experience desires, and was permitted to experience them, was silently admitted by custom. But to admit frankly that a woman could be subject to similar desires, or that creation for its eternal purposes also required a female polarity, would have transgressed the conception of the sanctity of womanhood. In the pre-Freudian era, therefore, the axiom was agreed upon that a female person could have no physical desires as long as they had not been awakened by man, and that, obviously, was officially permitted only in marriage. But even in those moral times, in Vienna in particular, the air was full of dangerous erotic infection, and a girl of good family had to live in a completely sterilized atmosphere, from the day of her birth until the day when she left the altar on her husband's arm. In order to protect young girls, they were not left alone for a single moment. They were given a governess whose duty it was to see that they did not step out of the house unaccompanied, that they were taken to school, to their dancing lessons, to their music lessons, and brought home in the same manner. Every book which they read was inspected, and, above all else, young girls were constantly kept busy to divert their attention from any possible dangerous thoughts. They had to practice the piano, learn singing and drawing, foreign languages, and the history of literature and art. They were educated and overeducated. But while the aim was to make them as educated and as socially correct as possible, at the same time society anxiously took great pains that they remain innocent of all natural things to a degree unthinkable today. A young girl of good family was not allowed to have any idea of how the male body was formed, or to know how children came into the world, for the angel was to enter into matrimony not only physically untouched, but completely pure spiritually as well. Good breeding, for a young girl of that time, was identical with ignorance of life, and this ignorance ofttimes lasted for the rest of their lives. I am still amused by a grotesque story of an aunt of mine who, on the night of her marriage, stormed the door of her parents' house at 1 o'clock in the morning. She never again wished to see the horrible creature to whom she had been married. He was a madman and a beast, for he had seriously attempted to undress her. It was only with great difficulty that she had been able to escape from this obviously perverted desire. Now I cannot conceal the fact that this innocence lent the young girls of those days a secret charm. These unfledged creatures sensed that besides their own world there was another of which they knew nothing and were not permitted to know anything, and this made them curious, dreaming, yearning, and covered them with an alluring confusion. When we greeted them on the street, they blushed. Are there any young girls today who blush? When they were among themselves, they giggled and whispered and laughed incessantly, as if they were slightly tipsy. Full of expectation for all this unknown experience from which they were locked out, they dreamed their lives romantically, but at the same time, they were bashful lest someone discover how much their bodies yearned for a tenderness of which they knew nothing clearly. A sort of mild confusion constantly irritated their conduct. They walked differently from the girls of today whose bodies have been steeled by sports, who move about freely with young men of their own kind. In those days one could distinguish at a distance a young girl from a woman who had already known a man, simply by the way she walked. They were more girlish and less womanly than the girls are today. In their nature they were akin to the exotic delicacy of a hothouse plant cultivated under glass in an artificially overwarmed atmosphere, protected against any strong gust of wind, the artfully tended product of a definite education and culture. And that is how the society of those days wished young girls to be, silly and untaught, well educated and innocent, curious and shy, uncertain and unpractical, and predisposed to this education without knowledge of the world from the very beginning, to be led and formed by a man in marriage without any will of their own. Custom seemed to preserve them as a symbol of its most secret ideals, as an emblem of womanly chastity, virginity, and unworldliness. But what a tragedy it was if one of these young girls missed her time, if she was not yet married at 25 or 30. Custom pitilessly demanded of women of 30 and 40 years of age that for the sake of family and morality, They maintained this condition of inexperience and freedom from desire, of naivete, although it no longer suited their age. But then the sweet picture usually turned into a sharp and cruel caricature. The unmarried maiden became an article left on the shelf, and the leftover became an old maid, the butt of the shallow derision of all the comic papers. Whoever picks up a volume of the Fliegen or any one of the humorous magazines of that period will shudder at their stupid jeering at aging maidens, who with nerves disturbed did not know how to conceal their natural desire for love. Instead of recognizing the tragedy which beset these sacrificed lives, which for reasons of family and good name were forced to suppress the demands of nature and the desire for love and motherhood, people ridiculed them with a lack of understanding that disgusts us today. For a society is always most cruel to those who disclose and reveal its secrets, when through dishonesty society itself has outraged nature. Although middle-class usage strove frantically to uphold the fiction that a well-born woman neither possessed sexual instincts nor was permitted to possess any as long as she remained unmarried, anything else would have made her an immoral person, an outcast from the family. It was obliged to admit the existence of such desires on the part of young men. Since experience had taught that those who had grown to manhood could not be hindered from carrying on their sexual life, the only restriction was the modest wish that they accomplish their unworthy pleasures outside the walls of sacred morality. Just as cities, under the cleanly swept streets with their handsome deluxe shops and elegant promenades, hide a system of subterranean sewers which carry off their filth, so the entire sexual life of youth was supposed to go on under the moral surface of society. The perils to which a young man was exposed, and the company into which he might come, were a matter of indifference. School and family carefully avoided enlightening the young man in this connection. Occasionally, in later years, there were cautious or enlightened fathers, as they were then called, who, the moment their sons showed the first signs of a sprouting beard, wished to guide them into the right path. Then the family physician was called in, and at the proper time bade the young man come into the room, polished his glasses unnecessarily before he began his lecture on the dangers of venereal diseases, and admonished the young man, who usually at this point had long since taught himself, to be moderate and not to overlook certain preventive measures. Other fathers used an even more astonishing method. They engaged a pretty servant girl for the house whose task it was to give the young lad some practical experience. It seemed best to them that the youngster take care of this bothersome matter under their own roof, for it not only preserved decorum outwardly, but also averted the danger of his falling into the hands of some designing person. One method of enlightenment was frowned upon by all the authorities, the open and honest method. What possibilities actually existed for a young man of the middle-class world? In all the others, in the so-called lower classes, the problem was no problem at all. In the country, the farmhand slept with a maid when he was 17, and even if the affair had any consequences, it was of no further importance. In most of our alpine villages, the number of natural children greatly exceeded the legitimate ones. Among the proletariat, the worker, before he could get married, lived with another worker in free love. Among the Orthodox Jews of Galicia, a bride was given to the 17-year-old, that is, at the normal age of puberty, and it was possible for him to be a grandfather at 40. It was only in our middle-class society that such a remedy as an early marriage was scorned. No father of a family would have entrusted his daughter to a 20 or 22-year-old man, since so young, a man was not considered sufficiently mature. Here, too, an inner dishonesty disclosed itself, for the middle-class calendar in no way agreed with that of nature. As far as society was concerned, a young man did not reach manhood until he had secured a social position for himself, that is, hardly before his 25th or 26th year. And so there was an artificial interval of 6, 8, or 10 years between actual manhood and manhood as society accepted it, and in this interval the young man had to take care of his own affairs or adventures. Those days did not give him too many opportunities. Only a very few particularly rich young men could afford the luxury of keeping a mistress, that is, taking an apartment and paying her expenses. and only a very few fortunate young men achieved the literary ideal of love of the times, the only one which it was permitted to describe in novels, an affair with a married woman. The others helped themselves for the most part with shopgirls and waitresses, and this offered little inner satisfaction. For at that time, before the emancipation of women and their active participation in public life, it was only the girls of the very poorest proletarian background who were sufficiently unresisting on the one hand, and had enough freedom on the other, for such passing relationships without serious thoughts of marriage. Badly dressed, tired after a 12-hour day of poorly paid work, unkempt. A bathroom in those days was still only the privilege of the rich, and brought up in narrow circumstances. These poor creatures were so much below the standing of their lovers that these in turn were mostly ashamed of being seen openly with them. But convention, always cautious, had invented its own measures for this painful situation, the so-called chambers séparés, where one could dine unseen with a girl. The rest was accomplished in the dark side streets in the little hotels which were equipped for these purposes exclusively. But all these meetings had to be fleeting and without any real beauty, more sex drive than Eros, for they were always hasty and secret, as all forbidden things are. Then, of course, there was still the possibility of an affair with one of those amphibious creatures who were half inside, half outside society. Actresses, dancers, and artistes, the only emancipated women of the times. But generally speaking, prostitution was still the foundation of the erotic life outside of marriage. In a certain sense, it constituted a dark underground vault over which rose the gorgeous structure of middle-class society with its faultless, radiant facade. The present generation has hardly any idea of the gigantic spread of prostitution in Europe before the World War. Whereas today it is as rare to meet a prostitute on the streets of a big city as it is to meet a wagon in the road, then the sidewalks were so sprinkled with women for sale that it was more difficult to avoid than to find them. To this was added the countless number of closed houses, the nightclubs, the cabarets, the dance parlors with their dancers and singers, and the bars with their come-on girls. At that time, female wares were offered for sale at every hour and at every price, and it cost a man as little time and trouble to purchase a woman for a quarter of an hour, or a night, as it did to buy a package of cigarettes or a newspaper. Nothing seems to me to confirm the greater honesty and naturalness of our present-day life and love forms than the fact that it is possible and almost normal for the youth of today to do without this once indispensable institution. It is not the police nor the laws that have restricted prostitution in our world. This tragic product of a pseudo-morality, except for a small remnant, has liquidated itself because of a decreased demand. The official attitude of the state and its morality towards this shady affair was never a very comfortable one. From the moral point of view, the state did not dare acknowledge the right of a woman to sell herself, and from the hygienic viewpoint, on the other hand, prostitution could not be spared because it canalized the troublesome extramarital sexuality. And so the authorities sought to avail themselves of an ambiguity, in that a distinction was made between private prostitution, which the state prosecuted as being immoral and dangerous, and legalized prostitution, which it supplied with a sort of trade license, and which it taxed. A girl who had decided to become a prostitute was given a particular concession by the police and received her own book as a qualifying certificate. Inasmuch as she submitted to police control and complied with her duty of being examined by a physician twice each week, she had acquired the business right to lease out her body at any price she saw fit. Prostitution was recognized as a profession among the other professions, but, and here is the rub of morality, it was not quite fully recognized. So, for example, a prostitute who sold her wares, that is, her body, to a man and later did not receive the price agreed upon, had no right to sue him. For then suddenly her suit, ob terpem causam as the law saw it, had become an immoral one and stood without the protection of the law. It was in such matters that one felt the duplicity of a concept which, although it incorporated these girls into a legally permitted profession, still considered them personally as outcasts beyond the law. But the actual dishonesty lay in the fact that these limitations applied only to the poorer classes. A ballet dancer, who was available for any man at any hour in Vienna for 200 crowns, just as the girl of the streets was available for 2 crowns, obviously did not need a trade license. The great demi-mondaines were even mentioned in the papers as among those present at the derby or the trotting races, because they were already a part of society. And again, certain of the most fashionable go-betweens, who furnished the court, the aristocracy, and the rich with luxury wares, were above the law, though usually procuring was punished with a heavy prison sentence. The strict discipline, the pitiless surveillance, the social ostracism, applied only to the army of thousands and thousands who defended, with their bodies and their humiliated souls, an old and long since undermined moral prejudice against free and natural love. This gigantic army of prostitution, like the real army, was made up of various branches: cavalry, artillery, infantry, and siege artillery. In the ranks of prostitution, the siege artillery was the group which had occupied certain streets in the city as their quarter. They were for the most part the places where in the Middle Ages the gallows had stood, or a leper hospital, or a cemetery had been, or where the freemen and other social outcasts had found shelter. In other words, vicinities which the citizens had preferred to avoid as residential quarters. There the authorities had set up certain streets as a love market. Door after door, in the 20th century, from 200 to 500 women sat as they did in the Yoshiwara of Japan or the fish market in Cairo, one next to the other on display at the windows of their dwellings at street level. Cheap goods which were worked in 2 shifts, day and night. The cavalry or infantry was made up of the roving prostitutes, the countless girls who sought their clients on the streets. In Vienna, they were commonly called line girls, because the sidewalks had been marked off by the police with an invisible line where they might carry on their trade. By day and by night until the gray of the dawn, they dragged their dearly bought false elegance over the streets, in rain and snow, constantly forced to twist their tired, badly painted faces into an alluring smile for every passerby. Every city appears to me to be lovelier and more humane since these droves of hungry, unhappy women no longer populate the streets, without pleasure offering pleasure for sale, and after all their wandering from one corner to another finally going one and the same inevitable way, the way to the infirmary. But even these masses did not suffice for the steady demand. There were some who wished to be more comfortable and more discreet than in chasing these fluttering bats or sorry birds of paradise on the streets. They wanted love at their ease, with light and warmth, with music and dancing and an appearance of luxury. These clients had their closed houses or brothels. There the girls were assembled in a so-called salon, furnished in counterfeit luxury, some in evening gowns, others in unreticent negligées. A piano player supplied the music. There was drinking and dancing and conversation before the pairs discreetly retired to a bedroom. In some of the more fashionable houses, particularly in Paris and Milan, which had a sort of international reputation, a naive person could labor under the illusion of having been invited to a private house with some very merry ladies of society. Outwardly, the girls in these houses were better off than the roving girls of the streets. They did not have to wander through wind and rain, through filthy alleys. They sat in warm rooms, were given good clothes, ample food, and, in particular, ample drink. But in return, they were actually the prisoners of their landladies, who forced the clothes they wore upon them at exorbitant prices, and did such magic tricks of arithmetic with the rent and board that even the most industrious and persevering girl remained in debt and could never leave the house of her own free will. To write the intimate history of some of these houses would be interesting and also of documentary importance for the culture of that period, for they held the strangest secrets, well known to the otherwise strict authorities. There were hidden doors and a special stairway by which the members of the highest society, and, it was whispered, even members of the court, could pay their visits without being seen by other mortals. There were mirrored rooms and some that offered a hidden view of the neighboring room, in which a couple were unsuspectingly enjoying themselves. There were the weirdest changes of costumes, from the habit of a nun to the dress of a ballerina, locked away in closets and chests for particular fetishists. And this was the same city, the same society, the same morality, that was indignant when young girls rode bicycles, and declared it a disgrace to the dignity of science when Freud in his calm, clear, and penetrating manner established truths that they did not wish to be true. The same world that so pathetically defended the purity of womanhood allowed this cruel sale of women, organized it, and even profited thereby. We should not permit ourselves to be misled by sentimental novels or stories of that epoch. It was a bad time for youth. The young girls were hermetically locked up under the control of the family, hindered in their free bodily as well as intellectual development. The young men were forced to secrecy and reticence by a morality which fundamentally no one believed or obeyed. Unhampered, honest relationships, in other words, all that could have made youth happy and joyous according to the laws of nature, were permitted only to the very few. And anyone of that generation who wishes to look back honestly upon his first meetings with women will recall but few episodes that he can think about with unmixed pleasure. For in addition to the social pressure, which constantly enforced precaution and secrecy, there was at that time another element that overshadowed the happiest moments, the fear of infection. Here, too, the youth of that era was neglected in comparison with those of today, for it must not be forgotten that 40 years ago sexual diseases were spread 100 times more than they are today, and that they were 100 times more dangerous and horrible in effect, because medicine did not yet know how to approach them clinically. Science could not yet cure them quickly and completely as it does today, so that now they are no more than episodes. Whereas today, thanks to Paul Ehrlich's therapy, in the clinics of the small and medium-sized universities, weeks often pass by in which the professor is unable to show his students a freshly infected case of syphilis. The statistics of those days show that in the army and in the big cities, at least 1 or 2 out of every 10 young men had fallen victim to infection. Youth was reminded incessantly of the danger. Going through the streets of Vienna, one could read on the door of every 6th or 7th house, specialist for skin and venereal diseases, and to the fear of infection was added the horror of the disgusting and degrading forms of the erstwhile cures, of which the world of today also knows nothing. For weeks on end, the entire body of anyone infected with syphilis was rubbed with mercury, the effect of which was that the teeth fell out and other injuries to health ensued. The unhappy victim of a severe encounter felt himself not only physically but spiritually spotted, and even after so horrible a cure, he could never be certain that the cunning virus might not at any moment awake from its captivity and paralyze the limbs from the spine, or soften the brain. Small wonder then that at that time many young people, once the diagnosis had been made, reached for their revolvers because they could not stand the feeling that they were suspected of being incurable. Then there were the other sorrows of a vita sexualis carried on in secret. Though I try hard to remember, I cannot recall a single comrade of my youth who did not come to me with pale and troubled mien, one because he was ill or feared illness, another because he was being blackmailed because of an abortion, a third because he lacked the money to be cured without the knowledge of his family, the fourth because he did not know how to pay hush money to a waitress who claimed to have had a child by him, the fifth because his wallet had been stolen in a brothel and he did not dare to go to the police. The youth of those pseudo-moral times were much more romantic and yet more unclean, much more excited and yet more depressed than the novels and dramas of their official writers depict them. In the sphere of Eros, in school and home, youth was rarely given the freedom and happiness to which its years entitled it. All this has to be set down in an honest picture of the times. For often when I converse with younger comrades of the post-war generation, I must convince them almost by force that our youth was by no means specially favored in comparison with their own. True, we had more freedom in the political sense than the present generation, which is compelled to submit to military service, compulsory labor, and in many countries to mass ideologies, and in almost all countries is helplessly delivered up to the arbitrary power of world politics. We were able to devote ourselves to our art and to our intellectual inclinations, and we were able to mold our private existence with more individual personality. We could live a more cosmopolitan life, and the whole world stood open to us. We could travel without a passport and without a permit wherever we pleased. No one questioned us as to our beliefs, as to our origin, race, or religion. I do not deny that we had immeasurably more individual freedom, and we not only cherished it, but made use of it as well. But as Friedrich Hebel once so aptly said, "Now we lack the wine, now we lack the cup." One and the same generation is rarely granted both. If morality gives man freedom, then the state confines him. If the state permits him freedom, then morality attempts to enslave him. We lived better and tasted more of the world, but the youth of today lives and experiences its own youth more consciously. When today I see young people come out of their schools and their colleges with their heads high, with happy faces, when I see boys and girls in free, untroubled companionship, without false modesty and false shame, at their studies, sport, and play, coursing over the snow on skis, competing classically with one another in the swimming pool, racing over the country in pairs and automobiles, akin in all forms of healthy, carefree life without any inner or outer burden, then each time it seems as, if not 40, but 1,000 years stand between them and us who, in order to procure or to receive love, always had to seek shadows and hiding places. I am genuinely happy to see how tremendous a moral revolution has occurred in favor of youth, how much freedom in loving and living they have regained, and how much they have recovered physically and spiritually in this freedom. The women appear to be more beautiful since it is permitted them to display their figures. Their walk is more erect, their eyes clearer, their talk less artificial. What a different sense of security this new generation possesses, since its members need not give an accounting of their conduct to anyone but themselves, having wrung control from mothers and fathers and aunts and teachers, and no longer dream of all the suppression, intimidation, and tension that was forced upon us, no longer know anything of the bypaths and secretiveness with which we had to secure the forbidden, which they correctly conceive to be their right. Happily, it enjoys its age with that vivacity, that freshness, that ease, and that carefreeness which are fitting to this age. But the loveliest thing about this happiness seems to be that it need not lie to others, and may be honest with itself, honest to its natural feelings and desires. It may well be that through this freedom from care with which these young people go through life, some of that respect for intellectual things, which animated us, may be lacking in them. It may well be that through this modern and natural give and take, something which seemed particularly precious and attractive to us may be lost to them in love, a secret reticence of modesty and shame, some kindliness and gentleness. Perhaps they do not even suspect that awe of the forbidden and self-denial secretly increase enjoyment. But all this seems little to me in contrast to the one saving change, that the youth of today is free of fear and depression and enjoys to the full that which was denied us in our time, the feeling of candor and self-confidence. Universitas Vitae. The long-desired moment finally came with the last year of the old century, and we were able to slam the door of the hated gymnasium behind us. When we had passed our examinations with difficulty, for what did we know of mathematics, physics, and other scholastic subjects? The director of the school favored us, ceremoniously attired in frock coats for the occasion, with a stirring address. We were now grown up and were to do honor to our fatherland with diligence and zeal. And so a comradeship of 8 years was broken up, and I have seen very few of my fellow galley slaves again since that time. Most of them enrolled at the university, and those who had to content themselves with other vocations and occupations looked upon us with envy. For in those long-forgotten times the university in Austria was still surrounded with a certain romantic nimbus. To be a university student accorded definite rights to the young academician and conferred upon him privileges far beyond those of the others of his own age. This antiquated oddity is probably but little known in non-German countries, and the outmoded absurdity may well require some explanation. Most of our universities were founded in the Middle Ages, that is, at a time when being occupied with the learned sciences was considered unusual, and in order to attract young people to study, certain class privileges were conferred upon them. The medieval scholars were not subject to the jurisdiction of the ordinary courts. Officers of the law could not seek them out or molest them in their colleges. They wore special dress and had the right to fight duels with impunity. They were recognized as a closed guild with certain rules of conduct or misconduct of their own. In time, with the increasing democratization of public life, when all of the other medieval guilds and corporations were being dissolved, these academic prerogatives were done away with throughout Europe. In Germany and in German Austria alone, where class consciousness always predominated over the democratic idea, the students stubbornly clung to these long outdated privileges and even evolved their own student code. Above all else, the German student assumed a sort of student honor in addition to the civil and common code of honor. Whoever insulted him was forced to give the student satisfaction. In other words, to meet him in a duel, but only if he were qualified to give satisfaction. But again, according to this self-assumed evaluation, qualified did not apply to merchants or bankers, for example, but only to those who had an academic education, graduates and officers. Among the millions, no others were permitted to share the particular honor of crossing swords with a stupid and beardless youth. On the other hand, being a real student meant giving proof of one's manhood by participating in as many duels as possible and bearing the evidence of such heroic deeds in the shape of scars on one's face. Smooth cheeks and a nose that had not been disfigured were not worthy of a genuine Germanic academician. The color students, that is, those who belonged to an association that wore ribbons, in order to duel with new opponents, were constantly forced to provoke each other, as well as the other completely peaceable students and officers. In the students' associations, each new student was coached in the fencing room for this principal activity and initiated in the other customs of the Burschenschaft. Every Fuchs, or freshman, was assigned to a core member whom he had to obey slavishly, and who in return instructed him in all the regulations prevailing among the students. To drink to the point of illness, to empty a heavy stein of beer to the last drop in one draught, thus to harden himself lest he become a weakling, to roar out the student songs in chorus, and to brawl at night on the streets, marching in goose step and hooting at the police. All this was thought to be manly, academic, and German, and when the members of the Burschenschaft gathered on Saturdays for their Bummel, with their flags flying and their colored caps and ribbons, these silly fellows, elated with a senseless pride by their conduct, felt that they were the true representatives of the intellectual youth. They looked with disdain upon the rabble who could not properly appreciate this academic culture and German virility. This exuberant and joyous student life must have appeared to be the quintessence of all romance to a young student coming as a greenhorn to Vienna from a provincial gymnasium. As a matter of fact, for years afterwards, aging lawyers and doctors sat in their villages, their maudlin stares fixed on the crossed foils and colored ribbons that hung in their rooms, proudly bearing their scars as a sign of their academic rank. But the effect of this inane and brutal activity was highly repulsive, and whenever we met one of these beribboned hordes, we prudently turned the corner. For to us, who cherish the freedom of the individual as the most sacred of all things, this passion for the aggressive, which was likewise servility to mob rule, too plainly manifested the worst and the most dangerous elements of the German spirit. What is more, we knew that this artificial romantic mummery hid slyly calculated and practical aims, for membership in a dueling Burschenschaft assured the members the protection of the old boys of the association in high positions and eased the way to careers later on. Membership in the Berisha of Bonn was the only certain way to German diplomacy. The Catholic brotherhoods in Austria led to the choice sinecures of the ruling Christian Social Party, and most of these heroes well knew that in the future their colored ribbons would prove substitutes for what they had neglected in their studies, and that a few scars on their forehead could be far more advantageous when applying for a post than what lay behind it. The mere sight of these rude militarized cliques, these slashed, bold, provoking faces, spoiled my visits to the university rooms, and all the other students whose earnest aim was to learn whenever they went to the university library avoided the main hall and preferred the unpretentious back door in order to escape any possible meeting with these sorry heroes. That I was to study at the university had been decided from the very beginning by the family council. But which faculty was I to choose? My family allowed me complete freedom of choice. My elder brother had already gone into my father's business, and so there was no need for the second son to hurry. After all, it was merely a question of some doctorate or other to assure the family honor. Anyone would do. And surprisingly enough, the choice was equally indifferent to me. Inasmuch as I had long since dedicated my soul to literature, not one of the accredited special university courses interested me, and anyway, I had a secret distrust of all academic activity, which has remained with me to this day. Carlyle's axiom that the true university of these days is a good collection of books has remained valid as far as I am concerned, and even today I am convinced that one can become an excellent philosopher, historian, philologist, lawyer, or what you will, without having attended a university or even a gymnasium. Countless times I have seen it proved in daily life that a second-hand dealer will know more about books than professors of literature, that art dealers know more than art historians, that a goodly portion of the important discoveries and inspirations in all fields are made by outsiders. As practical, useful, and beneficial as an academic career may be for those of average talent, it is superfluous for individually productive natures, for whom it may even develop into a hindrance. And in particular, in a university such as ours in Vienna, which was so overcrowded with its 6,000 or 7,000 students that fruitful personal contact between teacher and scholar was hindered from the very outset, and which had remained behind the times because of its all too great adherence to tradition, I did not see a single teacher who could make his branch of learning irresistible to me. And so the actual ground for my choice was not which branch of knowledge would interest me most, but, on the contrary, which would inconvenience me the least, and would give me a maximum of time and freedom for my true passion. I finally decided upon philosophy, or exact philosophy as it was called in the old curriculum. But surely not because I felt it was an inner call, my capacity for purely abstract thinking being insignificant. Without exception, my thoughts are developed by objects, events, and persons, and the purely theoretical and metaphysical remains beyond my ken. Nevertheless, the actual performance required in this domain was the smallest possible, and attendance at lectures and seminars in exact philosophy was the easiest to evade. All that was necessary was to hand in a dissertation and to take one examination at the end of 8 semesters. And so I began by arranging a time schedule for myself, not to bother about studying at the university for 3 years, then, in the last year, to exert myself and master the scholastic material and quickly produce some sort of dissertation. Then the university would have given me the only thing that I wanted, a few years of complete freedom for my own life and for my endeavors in art. Universitas Vitae. When I look back upon my life, I can recall but few moments as happy as those first years when I was a university student without a university. I was young and for that reason did not as yet have any feeling of obligation to achieve perfection. I was fairly independent. The day had 24 hours and all of them belonged to me. I could read and study what I wished without having to give an accounting to anyone. The cloud of an academic examination had not yet appeared upon the bright horizon. How long 3 years can be when compared to 19 years of life, how rich and replete, and how filled with surprises and gifts one can make them. The first thing I did was to make a selection, pitilessly, as I thought, of my verses. I am not ashamed to admit that to the 19-year-old boy who had just graduated from the gymnasium, the sweetest smell on earth, sweeter than the oil of the rose of Shiraz, was the smell of printer's ink. Every acceptance of one of my poems by a newspaper had given a new uplift to my self-confidence, unsteady by nature as it was. Should I not now grit my teeth and attempt the publication of an entire volume? The encouragement of my comrades, who believed more in me than I did in myself, finally determined me. Rashly I sent the manuscript to the very publisher who was the most representative of German poetry, Schuster and Loeffler, the publishers of Liliencron, Demmel, Bierbaum, and Mombert, that entire generation who, together with Rilke and Hofmannsthal, had created the new German lyric poetry. And, Wonders will never cease. One after the other came those unforgettable moments of happiness in the life of a writer which never repeat themselves even after his greatest successes. The arrival of a letter with the seal of the publisher, which I held in my trembling hands, lacking the courage to open it. The minute arrived when, with bated breath, I read that the publisher had decided to publish my book and even stipulated an option for later ones. The package with the first set of proofs came and was untied in great excitement, so as to see the type page, the very embryo of the book, and then, after a few weeks, the book itself, the first copies. One never tired of looking at them, touching them, comparing them, again and again and again. And then the childish visits to the bookstores to see if copies were already on display, whether they were resplendent in the center of the shop or hidden bashfully at the side. And then to await the first letters, the first notices, the first reply from the unknown, the incalculable. I secretly envy the young man all his suspense, excitement, and enthusiasm, who cast his first book into the world. But my rapture was merely being in love with the first moment and by no means self-satisfaction. What I soon thought of these early verses is shown by the simple fact that I not only never allowed Silbern to be reprinted, the title of my now-forgotten firstborn, but did not include a single one of its poems in my collected poems. They were verses of vague premonition and instinctive feeling, not created out of my own experience, but rather born of a passion for language. But still they showed a certain musicality and enough feeling for form to win notice in interested circles, and I could not complain of a lack of encouragement. Liliencron and Demel, who were then the leading lyric poets, gave the 19-year-old hearty and fraternal recognition. Rilke, whom I idolized, reciprocated for the nicely presented book with a copy of a special edition of his latest verses, inscribed gratefully, which I safely rescued from the ruins of Austria as one of the most precious recollections of my youth and took to England with me. Where may it be today? It is truly eerie that this first gift of Rilke's friendship, the first of many, is now 40 years old, and that the familiar writing greets me out of the land of the dead. But the most unexpected surprise of all was that Max Reger, then the greatest living composer except Richard Strauss, asked my permission to set 6 of the poems of this volume to music. And how often since then have I heard one or the other in concerts, my own long-forgotten and discarded verses, carried through time by the fraternal art of a master. These unexpected approbations, which were also accompanied by friendly published notices, encouraged me to a step which, because of my incurable mistrust of myself, I would otherwise never have undertaken, or at least not at so early an age. Even during my gymnasium period, I had published short stories and essays besides verses in the literary publications of the moderns, but I had never dared to offer any of my efforts to a powerful or widely read newspaper. In Vienna, there was really only one journal of high grade, the Neue Freie Presse, which, because of its dignified principles, its cultural endeavors, and its political prestige, assumed in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy a role not unlike that of the Times in England or the Temps in France. No paper, even in the German Reich, was as particular about its intellectual level. Its editor, Moritz Benedict, a man of phenomenal powers of organization and untiring industry, put his entire, almost demonic energy into excelling all the German papers in the fields of culture and literature. No expense was spared if he wanted something from a noted author. He would send telegram after telegram, and would agree in advance to any fee. The holiday numbers at Christmas and New Year were complete volumes with their literary supplements and included the greatest names of the time: Anatole France, Gerhard Hauptmann, Ibsen, Zola, Strindberg, and Shaw found themselves associated in this paper, which accomplished so immeasurably much for the literary orientation of the city and the whole country. As a matter of course, it was progressive and liberal in its views, prudent and cautious in its politics, and it represented the high cultural aspirations of the old Austria in an exemplary fashion. This temple of progress preserved another sacred relic in the so-called feuilleton, like the great Parisian dailies such as the Temps and the Journal de Debats, It printed admirable and authoritative essays on poetry, theater, music, and art in the lower half of the front page, separated sharply from the ephemera of politics and the day by an unbroken line that extended from margin to margin. In this space, only the long-established authorities were permitted to express themselves. Sound judgment, the comparative experience of years, and finished artistic form alone could summon an author to this holy place after years of probation. Ludwig Speidel, a master of the pen, and Eduard Hanslick had the same pontifical authority in the theater and music as Sainte-Beuve had in his Lundies in Paris. Their yes or no in Vienna decided the success of a work, a play, or a book, and with it that of the author. Each of these essays was the talk of the day in intellectual circles. They were discussed, criticized, admired, or attacked, and whenever a new name bobbed up among the time-honored and accepted feuilletonists, it was an event. Of the younger generation, Hofmannsthal alone succeeded, with a few of his capital essays, in gaining admission. Other young authors had to be content to sneak in and find refuge in the literary section at the back. He who appeared on the first page had hewn his name in marble, as far as Vienna was concerned. It is no longer comprehensible to me how I found the courage to offer a small article on poetry to the Neue Freie Presse, the oracle of my fathers and the temple of the high priests. But after all, nothing worse than having it rejected could happen to me. The editor of the feuilleton received visitors only once a week between 2 and 3 o'clock, because the constant succession of famous and established collaborators seldom left space for the work of an outsider. It was not without a beating heart that I walked up the iron circular staircase which led to his office and had myself announced. After a few moments the attendant returned and said that the feuilleton editor would see me, and I walked into the small narrow room. The feuilleton editor of the Neue Freie Presse was Theodor Herzl, and he was the first man of world importance whom I had encountered in my life, although I did not then know how great a change his person was destined to bring about in the fate of the Jewish people and in the history of our time. At that time his stand was still divided and uncertain. He began as a young poet, and soon gave evidence of a startling, astounding journalistic talent. At first he was the Paris correspondent and later the feuilletonist of the Neue Freie Presse, and as such had become the darling of the Vienna public. His essays are still enchanting in their wealth of sharp and oft-times wise observations, their stylistic animation, and their aristocratic charm. Whether light or critical, they never lost their innate nobility, and they were the most cultivated in journalism, and were the delight of a city that had schooled itself to every subtlety. He had been successful with a play given at the Burg Theater, and now he was a man of fame, adored by the young, respected by our fathers, till one day the unexpected happened. Destiny always knows how to find the way to a man whom it needs for its secret purposes, even if he desires to hide himself. In Paris, Theodor Herzl had had an experience which convulsed his soul, one of those hours that change an entire existence. As a newspaper correspondent, he witnessed the public degradation of Alfred Dreyfus, had seen them tear the epaulets from the pallid man while he cried aloud, "I am innocent." At that moment he knew in the depth of his heart that Dreyfus was innocent and that he had brought the horrible suspicion of treason on himself merely by being a Jew. Indeed, in his upright and manly pride, Theodor Herzl had already suffered under the Jewish lot when he was a student. Moreover, by his prophetic instinct, he had foreseen the entire tragedy of his race at a time when it had not appeared to be an inevitable fate. With the feeling of being born to leadership, which his imposing presence no less than his grandiose thinking and his worldly knowledge seemed to confirm, he had then formulated the fantastic plan to end the Jewish problem once and for all. Jewry was to unite itself with Christianity by means of a mass baptism. Always thinking dramatically, he had pictured to himself how he would lead the thousands and thousands of Jews of Austria, in an exemplary symbolic act, in long procession to the Cathedral of St. Stephen, there to absolve the persecuted, homeless people of the curse of separation and hatred for all time. Soon he realized the unfeasibility of this plan, and years of his own work diverted him from the original problem of his life, the solution of which he had recognized as his true task. But now at the moment of Dreyfus's degradation, the thought of the eternal exile of his people entered his breast like the thrust of a dagger. If separation was inevitable, he said to himself, then let it be a complete one. If humiliation is to be our constant fate, then let us face it with pride. If we suffer because of our homelessness, then let us build our own homeland. And so he published his pamphlet, The Jewish State, in which he proclaimed that all attempts at assimilation and all hope for total tolerance were impossible for the Jewish people. They had to create a new homeland of their own in their old home, Palestine. I was still in the gymnasium when this short pamphlet, penetrating as a steel shaft, appeared, but I can still remember the general astonishment and annoyance of the bourgeois Jewish circles of Vienna. What has happened, they said angrily, to this otherwise intelligent, witty, and cultivated writer? What foolishness is this that he has thought up and writes about? Why should we go to Palestine? Our language is German and not Hebrew, and beautiful Austria is our homeland. Are we not well off under the good Emperor Franz Joseph? Do we not make a decent living, and is our position not secure? Are we not equal subjects, inhabitants and loyal citizens of our beloved Vienna? Do we not live in a progressive era in which in a few decades all sectarian prejudices will be abolished? Why does he, who speaks as a Jew and who wishes to help Judaism, place arguments in the hands of our worst enemies and attempt to separate us, when every day brings us more closely and intimately into the German world? The rabbis thundered passionately from the pulpits. The head of the Neue Freie Presse forbade the very mention of the word Zionism in his progressive newspaper. Karl Kraus, the Thersites of Viennese literature, the master of invective, wrote a pamphlet called The King of Zion, and when Theodor Herzl entered a theater, people whispered sneeringly, "His Majesty has arrived." At first Herzl could rightly feel himself misunderstood. Vienna, where he thought himself most secure because he had been beloved there for so many years, not only deserted him, but even laughed at him. But then the answer roared suddenly back with such force and such ecstasy that he was almost frightened to see how mighty a movement, already growing beyond his control, he had brought into being with his few dozen pages. True, it did not come from the well-situated, comfortable bourgeois Jews of the West, but from the gigantic masses of the East, from the Galician, the Polish, the Russian proletariat of the ghetto. Without realizing it, Herzl with his pamphlet had brought to flame the glowing coal of Judaism, long smoldering in the ashes, the 1,000-year-old messianic dream, confirmed in the holy books, of the return to the promised land. This is the hope and the religious certainty which have made life worth living for the persecuted and enslaved millions. Whenever anyone, prophet or deceiver, throughout the 2,000 years of exile plucked this string, the entire soul of the people was brought into vibration, but never as forcefully as upon this occasion, never with such a roaring and rushing echo. By means of a few dozen pages, a single person had united a dispersed and confused mass. The first moment, while the idea was still a dream of vague outline, was decidedly the happiest in Herzl's short life. As soon as he began to fix his aims in actual space and to unite the forces, he was made to realize how divided his people had become among various races and destinies. The religious on the one hand, the free thinkers on the other, here the socialist, there the capitalistic Jews, all competing eagerly with one another in all languages, and all unwilling to submit to a unified authority. In the year 1901, when I saw him for the first time, he stood in the midst of this struggle, and perhaps he was even struggling with himself. He did not have sufficient faith in its success to relinquish the position that fed him and his family. He still had to divide himself between his petty journalistic duties and the task which was his true life. It was still the feuilleton editor Theodor Herzl who received me in the beginning of 1901. Theodor Herzl rose to greet me, and unwittingly I realized that the ironic witticism, "the King of Zion," had some truth in it. He actually looked regal with his broad high forehead, his clear features, his long, black, almost blue-black, priestly beard, and his dark brown, melancholy eyes. The ample, somewhat theatrical gestures that he employed did not appear to be artificial because they were part of his natural majesty, and the occasion was not one which particularly required his being impressive. Even at this old desk, covered with papers, in this narrow editorial office, with its one window, he appeared like a Bedouin sheik of the desert, and a flowing white burnous would have been as fitting as his carefully tailored black cutaway, obviously fashioned along Parisian lines. After a short, deliberate pause, he liked these small effects, as I often noticed later, and he had probably studied them at the Burg Theater. He extended his hand with condescension and yet not without friendliness. Motioning to the chair next to him, he asked, "I think that I have heard or read your name somewhere. Poetry, isn't it?" I had to admit it. "Well," he said, leaning back, "what have you brought me?" I replied that I wished to submit a short piece of prose to him, and handed him the manuscript. He looked at the title page, turned over to the last page in order to measure its length, and sank deeper into his chair. To my astonishment, I had not expected it. I noticed that he had already begun to read the manuscript. He read slowly, putting aside each leaf without looking up. When he had read the last page, he slowly gathered the leaves and, still without looking at me, carefully put them into an envelope on which he wrote something with a blue pencil. It was only then, after having kept me in suspense for a sufficiently long time with these occult passes, that he raised his handsome, dark countenance towards me, and with deliberate dignity he said slowly, "I am happy to tell you that your fine piece is accepted for the feuilleton of the Neue Freie Presse." It was as if Napoleon had pinned the Knight's Cross of the Legion of Honor upon a young sergeant on the battlefield. This would seem to be a small, inconsequential episode, but one had to be a Viennese, and a Viennese of that generation, to understand what a step upward this promotion signified. In my 19th year, I had suddenly achieved a prominent position overnight, and Theodor Herzl, who remained kindly disposed towards me from that moment on, took the opportunity of writing in one of his next essays that Vienna need not fear the decadence of art. On the contrary, besides Hofmannsthal, there was an entire platoon of young talent of whom the best was to be expected, and he mentioned my name at the head. I have always felt it as a particular honor that a man of such outstanding importance as Theodor Herzl was the first to champion me publicly from his exposed, and therefore responsible position, and it was difficult for me to determine, ungratefully, it might seem, not to join his Zionist movement actively and in the responsible capacity that he would have wished. The right relation never presented itself. I was estranged above all else by the disrespect, of a kind hardly comprehensible today, with which his own party associates treated Herzl. Those of the East charged him with not understanding Judaism and not even knowing its customs. The economists looked upon him as a feuilletonist. Each one had his own objection, and they were not always the most respectful. I realized how important and necessary it would have been to Herzl to have persons, and particularly young people around him, who were completely submissive, but the quarreling and dogmatic spirit, the constant opposition, the lack of honest, hearty subordination in this circle, alienated me from the movement which I had only approached curiously for Herzl's sake. Once when we were speaking about the subject, I frankly admitted my dislike of the lack of discipline in his ranks. He smiled somewhat bitterly and said, "Do not forget that we have been accustomed for centuries to play with problems and to struggle with ideas. In the 2,000 years of our history, we Jews have not had any practice in creating anything real in this world. One must first learn unconditional devotion, and I myself have not yet mastered it, for I still keep on writing feuilletons, and I am still the feuilleton editor of the Neue Freie Presse, whereas it would be my duty to have only one thought, and not to put another penstroke on paper for anything but that one thought. But I am on the way to improve myself. I must first learn unconditional devotion, and perhaps the others will learn with me." I can remember that these words made a deep impression upon me, for people could not understand why Herzl was so slow to make up his mind to resign from the Neue Freie Presse. We thought it was for his family's sake. That this was not so, and that he had sacrificed his private fortune to the cause, was not known to the world until much later. How greatly he had suffered under the discord was revealed not only by this conversation, but also by many entries in his diaries. I saw him a number of times afterwards, but only one meeting remains important and unforgettable in my memory, perhaps because it was the last. I had been abroad and had only been in correspondence with Vienna when I finally met him one day in the Stadtpark. He had obviously come from his office. He was walking very slowly and stooped slightly. It was no longer the old swinging step. I saluted him politely and was about to pass on, but he straightened up and came rapidly towards me, holding out his hand. "Why do you hide yourself? You don't have to do that." He approved my having escaped abroad so often. "It's the only thing for us to do," said he. "All that I know, I learned abroad. It is only there that one learns to think in terms of distance. I am convinced that I never would have had the courage for that first idea. They would have destroyed it when it was still budding and growing. But thank God, when I brought it here, all was finished, and they could do nothing more than try to trip me up." He then spoke very bitterly about Vienna. He had found the greatest obstructions here, and he would already have wearied if new impulsion had not come from abroad, from the East, and, in particular, from America. "Anyway," he said, "it was my mistake that I started too late." Victor Adler was leader of the Social Democrats at 30, in his best fighting years, to say nothing of the great in history. If you knew how I suffer at the thought of the lost years, and that I did not approach my task sooner. If my health were as good as my will, then all would be well, but one cannot buy back lost years. I accompanied him all the way to his house. There he stood still, gave me his hand, and said, "Why do you not come to see me? You have never been in my house. Call me up first, and I will see to it that I am free." I promised him, although I was determined not to keep my promise, for the more I love a person, the more I respect his time. I was fully determined not to go to him. But I did go to him, and only a few months later. The illness which had, at the time of that meeting, begun to bend him, broke him off suddenly, and it was only to the cemetery that I was able to accompany him. It was a singular day, a day in July, unforgettable to those who participated in the experience. Suddenly, to all the railroad stations of the city, by day and by night, from all realms and lands, every train brought new arrivals. Western, Eastern, Russian, Turkish Jews, from all the provinces and all the little towns, they hurried excitedly, the shock of the news still written on their faces. Never was it more clearly manifest what strife and talk had hitherto concealed. It was a great movement whose leader had now fallen. The procession was endless. Vienna, startled, became aware that it was not just a writer or a mediocre poet who had passed away, but one of those creators of ideas who disclosed themselves triumphantly in a single country, to a single people at vast intervals. A tumult ensued at the cemetery. Too many had suddenly stormed to his coffin, crying, sobbing, screaming in a wild explosion of despair. It was almost a riot, a fury. All regulation was upset through a sort of elementary and ecstatic mourning such as I had never seen before nor since at a funeral. And it was this gigantic outpouring of grief from the depths of millions of souls that made me realize for the first time how much passion and hope this lone and lonesome man had borne into the world through the power of a single thought. The real significance of my formal admission to the feuilleton of the Neue Freie Presse lay in its effect on my life. It achieved for me an unexpected security in relation to my family. My parents occupied themselves but little with literature and laid no claims to any judgment of it. For them, as well as for the entire Viennese bourgeoisie, only that was of importance which was praised in the Neue Freie Presse, and only what was ignored or attacked there was inconsequential. Whatever appeared in the feuilleton seemed vouched for by the highest authority, because those who sat in judgment there commanded respect by their mere position. Conjure up a family that glances at this first page of the paper each day with awe and anticipation, and one morning stumbles on the discovery that the rather untidy 19-year-old at their table, who was none too good at school, and whose scribbling they looked upon indulgently as harmless play, safer than cards or dalliance, was permitted to voice his opinions, which up to then had received small attention at home. In this circle of the tried and famous, If I had written the most beautiful poems of Keats or Hölderlin or Shelley, it could not have brought about so complete a transformation in my entire surroundings. When I entered a theater, people pointed out this curious Benjamin who in some mysterious fashion had penetrated the holy precincts of the elders and worthies. And since I appeared in the feuilleton often and almost regularly, I was soon in danger of becoming a local celebrity, a danger which I was able to escape in time by surprising my parents one morning with the announcement that I wished to study in Berlin during the coming semester. And my family had too much respect for me, or rather for the new Preface in whose golden shadow I stood, not to grant my wish. Of course, I had no intention of studying in Berlin. As in Vienna, I went to the university only twice during the semester, once to enroll for the lectures, and the second time to secure a certificate of my supposed attendance. What I sought in Berlin was neither colleges nor professors, but a higher and more complete sort of freedom. In Vienna, I still felt myself tied to my surroundings. The literary colleagues with whom I associated were nearly all from the same Jewish bourgeois class as myself. In the constricted city, where everyone knew about everyone else, I was always the son of a good family, and I was tired of the so-called good society. I even longed for a pronouncedly bad society, an unforced, uncontrolled kind of existence. I had not even looked in the catalogue to see who was teaching philosophy at the university in Berlin. It sufficed for me to know that the new literature was more active and impulsive there than at home, that one might meet Demel and the other poets of the younger generation there, that magazines, cabarets, and theaters were constantly being started, that, in a word, something was doing. As a matter of fact, I came to Berlin at a very interesting historical moment. Since 1870, when Berlin had changed from the rather small, sober, and by no means rich capital of the Kingdom of Prussia into the seat of the German Emperor, the homely town on the Spree had taken a mighty upswing. But the leadership in artistic and cultural matters had not yet fallen to Berlin. Munich, with its painters and poets, was considered the real center of art. The Dresden Opera dominated the music field, and the small capitals drew valuable elements to themselves. Vienna, above all, with its century of tradition, its concentrated power, and its innate talent, was still predominant over Berlin. But of recent years, with the rapid economic rise in Berlin, a new page had turned. The large concerns and the wealthy families moved to Berlin, and new wealth, paired with a strong sense of daring, opened to the theater and to architecture greater opportunities than in any other large German city. The museums enriched themselves under the patronage of Emperor Wilhelm. The theater found an exemplary director in Otto Brahm, and just because there was no real tradition, no century-old culture, youth was tempted to try its hand. For tradition always means repression. Vienna, bound to the old and worshipping its own past, was cautious and non-committal with respect to young men and daring experiments. But in Berlin, which wished to form itself more rapidly and more personally, novelty was sought after. So it was natural that the young people of the entire Reich and even Austria thronged to Berlin, and results proved to the talented among them that they were right. The Viennese Max Reinhardt would have had to wait patiently for 2 decades to achieve the position in Vienna that he assumed in 2 years in Berlin. It was just at this period of its transition from a mere capital to a world city that I came to Berlin. Coming after the lush beauty of Vienna, inherited from great ancestors, the first impression was rather disappointing. The exodus to the West End, where the new architecture was soon to become manifest as against the pretentious houses of the Tiergarten quarter, had but just begun, and the architecturally tedious Friedrichstrasse and Leipzigerstrasse, with their clumsy ostentation, were still the center of the city. Suburbs such as Wilmersdorf, Nikolassee, and Steglitz were only accessible by a tiresome journey on the streetcars, and it was almost an expedition in those days to reach the lakes of the Mark with their sharp beauty. Other than the old Unter den Linden, there was no real center, no promenade like our Graben, and, thanks to the old Prussian thrift, there was no suggestion of general elegance. Women went to the theater in unattractive homemade dresses, and everywhere one missed the light, deft, and lavish hand which in Vienna, as in Paris, could create an enchanting abundance out of very little. In every detail one felt the close-fistedness of Frederikian husbandry. The coffee was thin and bad because every bean was counted. The food was unimaginative, without strength or savor. Cleanliness and rigid and accurate order reigned everywhere instead of our musical rhythm of life. Nothing seemed more characteristic to me than the contrast between my landladies in Vienna and in Berlin. The Viennese was a cheerful, chatty woman who did not keep things too clean and easily forgot this or that, but was enthusiastically eager to be of service. The one in Berlin was correct and kept everything in perfect order, but in my first monthly account I found every service that she had given me down in neat, vertical writing. 3 pfennigs for sewing on a trouser button, 20 for removing an ink spot from the tabletop, until at the end, under a broad stroke of the pen, all of her troubles amounted to the neat little sum of 67 pfennigs. At first I laughed at this, but it was characteristic that after a very few days I too succumbed to this Prussian sense of orderliness, and for the first and last time in my life I kept an accurate account of my expenses. My Viennese friends had given me a whole series of introductions, but I did not deliver a single one of them. After all, it was the real intent of my adventure to evade any assured and bourgeois atmosphere and, freed of this, to be entirely dependent upon myself. I wanted to meet people exclusively through my own literary efforts, and the most interesting people at that. I had not read La Bohème for nothing, without wishing, at 20, to live a similar life. It did not take me long to find such a wild and casually assorted crowd. While still in Vienna, I had collaborated on the leading paper of the Berlin Moderns, which not without irony was named Society and was run by Ludwig Jakubowski. This young poet, shortly before his early death, had founded a club which bore the alluring name of the Coming Ones, and which met once a week on the second floor of a café in Nollendorfplatz. In this huge circle, fashioned after the Parisian Classerie de Lillis, the most heterogeneous throngs gathered, poets and architects, snobs and journalists, young girls who styled themselves sculptresses or art experts, Russian students, and snowblonde Scandinavians who wished to perfect themselves in the German language. Germany itself was represented by all its provinces, strong, limbed Westphalians, sober Bavarians, Silesian Jews. All these mixed in wild discussions with complete freedom. Occasionally poems or plays were read aloud, but the main thing for all was getting to know each other. In the midst of these young people who played the Bohemians sat an old, gray-bearded man much like Santa Claus, respected and loved by all because he was a true poet and a true Bohemian. Peter Hill. With his blue dog-like eyes, the septuagenarian looked gently and innocently around at this amazing crowd of children, always wrapped in his gray greatcoat, which covered a very ragged suit and very dirty linen. Gladly he yielded to our entreaties, and brought forth crumpled manuscripts from his coat pockets, and read his poems. They were uneven poems, actually the improvisations of a lyric genius, but too loose, too casually formed. He wrote them down in pencil in the streetcars or the cafés, forgot them then, and had great difficulty, while reading them out loud, in finding the words again in the stained and blurred scraps of paper. He never had any money, but it meant nothing to him. He would sleep here and there, as he was invited, and his forgetfulness of the world and absolute lack of ambition were touchingly genuine. We did not quite understand when and how this good man of the woods had happened into the large city of Berlin and what he sought there. He wanted nothing. He had no desire to be famous or celebrated, and, thanks to his poetic dreaming, he was more footloose and carefree than any person I ever knew later on. The ambitious debated and shouted each other around him. He listened quietly, argued with none, sometimes lifted his glass with a friendly word toward one, but hardly ever entered into the conversation. We had the impression that throughout the wildest tumult within his disheveled and rather weary head verses and words were seeking each other, without ever touching or meeting. The genuine and childish quality that emanated from this naive poet, who in Germany today is almost forgotten, perhaps diverted my attention from the elected chairman of the Coming Ones, and yet he was a man whose words and ideas were to be formative in the lives of many people. In Rudolf Steiner, whose disciples were later to build magnificent schools and academies for the propagation of the teachings of the founder of anthroposophy, for the first time since Theodor Herzl, I approached a man to whom destiny had given the mission of guiding millions of people. Personally, he was not so much of a leader as Herzl had been, but he was more engaging. A hypnotic power lay in his dark eyes, and I listened to him better and more critically when not looking at him, for his ascetic, thin face, carved by spiritual suffering, was well disposed to be convincing, and not only to women. At that time, Rudolf Steiner had not yet formulated his theories. He was still seeking and learning. On occasion, he recited for us commentaries on the color theories of Goethe, whose portrait, as he drew it, became more Faustian, more Paracelsian. It was exciting to listen to him, for his education was stupendous and quite different from our own, which was confined to literature alone. I always returned home from his lectures and from many good, private conversations, both enraptured and somewhat depressed. However, if I ask myself today whether I would have foretold for that young man his great philosophical and ethical effect upon the masses, I must admit, to my shame, that I would not. I had expected great things from his questing intellect, and I would not have been in the least astonished to hear of some important biological discovery which his intuitive spirit had accomplished. But when many years later I saw the grandiose Goetheanum in Dornach, this school of wisdom, which his pupils had founded as a Platonic academy of anthroposophy, I was rather disappointed that his power had run to material and sometimes even into the commonplace. I do not claim any judgment of anthroposophy, for even today I am not quite clear as to what it seeks or means, and I believe that on the whole its seductive power is bound up not with an idea, but with the fascinating personality of Rudolf Steiner. Nevertheless, meeting a man of such magnetic personality at so early a stage, when he yielded himself to the younger people around him in friendship and without dogmatizing, was an incalculable gain for me. In his fantastic and at the same time profound knowledge, I realized that true universality, which we, with the overweening pride of high school boys, thought we had already mastered, was not to be gained by flighty reading and discussion, but only by years of burning endeavor. But in that receptive period, when friendships are easily made and social or political differences have not yet hardened, a young man learns the most important things better from those who strive with him than from his superiors. And again I felt, but on a higher and more international plane than in the gymnasium, how fruitful collective enthusiasm can be. Whereas most of my Viennese friends had come from the middle classes and 9/10 of them from the Jewish bourgeoisie, which meant that we merely duplicated or multiplied our inclinations, the young people of this new world came from directly opposite classes, from above and from below, one a Prussian aristocrat, another the son of a Hamburg shipping man, the third from Westphalian peasant stock. Unawares, I found myself in a circle where actual poverty existed, with torn clothing and worn-out shoes, a sphere which I had never touched in Vienna. I sat at the same table with heavy drinkers, homosexuals, morphine addicts. I shook hands, quite proudly, with a fairly well-known swindler who had been in jail, and who because of his published memoirs had become one of us. All the seemingly impossible characters of realistic fiction pushed and thronged together in the small cafes and drinking places into which I was introduced, and the worse a man's reputation was, the more eager my interest to meet its bearer. This particular love or curiosity for men who live dangerously has accompanied me throughout my entire life. Even in the years when it would have been fitting to be more selective, my friends berated me for associating with such immoral, undependable, and compromising persons. Perhaps it was just the substantial sphere from which I came, and my feeling that I too was burdened to a certain degree with a complex of security, that caused me to be fascinated by those who were wasteful and almost disdainful of their lives, their time, their money, their health, and their good name. These passionate individuals whose only mania was mere existence without a goal. And perhaps you may notice in my novels and short stories my predilection for all intense and unruly natures. To this was added the attraction of the exotic, the foreign. Nearly every one of them contributed to my eager curiosity from a strange world. In the artist E. M. Lillian, the son of a poor Orthodox Jewish wood-turner from Drohobix, I encountered for the first time an Eastern Jew, and a Judaism which in its strength and stubborn fanaticism had hitherto been unknown to me. A young Russian translated the most beautiful portions of the Brothers Karamazov, then unknown in Germany. A young Swedish girl showed me my first pictures by Munch. I frequented the studios of painters, although poor ones, to observe their methods. One of the faithful led me to a spiritualist séance. In 1,000 forms and aspects I experienced life, and could not get enough. The intensity which had spent itself in the gymnasium in mere forms, in rhymes and verses and words, now hurled itself against men. In Berlin, I was constantly with new and with different people, enraptured, disappointed, and even swindled by them. I believe that I never enjoyed so much intellectual companionship in 10 years as I did in that one short semester in Berlin, my first in complete freedom. It would appear to be quite logical that this uncommon variety of stimulation should bring about an unusual increase in my desire to produce. Actually, what happened was the exact opposite. My self-confidence, which had been raised by our mutual extolment in the gymnasium, declined appreciably. For months after it had appeared, I could no longer understand where I had found the courage to publish that volume of immature verses. I still thought that the verses were good, apt, and in part even remarkable works of art, created out of an ambitious joy in playing with form, but unreal in their sentimentality. And also, after this contact with actuality, I divined a scent of perfumed paper in my first stories, written in total ignorance of reality. They always followed a technique copied at second hand. A novel, finished except for the last chapter, which I had brought with me to Berlin and with which I had thought to make my publisher happy, soon heated the stove, for my faith in the competence of my gymnasium class had received a heavy blow with my first glimpse of real life. I felt as if I had been put back several years at school. As a matter of fact, 6 years elapsed after my first volume of verses before I published another, and it was only after 3 or 4 years that my first book of prose appeared. Following Demmel's advice, for which I am thankful to this day, I used my time in translating from foreign languages, and even now I hold this to be the best way for a young poet to understand more deeply and more creatively the spirit of his own language. I translated the verses of Baudelaire, a few of Verlaine, Keats, William Morris, a short drama by Charles Van Lerberg, a novel by Camille Lemonnier, Pour me faire la main. Just because every strange language at first offers opposition in its most personal turnings to those who would copy it, it invites forces of expression which, otherwise unsought, would never come to light. And this struggle to wrest from a strange language its most intimate essence, and to mold it as plastically into one's own language, was always a particular artistic desire on my part. Because this silent and actually thankless work requires patience and perseverance, virtues which I had neglected in the gymnasium through ease and boldness, it became particularly dear to me. For in this humble activity of transmitting the highest treasures of art, I experienced for the first time the assurance of doing something truly useful, a justification of my existence. Inwardly, my way for the next years had become quite clear: to see much, to learn much, and only then to begin. First, to learn the essentials of the world, rather than step before the world with premature publications. Berlin, with its strong brine, had only increased my thirst. I looked around me for a country in which to take a summer trip. My choice fell upon Belgium. At the turn of the century, this country had felt an uncommon artistic impulse, and in a certain sense had even overshadowed France in intensity. Knopf and Rops in painting, Constantin Meunier and Min in the plastic arts, Van der Velde in the applied arts, Maeterlinck, Eekhout, and Lemonnier in poetry, provided a magnificent measure of the new strength in Europe. But above all others, it was Emile Verhaeren who fascinated me, because he pointed out a wholly new way to the lyric muse. I had, so to speak, discovered him in private, for then he was completely unknown in Germany, and the official literature had confused him with Verlaine, just as it had confused Roland with Rostand. And to love someone alone is to love doubly. It will perhaps be necessary to pause briefly here. Our time lives too rapidly and experiences too much to possess a good memory, and I do not know if the name of Émile Verhaeren means anything today. Verhaeren was the first of all the French poets who endeavored to give Europe what Walt Whitman had given America, a profession of faith in the times, in the future. He had begun to love the modern world and wished to conquer it for poetry. Whereas for others the machine was evil, the cities ugly, and the present unpoetical, he was enthusiastic for every new invention and every technical accomplishment, and he was enraptured with his own rapture. He did so knowingly in order to experience this passion the more strongly. And the little poems of the beginning grew into great, outpouring hymns. Admirez-vous les jeunesses les autres was his advice to the nations of Europe. All the optimism of our generation, an optimism no longer comprehensible in the present day with our dreadful decline, found in him its first poetic expression, and some of his best poems will give evidence for a long time to come of the Europe and the humanity we then dreamed of. My real reason for going to Brussels was to become acquainted with Verhaeren. But Camille Lemonnier, that powerful and today unjustly forgotten poet of the Mail, one of whose novels I had translated into German, told me regretfully that Verhaeren came to Brussels from his little village only rarely, and that he was absent at that moment. To make up for my disappointment, he gave me the most gracious introductions to other Belgian artists. I saw the aged master, Constantin Meunier, that heroic worker and the strongest portrayer of labor, and after him Van der Stappen, whose name today is almost forgotten in the annals of art. But what a friendly person he was, this small, chubby-faced Fleming, and how cordially they received me, young as I was, he and his big, broad, jolly Dutch wife. He showed me his works, and we talked at length on that bright morning about art and literature, and the kindness of these two soon removed all of my shyness. Openly I spoke of my regret at having missed the one person I had come to Brussels to meet, Verhaeren. Had I said too much? Had I said something that was foolish? At any rate, I noticed that both Van der Stappen and his wife had begun to laugh silently and to exchange furtive glances. I sensed a secret understanding between them, caused by my words. I became embarrassed and wished to take my leave, but they both insisted that I remain for lunch. Again that curious smile passed from one to the other. I felt that if there was a secret here it was a friendly one, and gladly gave up my intended trip to Waterloo. It was soon midday, and we were already sitting in the dining room. It was level with the ground as in all Belgian houses, and one could look out through the colored panes onto the street, when a shadow suddenly halted in front of the window. A finger tapped on the colored glass, and at the same time the bell began to ring sharply. "Le voilà," said Mrs. Van der Stappen, and got up. I did not know what she meant, but already the door opened and a man walked in with a heavy, strong tread. It was Verhaeren. At first glance, I recognized the face with which I had long been familiar from photographs. As so often before, Verhaeren was again their house guest, and when they heard that I had been seeking him in vain in the entire vicinity, they had agreed with the exchange of a rapid glance not to say anything to me, but to surprise me with his presence. Now he stood facing me, smiling at the successful trick which he had quickly taken in. For the first time I felt the strong clasp of his vigorous hand, and for the first time I saw his clear, kindly glance. He came home laden, as always, with adventures and enthusiasm. He began to talk while he was still attacking the food. He had called upon friends and visited a gallery, and he was still all aflame with that hour. He always came home that way, elated by anything and everything, even a casual event, and this enthusiasm had grown into a sacred habit. Like a flame it sprang again and again from his lips, and he knew wondrously well how to outline his words with telling gestures. With the first word he seized upon his hearers, because he was entirely open, receptive to all that was new, declining nothing, prepared for everything. He threw himself, so to speak, out of himself towards another with his entire being. Upon hundreds and hundreds of occasions, as in this first hour, I have happily experienced this stormy, overpowering contact of his being. As yet he knew nothing about me, but still he offered me his confidence merely because he heard that I was close to his work. After lunch, the first good surprise was followed by a second. Vander Stappen had long wished to fulfill his own and Verhaaren's desire to make a bust of the latter. The last sitting was to be today. My presence, so Vander Stappen said, was a friendly gift of fate, for he needed someone to talk with this much too unruly model while he sat, so that his face might become enlivened in speaking and listening. So for 2 hours I gazed deep into this face, this unforgettable, lofty brow, already plowed by the furrows of evil years, and over this a wealth of rust-brown locks. The structure of his face was strong and tightly covered by a brownish skin tanned by the wind. His chin jutted forth like a rock, and over his slim lips hung his mighty Vercingetorix mustache. His nervousness lay in his hands, those slender, gripping, fine yet powerful hands in which the pulse beat strongly under the sparse flesh. The entire force of his willpower stemmed from his broad peasant shoulders, for which the small, vigorously boned head seemed almost too small. It was only when he got up that one saw his power. When I look at the bust today, nothing of Vander Stappen's ever turned out better than the work of that hour. I know how genuine it is, and how completely it embraces his nature. It is a document of his poetic greatness, the monument of an immortal power. In those 3 hours I learned to love the man as I have loved him throughout my entire lifetime. There was an assurance in him that did not, for a single instant, seem like self-satisfaction. He remained independent of money, and preferred living his country life to writing a single line. He remained independent of success, made no effort to increase it by means of concessions or favors or conviviality. His friends and their loyal adherents sufficed him. He even remained independent of the dangerous temptations of his character, of fame when it finally came to him at the peak of his life. He remained open in every sense, was burdened by no repression and confused by no pride, a free, joyous person, easily given to every rapture. When one was with him, one felt enlivened in his own desire for life. So there before me, youth that I was, stood the poet in the flesh as I had wished it, as I had dreamed of him. In the very first hour of our meeting, I had come to a decision, to serve this man and his work. It was actually a daring decision, for this hymnographer of Europe was then but little known in Europe, and I knew in advance that the translation of his monumental poetical work and his 3 dramas in verse would take away 2 or 3 years from my own work. But in resolving to devote my entire energy, time, and passion to the translation of a foreign work, I did myself the best of services by assuming a moral task. My uncertain seeking and striving now began to make sense. And if today I were to counsel a young writer who is still unsure of his way, I would try to persuade him first to adapt or translate a sizable work. In all sacrificing service, there is more assurance for the beginner than in his own creation, and nothing that one has ever done with devotion is done in vain. During the 2 years which I devoted almost exclusively to the translation of Verhaaren's poetical works and to the preparation of his biography, I traveled much in between, at times giving public lectures. Soon I received unexpected thanks for my apparently thankless devotion to the work of Verhaeren, his friends abroad, and soon my friends also took note of me. One day I was visited by Ellen Key. She was the wonderful Swedish woman who with unequaled boldness fought for the emancipation of women in those benighted, opposition-filled days, and who, long before Freud, pointed out the spiritual vulnerability of youth in her Century of the Child. Through her, I was introduced to Giovanni Sina and his poetic circle in Italy, and won an important friend in the Norwegian Johan Boer. George Brandes, the international master of the history of literature, disclosed a kindly interest in me, and soon the name of Verhaeren began to be better known in German than it was in his mother tongue. Keynes, the greatest of all actors, and Moisey recited his poetry in public, using my translation, and Max Reinhardt presented Verhaeren's Cloister on the German stage. I had reason to feel satisfied, but it was now high time for me to remember that I had undertaken another obligation besides the one to Verhaeren. I had finally to terminate my university career and to bring home the doctor's hood. Now I had to work up in a few months all the scholastic material on which the more stable students had labored for almost 4 years. With Erwin Guido Kalbenheyer, a literary friend of my youth, who may today not like to be reminded of it because he has become one of the public poets and academicians of Hitler's Germany, I crammed through the nights. But my examination was not made difficult for me. The kindly professor, who knew too much about my public literary activity to vex me with petty detail, said to me in a private conversation beforehand, smiling, "You would prefer not to be examined in exact logic," and then, as a matter of fact, led me over into fields in which I felt more sure of myself. It was the first time that I passed an examination with honors, and the last time as well. And now I was outwardly free, and all the years up to the present have been devoted to one struggle. A struggle which in our times grows constantly more difficult, to remain equally free inwardly. Paris, the city of eternal youth. I had promised myself Paris as a gift for the first year of my newly won freedom. I knew this inexhaustible city only slightly from 2 earlier visits, and I knew that whoever had lived there for a year as a young man would carry away with him an incomparably happy memory that would remain for all time. Nowhere else did a young man breathe the very atmosphere of youth as he did in this city, which yields itself to all, yet allows none to fathom it. I know that this exhilarated and exhilarating Paris of my youth is no more. Possibly that wonderful nonchalance will never be restored since the hardest hand on earth pressed the branding iron down upon it. In the hour in which I began writing these lines, the German armies and the German tanks began to roll in like a gray horde of termites to eradicate. The divine colorfulness, the joyous spirit, the glowing and imperishable bloom of this most harmonious phenomenon. And it has happened. The swastika waves from the Eiffel Tower, the black storm troops parade provokingly through Napoleon's Champs-Élysées. From afar I sympathize with the hearts throbbing convulsively in the home, and with the humiliated gaze of the once good-natured citizens when the conqueror's boots stamp through their beloved bistros and cafes. Hardly any other misfortune has touched, shaken, and grieved me so much as the degradation of this city, which possessed a special grace to give happiness to everyone who approached it. Will it ever again be able to give to future generations what it gave to us? The wisest lesson, the most wonderful example of how to be free and creative at the same time, so open-handed and yet always becoming richer in its lovely extravagance? I know, it is not Paris alone that suffers today. The rest of Europe as well for decades to come will not be what it was before the First World War. A certain shadow has never quite disappeared from Europe's once so bright horizon. Bitterness and distrust of nation for nation and people for people remained like an insidious poison in its maimed body. In spite of the social and technical progress of this quarter of a century between World War and World War, there is not a single nation in our small world of the West that has not lost immeasurably much of its joie de vivre and its carefree existence. It would take days to describe how confiding, how childishly joyous the Italian people once were. Even in the depth of poverty, how they laughed and sang in their trattoria, how wittily they derided the bad governo, and now they march sullenly with their chins thrust forward and wrath in their hearts. Can one still imagine an Austria so lax and loose in its joviality, so piously confiding in its imperial master and in the God who made life so comfortable for them? The Russians, the Germans, the Spaniards, not one of them can remember how much freedom and joy the soulless, voracious bogey of the state has sucked from the very marrow of their soul. All peoples feel only that a strange shadow hangs broad and heavy over their lives. But we, who once knew a world of individual freedom, know and can give testimony that Europe once, without a care, enjoyed its kaleidoscopic play of color. And we shudder when we think how overcast, overshadowed, enslaved and enchained our world has become because of its suicidal fury. But nowhere did one experience the naive and yet wondrously wise freedom of existence more happily than in Paris, where all this was gloriously confirmed by beauty of form, by the mildness of the climate, by wealth and tradition. Each one of us youngsters took into himself a share of that lightness, and in so doing contributed his own share. Chinese and Scandinavians, Spaniards and Greeks, Brazilians and Canadians, all felt themselves at home on the banks of the Seine. There was no compulsion. One could speak, think, laugh, and scold as one wished. All lived as they pleased, convivially or alone, wastefully or frugally, luxuriously or a la boheme. There was room for the unusual and provision for all opportunities. There were the sublime restaurants, with all kinds of culinary magic, and vintage wines for 200 or 300 francs, and sinfully expensive cognacs from the days of Marengo and Waterloo. But one could eat and carouse as well at any wine shop around the corner. In the crowded student restaurants of the Latin Quarter, for a few sous you could get the choicest bits before and after your juicy beefsteak, and in addition you had red or white wine and a long stick of marvelous white bread. One could dress as one pleased. The students promenaded about with their rakish berets along the Bull, Michigan. The Rapins or painters wore wide, huge mushroom hats and romantic black velvet jackets. The workers wandered about unconcernedly in their blue blouses or in their shirt sleeves on the most fashionable boulevards, the nurses in their broad, pleated Breton caps, the wine shop keepers in their blue aprons. It did not have to be the 14th of July for a young couple to begin dancing on the street after midnight, while the police stood by laughing. The street belonged to everybody. No one was embarrassed in the presence of anybody. The prettiest girls were not ashamed to go arm in arm with a coal-black Negro or a slant-eyed Chinese into the nearest petit hotel. In Paris, who cared about the bogies that were to be made much of later on? Race, class, and birth? One walked, one talked, one slept with whomever one pleased, and cared not a hoot about others. Oh, one needed to know Berlin first in order to love Paris properly, and to experience the innate servility of Germany with its angular and painfully sharp-edged class consciousness. There the officer's wife did not associate with the wife of the teacher, nor the latter with the merchants, nor she in turn with the wife of the workman. But in Paris the inheritance of the revolution was still in the blood. The proletarian worker felt himself as free and important a citizen as his employer. In the café, the waiter cordially shook the hand of the gold-braided general. The small, solid, sober bourgeoise did not stick up her nose at the prostitute who lived on the same floor, but chatted with her daily on the staircase, and the children gave her flowers. In a fashionable restaurant, it was Leroux's, near the Madeleine, I once saw some wealthy Norman peasants who had come from a christening. They came thundering in with heavy boots like hooves, in their village dress, their hair so thickly pomaded that it could be smelled as far as the kitchen. They talked animatedly, and the conversation took on volume the more they drank, and unashamed they laughingly poked their fat wives in the ribs. Being true peasants, it did not trouble them in the least to sit among men in elegant tails and beautifully gowned women. Even the smooth-shaven waiter did not turn up his nose as he would have done in Germany or England in the presence of such rural company, but served them as politely and as perfectly as he did the ministers and the excellencies. And the maître d'hôtel took a special delight in welcoming the somewhat unconventional guests quite heartily. Paris knew only a mixture of contrasts, no above and no below. There was no visible barrier between the luxurious streets and the unswept alleys, and in each there was equal life and gaiety. In the courtyards of the faubourgs the street musicians made their music, and one heard the midinettes through the open windows singing while they worked. Always and everywhere there was laughter in the air or a friendly greeting. If on occasion two cabbies got into a row, they afterwards shook hands, drank a glass of wine together, and ate a few ridiculously cheap oysters. Nothing was difficult or stiff. Relations with women were easily started and as easily ended. Every Jack found his Jill. Every young man a happy girl untrammeled by convention. Oh, how easily, how well, one lived in Paris, particularly if one was young. Merely walking about was a pleasure and a lesson at the same time, for everything was within reach. You could walk into a second-hand bookshop and spend a quarter-hour turning the pages without the dealers grumbling or complaining. You could go into the small galleries and the art shops and browse around as you wished. You could look in on the auctions at the Hotel Drouot, and chat with the governesses in the parks. It was not easy to stop once you had started strolling, for the street drew you on magnetically. It was a kaleidoscope, constantly disclosing something new. If you were tired, you could sit on the terrace of one of the 10,000 cafes and write letters on stationery, which was supplied free of charge, and at the same time have the street vendors trying to sell you their entire stock of baubles and gadgets. The only difficult thing was to stay home or to go home, especially when it was spring and the lights shone soft and silvery over the Seine, and the trees on the boulevards were beginning to bud, and the girls were wearing bunches of violets which they had bought for a penny. But it was not necessarily spring that put you in a good mood in Paris. At the time that I learned to know the city, it was not as completely welded together as it is today, as a result of the subways and the automobile. It was principally the mighty omnibuses with their heavy steaming horses that dominated the traffic. However, Paris was never more comfortably explored than from the top of those wide coaches, the Imperials, or from the open cabs which, similarly, never progressed too madly. Then it was still something of a trip from Montmartre to Montparnasse, and in view of the frugality of the Parisian bourgeois, I readily believed the legend that there were still Parisians on the right bank who had never been on the left, and that there were children who played only in the Luxembourg Gardens and had never seen those of the Tuileries or the Parc Monceau. The seasoned citizen or concierge preferred remaining chez soi, in his own quartier. He built up his small Paris in the greater Paris, and for that reason each of the districts retained its distinctive and even provincial character. So it became something of a question for a stranger to choose where to pitch his tent. The Latin Quarter no longer enticed me. Thither I had raced from the station when I was 20 on an earlier brief visit. The very first evening I sat in the Café Vachette and looked with awe at Verlaine's chair and the marble table which, when in his cups, he beat angrily with his stick, thus to command proper respect. Abstaining acolyte that I was, I drank a glass of absinthe in his honor, although the greenish brew was not to my taste. But I felt that as a young devotee in the Latin Quarter, I was obliged to conform to the ritual of the lyric poets of France. At that time I should have liked above all, because of my sense of the fitness of things, to live in a sixth-floor attic room near the Sorbonne, so as to participate faithfully in the Latin Quarter life as I had conceived it from books. But at 25 I was no longer so naively romantic, and the students' quarter seemed to be too international, too un-Parisian. Above all, I had no wish to choose my permanent quarters according to my literary reminiscences, but rather to do my own work as best I could. I looked about carefully. The elegant Paris of the Champs-Élysées was not at all suited to this purpose, and even less so the quarter surrounding the Café de la Paix, where all the well-to-do foreigners from the Balkans congregated, and no one spoke French but the waiters. The quiet district of St. Sulpice, overshadowed by churches and convents, where Rilke and Suarez liked to live, had more charm for me. But most of all I would have liked to take lodgings on the Isle St. Louis, so as to be connected with both sides of Paris, the right and the left banks. But while out walking one day during the first week of my stay, I was lucky enough to find something even better. Strolling through the galleries of the Palais Royal, I discovered what had once been a fashionable palace among the uniformly constructed houses in the huge square, erected by Prince Égalité in the 18th century, and which had declined until now it was a small, somewhat primitive hotel. I looked at one of the rooms, and noticed to my delight that the window gave on the garden of the Palais Royal, which was locked at dusk. I could hear only the slight murmur of the city, faint and rhythmic as the breaking of waves on a distant shore. The statues glistened in the moonlight, and in the early morning hours the wind sometimes wafted the spicy aroma of vegetables from the near-by alleys. It was in this historic quarter of the Palais Royal that the poets and statesmen of the 18th and 19th centuries had lived. Directly opposite was the house where Balzac and Victor Hugo so often climbed the 100 narrow steps to the mansard of Marceline Desbordes-Valmore, the poetess I loved so much. There glistened the marble where Camille Desmoulins had aroused the people to storm the Bastille. There was the covered passage where the poor little Lieutenant Bonaparte sought a patroness among the strolling, not always virtuous ladies. Here the history of France spoke from every stone. Besides, Only one street distant was the Bibliothèque Nationale, where I spent my mornings, and close by, too, were the Louvre with its pictures, and the boulevards with their streams of people. I had finally found the place where I wished to live, in innermost Paris, where for centuries, warm and rhythmical, the heart of France had been beating. I recall that André Gide once visited me and, wondering at this stillness in the heart of Paris, said, "It takes strangers to show us the loveliest spots in our own city." And truly, I could not have found anything more Parisian, and at the same time more secluded, than this romantic study in the innermost city. How I roamed about the streets in those days, how much I sought in my impatience, for I did not wish to know only the Paris of 1904. In my mind and in my heart, I looked for the Paris of Henri IV and Louis XIV, and of Napoleon and the Revolution, the Paris of Rétif de la Bretonne and Balzac, Zola, and Charles-Louis Philippe, with all its streets, its personalities, and its events. I felt here, as everywhere in France, how much of immortality a great and truthful literature can confer upon a people, for I was intellectually familiar in advance with everything in Paris through the descriptive and almost plastic rendering of its poets, its novelists, its historians, and its writers on modes and manners, before I had seen it with my own eyes. It was merely brought to life by coming face to face with it, and seeing it physically was really nothing but a recognition, that delight of the Greek anagnorismos which Aristotle lauds as the greatest and most mysterious of all artistic satisfactions. Yet still, you never know a people or a city in its depth and its most hidden qualities through books, nor even most persistent poking about in its nooks and crannies, but only through its best people. It is only through an intellectual friendship with the living that one gains insight into the true connection between folk and land. All observation from without can give no more than a spurious premature view. Such friendships were given me, and the best was that of Léon Bazalgette. Because of my intimate connection with Verhaeren, whom I visited twice each week in St. Cloud, I was saved from falling in with the windy circle of international painters and writers as most foreigners did, for after all, here they were no different than in Munich, Rome, and Berlin. With Verhaeren, however, I visited those painters and poets who lived in the midst of this temperamental and sybaritic city, each one living for his work in a creative stillness, as if he were on a lonely island. I even saw Renoir's studio and the best of his pupils. Externally, the existence of these impressionists, whose work today fetches thousands of dollars, differed in no way from that of the rentiers and the middle class. A small house with a studio attached, no such pretension as Lenbach and the other celebrities in Munich displayed with their imitation Pompeian villas. The painters lived as simply as the poets with whom I soon became familiar. They all had small governmental jobs in which there was little actual work. The great respect for intellectual activity which is apparent in France from the highest to the lowest for years inspired the intelligent system of conferring inconspicuous sinecures upon poets and writers whose work brought them only a small revenue. They were, for example, appointed librarians in the Ministry of Marine or in the Senate. Here they were given a small salary and little work, for it was only rarely that a senator asked for a book, so that the fortunate possessor of such a benefice could sit quietly and comfortably in front of his window in the stylish old senatorial palace in the Luxembourg Gardens and write his verses during working hours without worrying about his earnings. And this modest security was enough. Others were physicians, as Duhamel and Durton were later, or they had a small picture gallery like Charles Vildrac, or they were lycée professors like Ramin and Jean-Richard Bloch, or, like Paul Valéry, they put in a few hours at the Havas agency or read for publishers. But none of them had pretensions like their successors who, spoiled by the cinema and huge editions, attempted to win sovereign independence at the first stirring of an artistic inclination. What these poets sought from their small, unambitious professions was nothing but a little security for their outer life, which guaranteed them freedom for their inner work. Because of this modest security, they could pass up the great corrupt Parisian dailies with disdain, and write without pay for their small magazines which were maintained only through personal sacrifice. and they could be content with having their plays given in the small literary theaters and at first getting no publicity outside their own circle. For decades, only a small elite had known of Claudel, of Pegui, Roland, Suarez, and Valerie. In the midst of this hustling and bustling city, they were the only ones who were not in a hurry. Living quietly and working quietly for a quiet circle outside of the Force or La Place was more important to them than pushing themselves forward, and they were not ashamed to live frugally and in middle-class circles in return for the right to think and work freely and adventurously in the world of art. Their wives did the cooking and ran the house. Everything was simple, and for that reason more convivial at their evening gatherings. We sat on inexpensive wicker chairs around a carelessly set table covered with a checkered cloth, no more fashionable than the plumber on the same floor, but we felt free and unhindered. They had no telephone, no typewriter, no secretaries. They avoided all mechanical tools just as they did the intellectual apparatus of propaganda. They wrote by hand as they did 1,000 years ago, and even at the large publishers, such as the Mercure de France, there was no stenography and no elaborate organization. Nothing was wasted for show, for prestige, or for impressiveness. All these young French poets, like the rest of the people, live for the joy of living in its sublimest form, the creative joy in work. How the simple human integrity of these newly won friends revised my idea of the French poet. How different was their style of living from that described by Bourget and the other famous novelists of the period, for whom the salon was identical with the world. And how their women taught me to see through the criminally false picture that we had conceived at home out of books, of the French woman as a mondaine who cared only for adventures, extravagance, and staring at herself in a mirror. I have never seen better or quieter housekeepers than in that fraternal circle, frugal, modest, and gay even in the tightest circumstances, working minor miracles on a tiny stove, taking care of the children, and yet always intellectually akin to their husbands. Only someone who has lived in these circles as a friend and comrade knows the true France. My friend of friends was Léon Bazalgette, whose name is improperly omitted from most accounts of modern French literature, in which it stood for something exceptional, namely that he exclusively employed his creative energy in fostering the work of others, and thus saved up his truly amazing intensity for the persons he loved. In him, a born comrade, I found the highest type of self-sacrificing person in flesh and blood, truly devoted, considering his life's work to be nothing but to help the natural talents of his time to realize themselves and bear fruit, and never even aspiring to the justifiable pride of being renowned as their discoverer and promoter. His active enthusiasm was simply a natural function of his moral consciousness. Somewhat soldierly in appearance, although he was an ardent anti-militarist, in his associations he had the cordiality of a true comrade, always ready to help and to advise. Incorruptible in his honesty, punctual as clockwork, he was concerned about everything that concerned another, but never to his own advantage. Time meant nothing to him, money meant nothing, when friendship was concerned, and he had friends in all parts of the world, a small but select number. He had devoted 10 years to making Walt Whitman known to the French by translating all his poems and by his monumental biography. His life's aim was to carry the intellectual outlook of his nation beyond its frontiers, and to make his compatriots more manly and more comradely. With this example of a free, world-loving man, the best of Frenchmen, he was at the same time a passionate anti-nationalist. We soon became close and fraternal friends, for neither of us thought nationally. We both liked to further foreign works with devotion and without any ulterior advantage, and we looked upon intellectual independence as the alpha and omega of living. It was in him that I learned to know the underground France. When I later read in Roland how Olivier met the German Jean Christophe, I almost thought I was reading an account of our own personal experience. But the nicest thing about our friendship, and the thing that remained unforgettable, was that it always had to overcome a ticklish point, whose constant resistance under normal circumstances would usually have hindered any honest and cordial intimacy between two writers. The ticklish point was this, that Bazalgette, with his amazing honesty, decisively rejected all that I wrote at that time. He liked me personally and had the greatest respect imaginable for my devotion to the work of Verhaeren. Whenever I came to Paris, he awaited me faithfully at the station and was the first to greet me. Whenever he could be of help to me, he was there, and we agreed more heartily on important things than brothers usually do. But upon my own work he pronounced a decided no. He knew some of my poems and prose in the translations of Henri Guilbeau, who played an important role in the World War and as a friend of Lenin, and frankly and abruptly turned them down. Steadfastly he admonished me that my product had no connection with reality. It was esoteric literature, which he hated thoroughly, and he was annoyed that just I chose to write that. Unconditionally honest with himself, he made no concessions on this point, not even that of politeness. When, for example, he was editing a review, he asked my help. That is, he asked me to secure important collaborators for him in Germany. In other words, contributions that were better than mine. He neither demanded nor published a single line from me, his closest friend, although at the same time out of pure friendship he devoted himself, without remuneration, to the revision of the French translation of one of my books for a publisher. That our fraternal comradeship did not suffer for a moment throughout 10 years because of this peculiar circumstance made it doubly dear to me. And no one's approval ever pleased me more than Bazalgette's when during the World War I turned my back on all my earlier efforts and finally achieved some sort of personal expression. For I knew that his yes to my new works was just as honest as his sharp no had been throughout the 10 years. If I set down the precious name of Rainer Maria Rilke in these pages of the Paris days, although he was a German poet, it is because I saw him most often and to the best advantage there, and because I always see his face, as in old pictures, against the background of that city which he loved more than any other. When I think of him today, and of those other masters of words hammered as if by the noble goldsmith's art, when I think of those honored names which shone over my youth like the farthest constellations in the sky, I cannot escape the melancholy question, will such pure lyricists again be a possibility in this era of turbulence and universal destruction? Is it not a lost tribe that I am bemoaning, a tribe without visible successors in this day of exposure to every storm of fate? These were poets who made no demands on society, neither the regard of the masses nor decorations, honors, or profit, who sought only to bind verse to verse in silent yet passionate effort, every line saturated with music, flaming with color, glowing with images. They constituted a guild, an almost monastic order in the midst of our clattering time. To them, awaredly rejecting life's workaday round, nothing in the whole universe was more significant than the note, delicate, yet surviving the booming of the age, emitted when rhyme joining rhyme created the indescribable stir, softer than the sound of a leaf falling in the wind, that vibrates to the most distant soul. How elevating for us young people was the presence of these men, true to themselves, exemplary servitors and custodians of the language, whose sole devotion was to the ringing word, not the word of the moment and of the newspaper, but proper to the lasting and the everlasting. We were abashed to gaze upon them, for they lived obscurely, insignificantly, invisibly, one peasant-like in the country, another in some petty vocation, a third wandering abroad like a passionate pilgrim, all known to but a few, but loved the more earnestly by those few. One was in Germany, another in France, another in Italy, and yet they were all in the same homeland, for they lived in poetry alone, and in the firm renunciation of the ephemeral their life, through art, became itself a work of art. More and more it seems a wonder to me that we had such immaculate poets amongst us in our youth. And that is why I also ask myself repeatedly, with a kind of private anxiety, will it be possible for such personalities, completely devoted to the lyric art, to exist in our time, in our new forms of life, which drive men out murderously from all inner contemplation as a forest fire drives wild animals from their hidden lairs? I know full well that the miracle of a poet repeats itself in all times, and Goethe's moving consolation in his elegy on Lord Byron remains eternally true, for the earth will conceive them again, as she has always conceived them. Again and again such poets will arise in blessed recurrence. For from time to time immortality lends so precious a pledge to even the most unworthy era. But is not ours a time which does not grant, even to the purest and the most secluded, any quiet for waiting and ripening and contemplation and collecting oneself, as it was still granted to the men of the better and calmer European pre-war period? I do not know how much all those poets, Valery, Verhaeren, Rilke, Pacolai, Francis Jams, count today, or how much they mean to a generation into whose ears, instead of that gentler music, the clatter of the propaganda mill has rumbled for years and years, and twice the thunder of cannons. I only know and feel the necessity of avowing publicly how great a lesson and how great a joy it was for us to have the presence of such saints, sworn to perfection, in the midst of a world that had already begun to mechanize itself. And looking back upon my life, I am aware of no more precious possession than the privilege of being humanly close to some of them, and of having my early reverence often grow into lasting friendships. Of all of these men, perhaps none lived more gently, more secretly, more invisibly than Rilke. But it was not willful, nor forced or assumed priestly loneliness such as Stefan George celebrated in Germany. Silence seemed to grow around him, wherever he went, wherever he was. Since he avoided every noise, even his own fame, that sum of all misunderstanding that collects itself about a name, as he once expressed it, the approaching wave of idle curiosity moistened only his name and never his person. It was difficult to reach Rilke. He had no house, no address where one could find him, no home, no steady lodging, no office. He was always on his way through the world, and no one, not even he himself, knew in advance which direction he would take. To his immeasurably sensitive soul, every positive decision, all planning, and every announcement were burdensome. It was always by chance that one met him. You stood in an Italian gallery and felt, without being aware whence it came, a gentle, friendly smile. And only then you recognized his blue eyes which, when they looked at you, lit up his otherwise unimpressive countenance with an inner light. But this unimpressiveness was precisely the deepest secret of his being. Thousands may have passed by this young man, with his slightly melancholy drooping blonde mustache and his somewhat Slavic features, undistinguished by any single trait, without dreaming that this was a poet and one of the greatest of our generation. His individuality, his unusual demeanor were only apparent in a closer association. He had an indescribably gentle way of approaching and talking. When he entered a room where people were gathered together, it was so noiselessly that hardly anyone noticed him. He sat there quietly listening, lifted his head unconsciously when anything seemed to occupy his thoughts, or when he himself began to speak, always without affectation or raised voice. He spoke naturally and simply, like a mother telling a fairy tale to her child, and just as lovingly. It was wonderful how, listening to him, even the most insignificant subject became picturesque and important. But no sooner did he feel that he was the center of attention in a larger circle than he stopped speaking and once again sank down into his silent, attentive listening. Every movement, every gesture was soft. Even when he laughed, it was no more than a suggestion of a sound. Muted tones were a necessity to him, and nothing annoyed him so much as noise and, in the realm of feeling, all violence. They exhaust me. These people who spit out their feelings like blood, he once said. That's why I swallow Russians, like liqueur, in small doses. No less than measured conduct, orderliness, cleanliness, and quiet were physical necessities. To ride in an overfilled streetcar, or to have to sit in a noisy public place, disturbed him for hours thereafter. All that was vulgar was unbearable to him, and although he lived in restricted circumstances, his clothes always gave evidence of care, cleanliness, and good taste. At the same time, they showed thought and poetic imagination. They were a masterpiece of unpretension, always with an unobtrusive personal touch, a little something additional which gave him pleasure, such as perhaps a thin silver bracelet around his wrist. For his aesthetic sense of perfection and symmetry entered into the most intimate and the most personal details. Once I watched him in his rooms prior to his departure. He declined my help as superfluous, as he was packing his trunk. It was like mosaic work, each individual piece gently put into the carefully reserved space. I would have felt it to be an outrage to disturb this flower-like arrangement by a helping hand. And his sense of the elements of beauty accompanied him to the most insignificant detail. It was not only that he wrote his manuscripts on the best of paper with his calligraphic round hand, so that every line was related to another as if measured with a ruler. The choicest paper was selected for even an occasional letter, and even, clean and round his calligraphic writing filled the space. Even in the most hurried notes, he did not permit himself to strike out a word, and whenever a sentence or an expression did not seem correct, he wrote the letter a second time with his marvelous patience. Rilke never allowed anything to leave his hands that was not perfect. This muted and yet integrated quality of his being impressed itself upon anyone who came close to him. It was as impossible to think of Rilke being noisy as it was to imagine a man in his presence who did not lose his loudness and arrogance through the vibrations that emanated from Rilke's quietness. For his conduct vibrated like a secret, continuous, purposive, moralizing force. After every fairly long talk with him, one was incapable of any vulgarity for hours or even days. On the other hand, of course, this constant temperateness of his nature, this never wishing to give himself completely, put an early end to any particular cordiality. I believe that few people may boast of having been Rilke's friends. In the 6 published volumes of his letters, one rarely finds such form of address, and the brotherly, familiar due was hardly ever applied to anyone after his school days. To permit anyone or anything to approach him too closely burdened his extraordinary sensitivity, and everything that was pronouncedly masculine caused him physical discomfort. He gave himself more easily to women in conversation. He wrote often and gladly to them, and was much more free in their presence. Perhaps it was the absence of the guttural in their voices that pleased him, for he suffered particularly from unpleasant voices. I can still see him before me in conversation with a high aristocrat, completely bent over, his shoulders tortured, and even his eyes cast down, so that they might not betray how much he suffered physically from the gentleman's unpleasant falsetto. But how good to be with him when he was kindly disposed toward someone. Then one sensed his inner goodness, although he remained sparing of words and gestures, like a warm, healing outpouring deep into one's soul. Shy and retiring, Rilke seemed most receptive in Paris, this heart-warming city, and perhaps it was because here his name and his work were still unknown, and because he always felt freer and happier when he was anonymous. I visited him there in 2 different lodgings which he had rented. Each was simple and without ornament, and yet immediately assumed character and calm through his dominant sense of beauty. It was never a huge house with noisy neighbors, rather an old, even though less comfortable, one in which he could feel at home, and no matter where he was, his sense of orderliness made the place meaningful and harmonized it with his being. There were only a very few things around him, but flowers always shone in a vase or bowl, perhaps the gift of women, perhaps tenderly brought home by himself. Books gleamed from the walls, beautifully bound or carefully jacketed in paper, for he liked books as he liked dumb animals. Pencils and pens lay on the desk in a straight line, and clean sheets of paper perfectly straightened, a Russian icon and a Catholic crucifix, which, I believe, accompanied him on all his travels, gave his working cell a slightly religious character, although his religiousness was not connected with any specific dogma. One felt that everything had been carefully chosen and as carefully preserved. If you lent him a book with which he was unfamiliar, it was returned faultlessly wrapped in tissue paper and tied with colored ribbon like a gift. I can still recall how he brought the manuscript of Die Weisse von Liebe und Tod into my room as a precious gift. I have kept the ribbon that was around it. But it was nicest to walk with Rilke in Paris, for that meant seeing the most insignificant things with eyes enlightened to their meaning. He noticed every detail, and he liked to repeat aloud the firm names on the signs if they seemed rhythmic to him. It was his passion, almost the only one that I ever observed in him, to know every nook and cranny of this Paris. Once, when we met at the home of mutual friends, I told him that on the day before I had chanced upon the old burial where the last victims of the guillotine had been buried in the Cimetière de Picpus, and André Chenier among them. I described to him the affecting little meadow with its scattered graves, rarely seen by strangers, and told him how on the way back I had seen in one of the streets through the open door of a convent a sort of beguine, silently telling her rosary, as in a pious dream. It was one of the few times when I saw this gentle, composed man almost impatient. He had to see the grave of André Chenier in the convent. Would I take him there? We went the next day. He stood in a sort of entranced silence before the lonesome cemetery and called it the most lyric in Paris. On our way back, the door of the convent was closed, and now I had an opportunity of testing the silent patience which he had mastered in his life, no less than in his work. "Let us wait for an opportunity," he said. With head slightly bent, he stood so that he could look through the door when it opened. We waited for perhaps 20 minutes. One of the sisters of the order came down the street and rang the bell. "Now," he whispered softly, with excitement. But the sister had become aware of his silent waiting. I have already said that one sensed everything about him from afar, and came up to him and asked if he was waiting for someone. He smiled at her with his gentle smile that immediately created confidence, and said warmly that he much desired to see the convent corridor. She was sorry, the sister smiled in turn, but she could not let him in. However, I advised him to go to the little house of the gardener next door where he would have a good view from a window in the upper story. And so this too, like so much else, was granted him. Our paths crossed a number of times thereafter, but whenever I think of Rilke, I see him in Paris. He was spared the experience of its saddest hour. Men of this rare mold were a great benefit to a novice, but I still had to receive a determining lesson, one which was to have an effect for my entire lifetime. It was a gift of chance. At Verhaeren's we had got into a discussion with an art historian who complained that the era of great sculpture and art had passed. I contradicted him warmly. Was not Rodin still in our midst, no less important a creator than the great of the past? I began to enumerate his works and fell, as always when one meets contradiction, into an almost angry tone. Verhaeren smiled to himself. "Anyone who likes Rodin so much should really meet him," he said finally. "Tomorrow I am going to his studio. If you wish, I will take you with me." If I wished, I could not sleep for happiness. But at Rodin's, the words stuck in my throat. I could not say a single thing to him, and stood among his statues like one of them. Strangely enough, my embarrassment seemed to please him, for at parting the old man asked me if I did not want to see his real studio in Meudon, and even asked me to dine with him. My first lesson had been taught me, that the greatest men are always the kindest. The second was that nearly always they are the simplest in their manner of living. At the home of this man, whose fame was universal, and of whose work every line was as familiar to men of our generation as an old friend, we ate as simply as at a plain farmer's, a good piece of meat, a few olives and copious fruit, and some vin du pays with it. That gave me more courage, and at the end I spoke freely, as if this old man and his wife had been known to me for years. After dinner we went over into the studio. It was a huge room, which contained replicas of most of his works, but amongst them lay hundreds of precious small studies, a hand, an arm, a horse's mane, a woman's ear, mostly only clay models. Today I can still recall exactly some of these sketches, which were made for his own practice, and could talk about them for an hour. Finally, the master led me to a pedestal on which, covered with wet cloths, his latest work, a portrait of a woman, was hidden. With his heavy, furrowed peasant's hand he removed the cloths and stepped back. "Admirable" escaped from my lips, and at once I was ashamed of my banality. But with quiet objectivity in which not a trace of pride could have been found, he murmured, looking at his own work, merely agreeing, "N'est-ce pas?" Then he hesitated, only there at the shoulder. Just a moment. He threw off his coat, put on a white smock, picked up a spatula, and with a masterly stroke on the shoulder smoothed the soft material so that it seemed the skin of a living, breathing woman. Again he stepped back. "And now here," he muttered, Again, the effect was increased by a tiny detail. Then he no longer spoke. He would step forward, then retreat, look at the figure in a mirror, mutter and utter unintelligible sounds, make changes and corrections. His eyes, which at table had been amiably inattentive, now flashed with strange lights, and he seemed to have grown larger and younger. He worked, 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 with the entire passion and force of his heavy body. Whenever he stepped forward or back, the floor creaked. But he heard nothing. He did not notice that behind him stood a young man, silent, with his heart in his throat, overjoyed that he was being permitted to watch this unique master at work. He had forgotten me entirely. I did not exist for him. Only the figure, the work, concerned him, and behind it, invisible, the vision of absolute perfection. So it went on for a quarter or a half hour. I cannot recall how long. Great moments are always outside of time. Rodin was so engrossed, so wrapped in his work that not even a thunderstroke would have roused him. His movements became harder, almost angry. A sort of wildness or drunkenness had come over him. He worked faster and faster. Then his hands became hesitant. They seemed to have realized that there was nothing more for them to do. Once, twice, 3 times he stepped back without making any changes. Then he muttered something softly into his beard and placed the cloths gently about the figure as one places a shawl around the shoulders of a beloved woman. He took a deep breath and relaxed. His figure seemed to grow heavier again. The fire had died out. And then the incomprehensible occurred, the great lesson. He took off his smock, again put on his housecoat, and turned to go. He had forgotten me completely in that hour of extreme concentration. He no longer knew that a young man whom he himself had led into the studio to show him his work had stood behind him with bated breath, as immovable as his statue. He stepped to the door. As he started to unlock it, he discovered me and stared at me almost angrily. Who was this young stranger who had slunk into his studio? But in the next moment he remembered and, almost ashamed, came towards me. "Pardon, monsieur," he began, but I did not let him finish. I merely grasped his hand in gratitude. I would have preferred to kiss it. In that hour I had seen the eternal secret of all great art, yes, of every mortal achievement, made manifest. Concentration, the collection of all forces, all senses, that ecstasis, that being out of the world of every artist. I had learned something for my entire lifetime. It had been my intention to leave Paris at the end of May for London, but I was forced to take my trip 2 weeks earlier because my enchanting room had become uncomfortable through an unexpected circumstance. This came about through a peculiar episode, which amused me greatly and at the same time gave me instructive insight into the mental processes of widely varying French milieus. I had been away from Paris for the 2 holidays at Whitsuntide, in order to admire with friends the lovely cathedral at Chartres, which I had not yet seen. When I returned to my hotel room on Tuesday morning and wished to change my clothes, I found that my portmanteau, which had been standing peaceably in the corner for all these months, was missing. I went down to the owner of the small hotel, who took turns with his wife sitting in the porter's room during the daytime. He was a small, chubby, red-faced Marseillaise, with whom I often joked and sometimes played his favorite game, backgammon, in the cafe across the way. He became terribly excited at once, banged the table, and cried out mysteriously, "So that's it." While hastily putting on his coat, as always, he had been sitting in his shirt sleeves and exchanging his comfortable slippers for his shoes. He told me what had happened. But I ought first to recall a peculiarity of Parisian houses and hotels in order to make things comprehensible. The smaller hotels and most of the private houses do not supply latch keys. The concierge, or porter, unlocks the door automatically from his room when the bell is rung outside. In the smaller hotels and houses, the owner or the concierge does not remain in the porter's room all night, but opens the door from his bedroom by pressing a button, mostly when half asleep. Whoever leaves the house has to call out, "Le cordon, est je vous plate," and those coming in have to mention their name, so that theoretically no stranger can slip in at night. At 2 o'clock, one morning the outside bell had rung in my hotel, and someone upon entering had called a name that sounded like that of one of the guests, and had removed a key that was hanging in the porter's room. This Cerberus should have verified the identity of the late comer through the glass partition, but apparently he had been too tired. But when an hour later someone had called, "Cordon, exile vous plate," it had appeared strange to him, after having released the door, that anyone would leave the house after 2 o'clock. He had risen and, looking out on the street, had seen someone carrying a heavy bag and immediately started in pursuit in his dressing gown and slippers. But on seeing that the man had turned the corner and gone into a little hotel in the Rue de Petit Champs, he had no longer thought of a thief or robber and peacefully returned to his bed. Excited at his error, he hurried with me as he was to the nearest police station. Inquiries were immediately made at the hotel in the Rue de Petit Champs, and it was ascertained that my portmanteau was still there, but not the thief, who probably had gone out to get his morning coffee in a neighboring bar. 2 detectives watched for the culprit in the porter's room of his hotel, and when, unsuspecting, he returned after half an hour, he was apprehended. Now both of us, the landlord and I, had to go to the police station to attend the official inquiry. We were led into the room of the prefect, an unusually stout, pleasant, mustached gentleman, who sat with unbuttoned coat at an untidy desk covered with papers. The entire office smelled of tobacco, and a large bottle of wine on the table showed that the prefect by no means belonged to the cruel and murderous guardians of the sacred Hermandad. At his command, the bag was brought in, and I was to ascertain if anything of importance was missing. The only object of value was my letter of credit in the amount of 2,000 francs, which had been sorely damaged by my 5-month stay, and which, as a matter of fact, was quite useless to any stranger. It lay at the bottom of the bag untouched. After a report had been drawn up that I had identified the portmanteau as my own, and that nothing had been taken from it, the prefect ordered the thief to be brought in, and I looked forward to seeing him with no little curiosity. And I was well rewarded. Between 2 mighty sergeants, who made his puny weakness appear even more grotesque, a poor devil appeared, badly dressed, collarless, with a small drooping mustache and a pale, half-starved, mousy face. He was also, if I may say so, a poor thief, which was proven by his ineptness in not making off in the early morning with the booty. He stood with eyes cast down, trembling slightly as if he were freezing, in front of the huge prefect, and be it said to my shame that I not only felt sorry for him, but even experienced a sort of sympathy with him. My compassionate interest was increased as a police official spread out the various objects that had been found upon him when he was searched. A strange collection came to light: a very dirty and torn handkerchief, a key ring with a number of pass keys and skeleton keys that struck against each other musically, a worn pocketbook, but fortunately no weapon, a sign that this thief carried on his profession in an expert but peaceable fashion. The pocketbook was the first to be examined in our presence. The result was astonishing. Not that there were 1,000 or 100-franc notes, or even a single banknote. It held no less than 27 pictures of famous dancers and actresses in extreme décolleté, as well as 3 or 4 nude photographs, whereby no more serious crime was manifest than that this gaunt, sorry lad was a passionate lover of beauty, and at least wanted the stars of the Parisian theatre world, whom he could not otherwise attain, to rest in pictures upon his heart. Although the prefect examined the photographs with a seemingly stern glance, it did not escape me that the peculiar collector's passion of a delinquent of such a class amused him as much as it did me. For my sympathy for the poor thief had increased greatly through his predilection for the aesthetically beautiful, and when the prefect asked me formally, his pen in hand, if I wished to porter plaint, to lodge a complaint against the robber, of course I answered with a quick no. In order to understand the situation, another explanation may be necessary. While in Austria and in many other countries when a crime is committed, the complaint follows automatically, that is, the state officially takes justice in its own hands. In France, it remains the free choice of the injured party to press or refuse to press a charge. To me personally, this manner of legal interpretation seems more just than the so-called rigid justice, for it offers the possibility of forgiving a man for an injury he may have committed, whereas, for example, if in Germany a woman injures her lover in a fit of jealousy, All the begging and pleading of the victim cannot save her from being convicted. The state steps in, tears the woman from the side of the man, though because of her action she may be more deeply in love than ever, and throws her into jail, while in France, the two would walk off arm in arm after being reconciled, and would look on the matter as one to be settled between themselves. No sooner had I spoken my decided no, when three things occurred. The haggard creature between the two policemen gave me an indescribable look of gratitude that I shall never forget. The prefect contentedly laid down his pen. It was obviously quite agreeable to him that my refusal to prosecute had saved him much additional writing. But my landlord behaved quite differently. He became purple in the face and began to yell at me that I should not do this, that these rascals, set vermine, must be exterminated, that I had no idea how much damage that type did. Day and night decent people had to be on the watch, and if I let one thief escape it meant encouraging 100 others. It was the honesty and sobriety, and at the same time the pettiness of a bourgeois who had been disturbed in his business, which thus exploded. And in view of the nuisance he had suffered because of the affair, he practically demanded that I revoke my pardon. But I remained steadfast. I said with determination, recovered my goods, and so no damage had been done, and everything was settled. I had never in my life brought charges against anyone, and I would consume a beefsteak with much more appetite that noon for knowing that another was not eating prison fare because of me. My landlord's wrath grew, and when the prefect declared that I, and not he, had to decide, and that my refusal had settled the matter, he turned abruptly, left the room, and banged the door behind him. The prefect arose, smiled at the man's anger, and shook my hand in silent agreement. The official act had been performed, and I was already reaching for my portmanteau to carry it home. Quickly the thief approached me and said humbly, "Oh no, monsieur, I will carry it to your house." And so I marched off with the grateful thief, carrying the large bag behind me through the streets to my hotel. In this fashion it seemed as if an affair which had begun disagreeably had ended happily and amusingly. But in rapid succession it brought about two sequels for which I was grateful, since they enriched my knowledge of French psychology appreciably. When I called on Verhaeren the next day, he greeted me with a malicious smile. "You do have strange adventures here in Paris," he said jokingly. But I did not know what a wealthy fellow you are. I did not understand what he meant. He handed me a newspaper and, behold, the entire affair of the day before was printed there, although I could not gather the facts as they were from the romantic account it gave. With great journalistic art it described how in a hotel in the inner city a fashionable stranger, I had become fashionable to be more interesting, had been robbed of his trunk which contained many very valuable objects and among them a letter of credit for 20,000 francs. The 2,000 had increased tenfold overnight, as well as other irreplaceable objects. Actually, there was nothing but shirts and ties. At first it had been impossible to find a clue, for the thief had done his job with great precision and apparently with an exact knowledge of the locality. But the prefect of the district had undertaken all the necessary measures with his well-known energy and his grande perspicacite. Within an hour every hotel and boarding house in Paris had been notified, and, instructions having been put into effect with their usual precision, the criminal had been apprehended in a very short time. The president of the police had rewarded this excellent piece of work on the part of the efficient officer with special recognition, for through his actions and farsightedness he had once again given an enlightening example of the masterful organization of the Paris police. Nothing in the report was true, for the good prefect did not have to leave his desk for a single minute, and we furnished him the thief and the bag in his office. But he had taken the opportunity to gain as much publicity as he could out of the matter. Yet, though it all ran off pleasantly enough for the thief and the police authorities, it was not so pleasant for me. From that hour on, my formerly jovial landlord did his best to spoil my further stay in the hotel. I came downstairs and greeted his wife politely in the porter's room. She did not reply and turned away as though insulted. The valet no longer cleaned my room properly, and letters disappeared mysteriously. Even in the neighboring stores and in the Bureau de Tabac, where I was usually greeted as a regular copine because of my large consumption of tobacco, I suddenly met with icy faces. The insulted middle-class morality not only of the house, but of the entire street and even the entire district stood firmly against me for having helped a thief. Nothing remained for me but to depart with the portmanteau I had rescued and to leave the comfortable hotel as wretchedly as if I had been the criminal. After Paris, London affected me as when, on a hot day, one suddenly steps into the shade. At the first moment I shook with cold, but eyes and mind quickly adjusted themselves. From the very beginning, I had allotted 2 or 3 months to London as part of my duty. For how can we understand our world and evaluate its forces without knowing the country that had kept the world rolling on its tracks for hundreds of years? Then, too, I had hoped to give some polish to my rusty English, which, moreover, never really became fluent, by industrious conversation and social activity. But alas, that never happened. Like all continentals, I had but few literary contacts on the other side of the channel, and in all the breakfast conversations and small talk in our boarding house, I felt myself woefully uninformed about the court and racing and parties. When they discussed politics, I was unable to follow, for they spoke of Joe. I was unaware that they meant Chamberlain, and in like fashion they alluded to sirs by their first names. As for the cockney of the coachman, on the other hand, my ears were as if plugged with wax, and so I did not make the rapid progress I had hoped. I endeavored to learn a bit of good diction from the preachers in the churches. 2 or 3 times I listened in at court trials, and I went to the theater to hear real English, but I was always forced to seek out with difficulty that which had overwhelmed me in Paris: sociability, comradeship, and joyousness. I found no one with whom to discuss the things that were important to me. And on the other hand, I must have seemed to the well-meaning among the English a fairly rough and dry person with my bottomless indifference to sport, play, and politics, as well as everything else that occupied them. Nowhere did I succeed in connecting myself with any circle or any group. I spent 9/10 of my time in London in my room or in the British Museum. At first I tried walking. In the first week, I had covered London until the soles of my feet burned. I rattled off all the noteworthy sights in the Baedeker from Madame Tussauds to the Houses of Parliament with a schoolboyish sense of duty. I learned to drink ale and replaced the Parisian cigarettes with the indigenous pipe. I tried in 100 different ways to acclimatize myself. But I found no real contact, either social or literary, and anyone who sees England from the outside passes by the essentials, passes by the rich firms of the city, and sees no more than the well-polished traditional brass plate. Having been put up at a club, I did not know what to do there. The very sight of the deep leather chairs, like the whole atmosphere, lured me into a sort of intellectual somnolence, for I had not, like the others, earned that wise relaxation by concentrated activity or sport. Unless he was able to raise leisure to a social art by means of millions, this city energetically eliminated the idler, the mere observer, as a foreign body, instead of permitting him, as in Paris, to amble along contentedly in its bustling life. My mistake was, and I did not realize it until too late, that I failed to take up some sort of activity during my 2 months in London, as a volunteer in a business, or as secretary in a newspaper, for then I would have penetrated at least a finger-breadth deep into English life. As a mere observer from without, I experienced but little, and it was only many years later, during the war, that I gained some knowledge of the real England. Arthur Symons was the only one of England's poets whom I got to see. He, in turn, arranged an introduction to W.B. Yeats, whose poems I liked very much, and a part of whose delicate poetic drama, The Shadowy Waters, I had translated for the pure joy of doing so. I did not know that it was to be a poetry reading. A small circle of select people had been invited. We sat fairly crowded in a not very large room, and some even had to sit on folding chairs and on the floor. Finally, Yeats began, after 2 huge altar candles had been lighted next to the black or black-covered reading desk. All the other lights in the room had been extinguished so that the energetic head with its black locks appeared plastically in the candlelight. Yeats read slowly with a melodious, somber voice, without becoming declamatory, and every verse received its full value. It was lovely. It was truly ceremonious. The only thing that disturbed me was the preciousness of the presentation, the black monkish garb which made Yeats look quite priestly, the smoldering of the thick wax candles which, I believe, were slightly scented. And so the literary enjoyment, and this afforded me a new charm, became more of a celebration of poems than a spontaneous reading. I was reminded involuntarily of how Verhaeren read his poems, in shirt sleeves, in order the better to mark the rhythm with his vigorous arms, without pomp or staging, or how Rilke occasionally recited a few poems out of a book, simply, clearly, in tranquil service to the word. It was the first staged poetry reading that I had ever attended, and in spite of my love for his work, I was somewhat distrustful of this cult treatment. Nevertheless, Yeats had a grateful guest. But the actual poetic discovery that came to me in London did not concern a living poet, but an artist who at that time was very much forgotten. William Blake, that lonely and problematical genius who, with his mixture of helplessness and sublime perfection, still fascinates me. A friend had advised me to look at the books illustrated in color in the print room of the British Museum, which was then directed by Lawrence Binyon, Europe, America, and the Book of Job, which, today, have become the great rarities at the dealers, and I was enchanted. Here for the first time I saw one of those magic natures who, without planning their own way in advance, are borne on angels' wings by visions through all the wilderness of fantasy. For days and weeks I tried to penetrate more deeply into the labyrinth of that soul, at once naive and yet demonic, and to reproduce some of the poems in German. I yearned to own a single page from his hand, but at first it seemed no more possible than a dream. One day my friend Archibald G.B. Russell, already then the best Blake expert, told me that in the exhibition which he was putting on one of the visionary portraits was for sale, in his, and my opinion, the master's loveliest pencil drawing, the King John. "You will never tire of it," he promised me, and he was right. From the ruins of my library and my pictures, this one leaf has accompanied me for more than 30 years, and how often the magic flashing glance of this mad king has looked down from the wall at me. Of all that is lost and distant from me, it is that drawing which I miss most in my wandering. The genius of England, which I tried in vain to recognize in streets and cities, was suddenly revealed to me in Blake's truly astral figure. And now I had added another to my many world loves. Bypaths on the way to myself. Paris, England, Italy, Spain, Belgium, and Holland. This inquisitive nomadic wandering was not only pleasant in itself, but in many respects highly productive as well. Yet after all, and I realize this better than ever today, when my roaming through the world is no longer a thing of choice, but a flight from the hounds, one has to have an anchorage from which one can set out, and to which one can always return. In the years since my school days, I had assembled a small library, and pictures and souvenirs, and my manuscripts began to pile up, but I could not drag this desirable burden around in my trunks all over the world. And so it was that I took a small apartment in Vienna, not as a permanent residence, but merely as a pied à terre, as the French so aptly call it. For up to the time of the world war, the feeling that everything was merely temporary dominated my life in some secret fashion. Nothing that I undertook, so I convinced myself, was the real, the actual thing, either in my work, which I looked upon as sketches leading to the real thing, or with women with whom I was friendly. In so doing, I gave to my youth a sense of not yet being definitely burdened with responsibilities and, at the same time, the diletto for unhampered tasting, testing, and enjoyment. Arrived at an age when others had already long been married and had children and held important positions, and were obliged to produce the best that was in them with all their energy, I still regarded myself as youthful, a beginner who faced immeasurable time, and I was hesitant about final decisions of any kind. Just as I looked on my work as preparatory to the real thing, as a visiting card which was to announce my existence to the world of literature, so my rooms were to be nothing more than an address for the time being. I chose small quarters at the city's edge intentionally, so that my freedom was not weighted by costliness. The furniture that I bought was not particularly good, for I had no desire to tend it as my parents had done in their home, where every chair had its own slipcover which was only removed when company came. It was also my intention not to settle down in Vienna lest I might become sentimentally bound to a definite place. For many years I looked back on this self-training for the temporary as a mistake, but when later I was compelled once again to leave each home that I created for myself, and when I saw everything about me crumbling, this enigmatic instinct not to bind myself proved an aid. Acquired early, it made all loss and all leave-taking easier for me. I did not yet have many valuables to stow away in my first abode. The Blake drawing which I had secured in London hung on the wall, and one of Goethe's loveliest poems, written in his flowing freehand, was at that time the jewel in my autograph collection which I had already begun in the gymnasium. In the same herd spirit with which our entire literary group had written poetry, we hounded poets, actors, and singers for their autographs. And although most of us had given up the sport as we had given up writing poetry when we left school, the passion for these earthly shadows of genial personalities increased and intensified itself in my case. The mere signatures meant nothing to me, nor did the degree of international fame or value of any person interest me. What I sought was the originals or the sketches for poems or compositions, because the problem of the creation of a work of art, both in its biographical and psychological forms, held my attention more than anything else. That mysterious moment of transition in which a verse, a melody, emerges out of the invisible, out of the vision and intuition of a genius, and is graphically fixed in a material form. Where else can it so well be examined and observed as in the tortured or transborn manuscript of the master? I do not know enough about an artist if I am familiar only with his finished work, and I agree perfectly with Goethe when he says that to understand completely great creations one must have seen them not only in their perfection, but have pursued the process of their creation. The sight of one of Beethoven's first sketches with its wild, impatient strokes, its chaotic mixture of motifs begun and discarded, and with the creative fury, the superabundance of his genius, compressed into a few pencil strokes, is physically exciting to me because it is mentally exciting. I can look at such a scribbled page of hieroglyphics with enchantment and love, as others gaze upon a perfect picture. A proof sheet of Balzac in which practically every sentence is torn apart, every line plowed through, the white margin blackened with strokes, signs, and words, represents to me the eruption of a human Vesuvius. And to see any poem that I have loved for years in its first draft, in its first earthly realization, arouses a religious awe in me, and I hardly dare to touch it. The pride of owning a few such leaves was accompanied by the sporting desire to acquire them, to hunt for them at auctions or in catalogs. How many tense hours do I owe to that chase? How many exciting incidents? Here I had come a day too late. There a desired piece proved to be a forgery, and again a miracle would occur. I had secured a small manuscript of Mozart's, but with joy impaired, for a scrap of the music had been cut away. Suddenly, the missing portion, which had been removed 50 or 100 years before by some loving vandal, turned up in a Stockholm auction, and now the aria could be put together just as Mozart had left it 150 years ago. Of course, in those days my literary income obviously did not suffice to buy things in the grand manner. But every collector knows how much the joy of possessing a certain piece is enhanced if a sacrifice must be made to procure it. Furthermore, I demanded toll of all of my poet friends. Roland gave me a volume of his Jean Christophe, Rilke his most popular work Die Weisse von Liebe und Tod, Claudel his Land's Fate en Marie, Gorky a lengthy sketch, Freud a dissertation. They all knew that no museum could preserve their manuscripts more lovingly. How much of all this is scattered to the four winds today, with other lesser joys? I discovered only later, by chance, that the most unusual and most valuable literary museum piece was treasured not in my closet, yet in the same house. Above me, in an equally modest apartment, there lived a gray-haired, elderly spinster, a music teacher by profession. One day she spoke to me pleasantly on the stairs, saying that it worried her that I was an involuntary listener to her lessons, and that she hoped my work was not too much disturbed by the imperfect art of her pupils. In the course of our conversation, I learned that her mother lived with her. Half blind and unable to leave her room, this 80-year-old lady was no less a person than the daughter of Goethe's physician Dr. Vogel, and in 1830 Ottilie von Goethe, with Goethe present, was sponsor at her christening. I almost fainted. There was still one person on earth in the year 1910 on whom Goethe's sacred glance had rested. Now there had always been a particular sense of reverence in me for every earthly manifestation of genius, and besides my manuscripts I collected whatever relics I could lay hands on. At a later time, in my second life, one room in my house was devoted to my cult, if I may so call it. There stood Beethoven's desk and the little money box out of which, when in bed, he drew the necessary change for the maid with a trembling hand already touched by death. There were also a page from his household book and a lock of his graying hair. For years I carefully preserved one of Goethe's quill pens under glass to avoid the temptation of taking it into my own unworthy hand. But how far beyond comparison with these inanimate objects was a person, a breathing, living being who had looked into Goethe's dark round eyes, knowingly and lovingly. A last thin thread, that might break at any moment, by chance united the Olympian world of Weimar with a modest house, Kochgasse 8, through this frail, earthly creature. I asked permission to call upon Mrs. Demelius. The old lady received me kindly and hospitably, and in her room I found many of the immortal's belongings which had been given to her by Goethe's grandchild, a friend of her youth, a pair of candlesticks that had stood on Goethe's table, and similar tokens of the house in the Frauenplan in Weimar. But was not she herself the real miracle, this old lady with a Biedermeier cap covering her thin white hair, as with her wrinkled mouth she gladly told how she had spent the first 15 years of her youth in the house in the Frauenplan, which then had not yet become the museum it is today, guarding these things untouched since the hour when the greatest of German poets left his house and the world, forever? As old people always do, she looked back upon her youth with intense objectivity, her indignation because the Goethe Society had perpetrated a grave indiscretion in having so soon published the love letters of her childhood friend, Ottilie von Goethe, was touching. So soon, she had forgotten that Ottilie had been dead for 50 years. To her, Goethe's darling was still alive and still young. Things that long since had become historic and legendary to us were still reality to her. I always felt a ghost-like atmosphere in her presence. Here I lived in this stone house, spoke over the telephone, burned electric lights, wrote letters on a typewriter, and but 22 steps above I was transported into another century and stood in the holy shadow of the world of Goethe. Later, I met many other women whose white heads reached upward into the heroic and Olympian world. Cosima Wagner, the daughter of Liszt, hard, strong, and yet majestic with her pathetic gestures. Elizabeth Forster, Nietzsche's sister, dainty, petite, and coquette. Olga Mano, the daughter of Alexander Herzen who, as a child, had often sat on Tolstoy's knee. I have heard such an old man as George Brandes tell of meetings with Walt Whitman, Flaubert, and Dickens, or Richard Strauss describe how he saw Richard Wagner for the first time. But nothing touched me so much as the face of this venerable woman, the last among the living whom Goethe's I had deliberately looked upon. And perhaps I myself am now the last person who may say that I knew someone on whose head Goethe's hand had rested gently for a moment. A haven between journeys had now been found. More important, however, was another home that I had discovered at the same time, the publishing house that preserved and promoted all my work for 30 years. Such a choice is critical in the life of an author, and it could not have happened more fortunately for me. Some years earlier, a poetic dilettante of fine culture conceived the idea of utilizing his wealth for an intellectual purpose rather than for a racing stable. Alfred Walter Hamel, who was not of great importance as a poet himself, had decided to establish in Germany, where publishing was carried on mainly on a commercial basis, a publishing house which would make the criterion for the publication of a work not its commercial value but its content, with no view to material gain, but rather the prospect of continued losses. Light literature, profitable as it might be, was to be excluded, Contrariwise, even the most subtle and experimental was to be welcomed. To accept only works of the purest artistic expression in its purest form was the motto of this exclusive publishing house, which at first depended on a small clientele of real connoisseurs. With conscious pride in its isolation, it called itself Die Insel, the island, and, later, the Inselverlag. Its books were not to be factory-made, but every opus was to be given an external distinction in the printed form which suited its inner perfection. Thus the title page, the letterpress, the face of type, and the paper for each book presented a new and individual problem. Even the prospectuses and the stationery of this ambitious publishing firm became the object of passionate pondering. I cannot recall, for example, that throughout 30 years I ever found a single printer's error in one of my books, or even a corrected line in a letter from the firm. Everything, even the smallest detail, aspired to be model. Hofmannsthal and Rilke were united in their lyric work in the Inselverlag, and their presence set the highest standard as the only valid one. One can readily imagine my joy and my pride in being honored, at 26, with permanent citizenship in this island. The external significance of this relationship was literary promotion. Inwardly, it meant increased responsibility. Whoever stepped into this select circle had to practice discipline and reticence. No literary flightiness was permitted him. He dared not be guilty of any journalistic haste, for the Inselverlag's colophon implied, at first for thousands and later for hundreds of thousands, not only a guarantee of textual quality, but also exemplary perfection of everything pertaining to the printer's art. Nothing happier can occur to an author than, when still young, to come upon a young publishing house and to grow up with it. Only such a common development truly creates an organic connection between him, his work, and the outside world. Soon I was bound by hearty friendship to the director of the Inselverlag, Professor Kippenberg, our friendship being strengthened by mutual understanding of our private collector's instincts and predilections. Kippenberg's Goethe collection developed parallel with the increase of my autograph collection for 30 years, and became the most monumental ever brought together by a private person. He gave me valuable advice and often valuable warnings, and on the other hand, because of my special observation of foreign literature, I was able to give him important suggestions. So it was that the Inselbücherei, with its many millions of copies, was built like a mighty cosmopolis around the original ivory tower, making the Insel the most distinguished of German publishing houses, as the result of an idea that I proposed. After 30 years, things looked different than when we had begun. The slender undertaking had become one of the mightiest publishing houses, and the author who once appealed to only a limited circle, after all, was one of the most widely read in Germany. And in truth, it took a world catastrophe and the most brutal exercise of law to sever what had been a happy and congenial association for both of us. I must confess that it was easier for me to leave house and home than no longer to see the familiar imprint on my books. The path lay clear before me. I had begun to publish at an unseemly early age, yet I had an inner conviction that at 26 I had not created anything of substance. The finest conquest of my young manhood, the association and friendship with the best creative minds of the time, strangely enough became a dangerous hindrance to my productivity. I had learned true values all too well, and that made me hesitant. Because of this lack of courage, everything which I had heretofore published, except for translations, had been carefully limited to smaller forms such as short stories and poems. I was not bold enough to start a novel. That did not happen until nearly 30 years later. My first larger venture was in the dramatic field, and with this first attempt came a great temptation and certain favorable auguries that pressed toward succumbing to it. In the summer of 1905 or 1906, I had written a play. Naturally, in the style of our time, it was a drama in verse in the classic mode. It was called Thersites. My present opinion of that play, which now possesses only conventional significance, is evidenced by the fact that, as with nearly all of my books written before my 32nd year, I have never permitted it to be reprinted. Nevertheless, this drama announced a certain personal trait in my inner attitude which invariably never champions the so-called hero but rather always see tragedy only in the conquered. In my stories, it is always the man who succumbs to destiny. In my biographies, the personality of one who succeeds not in a worldly way, but in the moral sense. Erasmus and not Luther, Mary Stuart and not Elizabeth, Castellio and not Calvin. That is what prompted me even then not to take Achilles as protagonist, but the least imposing of his antagonists, the suffering Thersites, instead of the figure who, through his power and self-certainty, makes others suffer. I did not show the finished work to any actor, even to those amongst my friends, for I was sufficiently worldly wise to know that dramas in blank verse and in Greek costume, even those by Sophocles or Shakespeare, are not good box office in the commercial theater. In a merely formal way, I sent copies to a few of the important theaters, and then I forgot the matter. Great was my astonishment when, after about 3 months, I received a letter on whose envelope was printed, Königliches Schauspielhaus Berlin. What can the Prussian State Theater want of me? I thought. To my amazement, the director, Ludwig Barnoy, formerly one of the greatest German actors, informed me that the play had impressed him profoundly, and that it was particularly welcome since in Achilles he had finally found the long-sought part for Adalbert Matkowski. He asked me therefore to grant the rights for the premiere to the Royal Theatre in Berlin. I was almost terrified with delight. At that time, Germany had 2 great actors, Adalbert Matkowski and Joseph Keynes, the former a North German, unequaled in the primitive force of his personality, his overpowering passion, the latter, our Viennese Joseph Keynes, in whom audiences rejoiced for his intellectual grace, his inimitable diction, and the mastery of the vibrant as well as the metallic voice. And now that Matkowski was to personify my hero and speak my verses, and the principal theater of the capital of the German Reich was to be godfather for my drama, a glowing dramatic career, unsought by me, seemed to present itself. Since then I have learned never to anticipate the joys of a premiere before the curtain finally goes up. True, the actual rehearsals had begun, one after the other, and friends assured me that Matkowski had never been more superb, never more masculine than at these rehearsals when speaking my verses. I had already reserved a berth in a sleeper for Berlin when a telegram arrived at the last moment. Postponement because of the illness of Matkowski. I believed it to be an excuse common in the theater when one wants to evade a promise or a date. But a week later the newspapers published the news of Matkowski's death. My verses were the last that his wonderful lips had spoken. Finished, I said to myself. Vorbei, it's over with. Although 2 other important court theaters, Dresden and Kassel, wanted the play, my interest had become languid. I did not wish to think of an Achilles other than Matkowski. Just then, even more startling news arrived. A friend woke me one morning to tell me that Joseph Keynes had sent him to say that he had chanced upon the play and saw a part in it for himself. Not the Achilles that Matkowski wished to play, but the tragic opposite role of Thersites. He was going to get in touch with the Burg Theater at once. Its manager, Schlenther, a pioneer of the then current realism, had come from Berlin and, to the annoyance of the Viennese, directed the court theater on realistic principles. He wrote to me promptly that although he was aware of what was interesting in my drama, unfortunately, he did not see the possibility of any success beyond the premiere. Finished, I said to myself again, skeptical as I had always been towards myself and my literary work. Keynes, on the other hand, was bitter. He invited me to call upon him at once, and for the first time I saw before me the god of my youth whose hands and feet we gymnasium students would have liked to kiss, his body pliant as a feather, his face spiritual and lit up by handsome dark eyes, even in his 50th year. It was a joy to hear him speak. Every word, even in private conversation, had its purest outline, every consonant its sharp-cut precision, every vowel vibrated fully and clear. Even now, I cannot read such poems as I had once heard him recite, without his voice speaking at the same time, with its measured power, its perfect rhythm, its heroic vibration. Never since has it been such joy to hear the German language. And this man, whom I adored as a god, apologized to me, a novice, because he had not succeeded in putting through my play. But from now on, he said with emphasis, we were not to lose sight of each other. As a matter of fact, he had a request to make. I almost laughed that Keynes should request something from me. He was playing frequent guest engagements and had 2 one-act plays for those occasions. He needed a third, and what was shadowed in his mind was a short piece, in verse if possible, and preferably with one of those lyric cascades such as only he among German actors, because of his grandiose diction, could pour forth crystalline at one breath before an audience that was itself breathless. Could I not write such a one-act play for him? I promised to try. The will to do can sometimes, as Goethe says, command poesy. I outlined a sketch of a one-act play, Der Verwandelt Comedian, The Transformed Comedian, a featherweight rococo affair with 2 big lyrico-dramatic monologues incorporated. Involuntarily, I felt myself influenced by his desire in every word, and identified myself enthusiastically with Keynes's being and even sought to make his diction mine. Hence this made-to-order work became one of those happy accidents which come about not through mere craftsmanship, but by enthusiasm alone. After 3 weeks, I was able to show Keynes the half-finished sketch with one of the arias in its setting. Keynes was genuinely enthusiastic. He immediately recited the cascade twice, the second time with, to me, unforgettable perfection. How much time did I need? He asked, visibly impatient. A month. Excellent. That suited him perfectly. He was going on tour for a few weeks to Germany, and upon his return he would begin rehearsals without delay, for this was to be a Burgtheater play. Then he promised me that he would include in it his repertory wherever he went, for it fitted him like a glove. Like a glove. Again and again he repeated these words, shaking my hand heartily 3 times. It was obvious that he had made the Burgtheater rebellious before his departure, for the director telephoned me in person, asked me to show him the one-act play in outline form, and accepted it in advance. The parts supporting Keynes were given to the cast so that they might read them. Again it seemed as if I were winning a grand prize on a modest stake. The Burgtheater, the pride of our city, and an actor who, with Duse, was the greatest of the times, in a play by me. It was almost too much for a beginner. There was only one possible danger, that Keynes might change his mind when the play was completed, but how improbable that was. Nevertheless, the impatience was now on my side. At last I read in the paper that Joseph Keynes had returned from his guest tour. For the sake of politeness, I waited 2 days so as not to rush in on him immediately upon his return. But on the 3rd day, I took courage and handed my visiting card to the familiar old porter of the Hotel Sacher, where Keynes was staying at the time. Zu Herrn Hofschauspieler Keynes. The old man stared at me over his glasses in astonishment. But haven't you heard, Herr Doctor? No, I had not heard anything. They took him to the sanatorium this morning. He told me that Keynes had returned very ill from his tour, during which he had played his great parts, for the last time heroically mastering the most terrible pains before an unsuspecting audience. The next day he was operated on for cancer. According to the newspaper bulletins, we could still hope for his recovery, and I visited him on his sickbed. He lay there tired, emaciated, his dark eyes looking larger than usual in his wasted face, and I was shocked. His eternally young, eloquent lips were outlined with an icy gray mustache, and I saw an old, dying man before me. Sadly, he smiled at me. Do you think the Lord will grant that I act in that piece of ours? That could make me well. But a few weeks later we stood at his coffin. One can readily understand my uneasiness at remaining in the dramatic field and the anxiety which ensued every time I presented a new piece to a theater. The fact that the 2 greatest actors of Germany had died while rehearsing my verses made me, I am not ashamed to confess it, superstitious. It was only after some years that I again took courage to enter the field of the theater, and when the new manager of the Burgtheater, Alfred Baron Berger, an eminent man of the theater and a master of declamation, immediately accepted the drama, I scanned the selected cast anxiously and, paradoxically, sighed with relief. Thank God, not a famous name there. There was no one upon whom fate could wreak her wrath. But nonetheless, the improbable occurred. If one shuts the door upon misfortune, it will sneak in through another. I had thought only of the actors and not of the manager, who had intended himself to direct my tragedy, Das Haus im Meer, The House by the Sea, and had already prepared the prompt book. I had not thought of Alfred Barenberger. Truly enough, a fortnight before the date of the first rehearsal he was dead. The curse that seemed to hang over my dramatic works was still operating. Even when, more than a decade later, Jeremiah and Volpone coursed the earth after the war in every possible language, I felt none too sure. And I acted consciously against my own interests when, in 1931, I completed a new piece, Das Lambda Armen, The One You Lamb. One day, after I had sent the manuscript to him, I received a telegram from my friend Alexander Moisey asking that I reserve the lead for him for the premiere. Moisey, who had brought from his Italian homeland a sensuous euphony, such as had never before been heard on the German stage, was then the only great successor to Joseph Keynes. Enchanting in appearance, clever, alive, and moreover a kindly and inspiring person, he invested every play with some of his own personal magic. I could not have asked for a more ideal actor for the part. And yet, when he had made this proposal to me, the memory of Matkowski and Keynes stirred within me, and I declined on a pretext without telling him the real reason. I knew that he had inherited from Keynes the Iffland ring, which is always bequeathed by Germany's greatest actor to his greatest successor. Was he also to inherit Keynes's fate? In any case, as far as I was concerned, I had no wish to be the cause of misfortune for a third time to the greatest German actor of the time. And so, because of superstition and out of love for him, I renounced what would have been the most perfect interpretation of my play. And yet, I was unable to protect him by my renunciation, although I refused to give him the part, and though I have never given a new piece to the stage since that time, I was still to be enmeshed in the misfortune of others without the slightest fault on my part. I am quite aware that I shall be suspected of telling a ghost story. Matkowski and Keynes, these might be explained as being cruel chance. But why Moisey after them, when I had not given him the part and had not written a new drama since? This is what happened. Years later, and I am getting ahead of my story, I was in Zurich in the summer of 1935, when, with no previous warning, I received a telegram from my friend Moisey from Milan, telling me that he was coming to see me that evening and that I was to await him without fail. How strange, I thought. What can be so pressing? I had no new play and had been more than indifferent towards the theater for years. Naturally, I awaited his coming with pleasure, for I loved this warm, affectionate man like a brother. He rushed up to me from the train, and we embraced in the Italian fashion. We were still in the automobile on the way from the station when he began, with his marvelous impatience, to tell me what it was that I could do for him. Pirandello had done him a special honor by giving him the rights for the premiere of his new play, Non Sia Mai. It was not for the Italian premiere, but for the world premiere, which was to take place in Vienna in the German language. It was the first time that such an Italian master had given precedence to a non-Italian country. He had never even accorded it to Paris. But Pirandello had a particular wish. He feared that in the translation the musical quality, the subtleties of his prose might be lost, so it was his desire that I, whose lingual art he had long valued, translate the piece into German and not some chance translator. Pirandello had, naturally, hesitated to approach me. How could he expect me to waste my time with translations? He had said, and so Moisey had taken it upon himself to transmit Pirandello's wish. As a matter of fact, I had been done with translating for years. But I respected Pirandello, with whom I had had some pleasant meetings, too much to disappoint him, and above all it was a pleasure to be able to give so close a friend as Moisey a token of comradeship. I put my own work aside for a week or two, and not many weeks later Pirandello's play, in my translation, was announced for the world premiere in Vienna, an event which, for political reasons, too, was to be made particularly impressive. Pirandello had promised to be present, and as Mussolini was then still the avowed patron of Austria, every official of consequence, led by the Chancellor, announced his attendance. The evening was to be made the occasion of demonstrating Austro-Italian friendship, in truth, the protectorate of Italy over Austria. When the rehearsals were to begin, I happened to be in Vienna. I looked forward with pleasure to seeing Pirandello again, and I was curious to hear the words of my translation in Moisey's musical voice. But with ghost-like similarity there occurred, after a quarter of a century, the same event. When I opened my newspaper early in the morning, I read that Moisey had arrived from Switzerland suffering with a severe attack of grippe and that the rehearsals would have to be postponed because of his illness. Grippe, I thought. That cannot be serious. But my heart began to race as I approached the hotel. This time, thank God, the Grand Hotel and not the Hotel Sacher, to visit my sick friend. The memory of my futile visit to Cannes made me shudder. And again, after some 25 years, the same thing occurred to the greatest of German actors. It was too late to see Moisey, for he was already delirious. 2 days later, as had been the case with Cannes, I stood at his coffin instead of at his rehearsal. I have related out of turn the last fulfillment of the mysterious spell connected with my theatrical efforts. Naturally, I see in this recurrence nothing more than chance. But undoubtedly the closely succeeding deaths of Matkowski and Cannes had a definite effect upon the direction of my life at that time. If Matkowski in Berlin and Cannes in Vienna had acted in the first dramas of a 26-year-old, then it is quite possible that, thanks to their great art which could have made a success of even the weakest play, I would rapidly have become widely known and perhaps undeservedly so, and would thus have been deprived of years of slow learning and experience of the world. It was natural enough for me to think that I was being persecuted by fate, since at the very start the theater had so temptingly offered me undreamed of possibilities only to snatch them cruelly from me at the last moment. But it is only early in life that one believes fate to be identical with chance. Later one knows that the actual course of one's life was determined from within. However confusedly and meaninglessly our way may deviate from our desires, after all it does lead us inevitably to our invisible goal. Beyond Europe, did time go more quickly in the past than it does today, when it is packed with events that will change our world to the very vitals for hundreds of years to come? Or do the last years of my youth before the First European War seem somewhat blurred because they were spent in regular work? I wrote, I published, my name was known in Germany, and, to some extent, abroad. I had a following, and, what is better testimony to a certain individuality, I already had opponents. All the great newspapers of the Reich were open to me, and I no longer had to proffer material, but was asked to contribute. But I cherish no secret belief that what I did and wrote in those years would have significance today. All our ambitions, our sorrows, our disappointments and exasperations look Lilliputian now. Perforce the dimensions of this day have changed our point of view of things. Had I begun this book some years ago, I would have written of conversations with Gerhard Hauptmann, with Arthur Schnitzler, Bierhoffmann, Demmel, Pirandello, Wassermann, Scholamash, and Anatole France. The last named, by the way, was very amusing. The old gentleman told us improper stories the whole afternoon, but with meditative seriousness and an indescribable grace. I could tell of great premieres, those of Gustav Mahler's 10th Symphony in Munich, the Rosenkavalier in Dresden, those of Karsavina and Nijinsky, for I got about much and was an eager witness of many historical artistic events. But all that remains unrelated to the problems of the present day is out of date when measured by our stricter standard of importance. Today, those men of my youth who held my attention to literature seem far less important than those who drew it away towards reality. Chief among them was a man who had to govern the destiny of the German Reich in one of its most tragic epochs, and who was struck by the National Socialists' first murderous shot 11 years before Hitler seized power, Walter Rathenau. Our friendly relations were of long standing and very cordial. They had begun in an unusual manner. Maximilian Harden, whose magazine Die Zukunft was a determining influence in the last decades of Emperor Wilhelm's empire, was one of the first persons to whom I owed advancement at the age of 19. It was Harden whom Bismarck himself had pushed into politics. The Chancellor liked using him as his mouthpiece or lightning rod, who broke ministers, who brought about the explosion of the Eulenburg affair, and caused the imperial palace to tremble each week for fear of new attacks and disclosures. Yet for all this, Harden's real love was the theater and literature. One day there appeared in the Zukunft a series of aphorisms, signed with a pseudonym that I can no longer recall, which struck me because of their unusual wisdom and compact expression. As one of his regular contributors, I wrote to Harden, "Who is this new man? I have not read such finely polished epigrams in years." The reply did not come from Harden, but from one who signed himself Walter Rathenau, and who, as I learned from his letters and from other sources, was none other than the son of the almighty director of the Berlin Electric Company, and was himself an industrialist and a director in countless companies. One of the new German far-sighted merchants, to use a term of Jean Paul's. He wrote to me very cordially and appreciatively that mine had been his first encouragement for a literary endeavor. Although he was at least 10 years older than I, he confided his doubts whether to publish an entire book of his thoughts and aphorisms at that time. He was an outsider, he felt, and until then had concentrated his activity in the field of economics. I encouraged him wholeheartedly. We continued to correspond, and when I next visited Berlin, I called him on the telephone. A hesitant voice replied, "Ah, it is you. What a pity. I am leaving for South Africa at 6 tomorrow morning." I interrupted, saying, "Then of course we will meet some other time." But the voice continued slowly and reflectively. "No, wait a minute. My afternoon is taken up with conferences. Tonight I must go to the ministry and then to a club dinner. Could you come here at 11:15? Of course I agreed. We chatted until 2 the next morning. He left at 6, on behalf of the German emperor, as I learned later, for Southwest Africa. I relate this detail because it is so characteristic of Rathenau. This very busy man always had time. I saw him during the direst days of war and shortly before the Locarno Conference, and a few days before his assassination I rode with him in the same automobile and through the same street in which he was murdered. Although every minute of his day was always allocated, he was ready to turn from one subject to another without the least effort, for his mind was always on the alert, an instrument of such precision and rapidity as I have never seen in anyone else. He spoke fluently as if he were reading from an invisible page, and yet each individual sentence was so plastically and clearly formed that, had it been taken down in shorthand, his conversation would have been a perfect exposition, ready for the press. He spoke French, English, and Italian as well as he did German. His memory never failed him, and he required no special preparation for any subject. In speaking with him, one felt stupid, faultily educated, uncertain, and confused in the presence of his calm, deliberate, and clear-thinking objectivity. But there was something in the blinding brilliance, the crystal clarity of his thinking, just as there was something in the choice furniture and the fine pictures in his home that made one feel uncomfortable. His mind had the effect of an ingeniously contrived apparatus, his home that of a museum. One could never really get warm in his feudal Queen Louise palace in Brandenburg. Its order was too obvious, its arrangement too studied, its cleanliness too clean. His thinking had the transparency of glass, hence seemed unsubstantial. Rarely have I sensed the tragedy of the Jew more strongly than in his personality which, with all of its apparent superiority, was full of a deep unrest and uncertainty. My other friends, for example Verhaeren, Elenke, and Bazalgette, were not a tenth as clever, not a hundredth as universal or as worldly wise as he was, but they were secure within themselves. In Rathenau's case, I always felt that, in spite of his immeasurable cleverness, his feet were not firmly on the ground. His entire existence was a single conflict of constantly changing contradictions. He had inherited all imaginable power from his father, and yet had no wish to be his heir. He was a merchant, but fancied himself an artist. He had millions and toyed with socialistic ideas. He felt himself to be a Jew and flirted with Christ. He thought internationally and worshipped Prussianism. He dreamt of the people's rule, and yet was highly honored every time he was received and consulted by Emperor Wilhelm, whose weaknesses and vanity he saw through intuitively, without being able to master his own vanity. And so it was perhaps that his ceaseless activity was nothing but an opiate to cover up an inner nervousness and to deaden the loneliness that surrounded his inner life. It was only in the hour of responsibility, when in 1919, after the breakdown of the German armies, the most difficult task in history, that of leading the disorganized republic from chaos to new life, fell to him, that the tremendous potential forces within him suddenly became a single force. And in staking his life on a single idea, the salvation of Europe, he attained the greatness which was innate to his genius. Besides many a glance into far lands in the course of enlivening conversations, which in intellectual intensity and lucidity could perhaps only be compared with those of Hofmannsthal, Valery, and Count Kaiserling, I also owe to Rathenau, who broadened my horizon from the purely literary to the contemporary historical, my first impulse to go outside of Europe. "You cannot understand England," he said to me, "as long as you merely know the island, nor our continent unless you have gone beyond it at least once. You're a free man. Make use of your freedom. Literature is a wonderful profession because haste plays no part in it. A year more or less is of no importance for a real book. Why don't you go to India and to America?" This chance remark sank in, and I determined to follow his advice without delay. India itself had a more sinister and depressing effect upon me than I would have thought possible. I was shocked by the misery of the emaciated figures, the joyless seriousness in their somber glances, the often cruel monotony of the landscape, and, more than all else, the rigid division of classes and races of which I had already had a taste on board ship. Two charming girls, black-eyed and slim, well-educated and well-mannered, discreet and elegant, were on the same vessel. I noticed on the very first day that they kept at a distance, or were kept at a distance by some invisible barrier. They did not appear at the dances, they did not enter a general conversation, but sat apart reading English or French books. It was only on the second or third day that I became aware that it was not they who avoided the society of the English, but the others who drew back from these half-castes, although these two attractive girls were the daughters of a Parsee merchant and a Frenchwoman. For 2 or 3 years, in a boarding school in Lausanne and in a finishing school in England, there had been no discrimination, but on the ship going to India a cool, invisible, but none the less horrid social exile had set in. This was my first sight of the pest of the racial purity mania, which has become more dangerous for our world of today than the actual plague had been centuries ago. This encounter served to sharpen my observation from the outset. With some shame I partook of the respect, long since vanished through our own fault, shown the European as if he was some sort of white god, who, when on a tourist trip such as up Adam's Peak in Ceylon, had a retinue of 12 or 14 servants, for a lesser number would be beneath his dignity. I could not rid myself of the uneasy feeling that the coming decades and centuries would bring about transformations and changes in these absurd conditions, which we Europeans in our comfortable and fondly imagined security did not dare to dream about. Because of this impression, I did not see India as something romantic, as Pierre Lodi did through rose-colored spectacles, but as an admonition. It was not the beautiful temples, the weathered palaces, nor the Himalaya landscapes, which gave me the most on this trip as far as my education was concerned, but the people whom I met, people of other sorts and other worlds than a writer from the European interior commonly met. Whoever traveled outside Europe in those days, when one spent more frugally and before Cook's tours had spread over the world, was usually an outstanding person in his particular class. The merchant would not be a small retailer with the restrictions of his level, but a wholesaler. The physician was likely to be a real scientist, the entrepreneur of the race of the conquistador race, daring, lavish, ruthless, and even the writer a man of superior intellectual curiosity. Throughout the long days and nights of the trip, there was not yet the radio to fill them with chatter. I learned more in my association with these novel types about the push and pull that move the world than I did from 100 books. Distance from home alters spiritual standards. Many a detail that had formerly occupied me unduly seemed petty after my return, and I ceased to regard our Europe as the eternal axis of the universe. One of the men whom I met on my trip to India has achieved an immeasurable, even if not publicly apparent, influence upon the history of our time. From Calcutta to Indochina, and on a riverboat headed up the Irrawaddy, I spend hours every day with Karl Haushofer and his wife. He was on his way to Japan as German military attaché. Erect and slim, spare-faced and eagle-nosed, he gave me my first insight into the unusual qualities and the intrinsic discipline of a German general staff officer. I had, of course, sometimes associated with military men in Vienna, amiable, cordial, and even jolly young fellows who, for the most part, had come from families of restricted means and had taken refuge in the uniform and sought to derive such pleasure as the service could yield. Haushofer, however, as one sensed at once, came from middle-class people of culture. His father had published some poems and was, I believe, a university professor, and his education, besides military science, was comprehensive. Ordered to make a first-hand study of the various theaters of the Russo-Japanese War, he and his wife had familiarized themselves with the Japanese language and even its literature. He exemplified the fact that every science, even the military, when pursued profoundly, must necessarily push beyond its own limits and impinge on all the other sciences. He worked all day on board ship, followed the landscape with binoculars, kept a diary, made notes, consulted dictionaries. I rarely saw him without a book in hand. A precise observer, he was well able to describe things effectively. In conversation with him, I learned much of the enigmatic Orient. After my return home, I kept up cordial relations with the Haushofer family. We exchanged letters and visited each other in Salzburg and Munich. A severe pulmonary illness which confined him for a year to Davos or Arosa kept him from the army and compelled him to go over to science. But he recovered and was able to take a command in the World War. At the time of the collapse, I often thought of him with great sympathy. I could easily imagine how much he, who had labored for years at building up German mastery and perhaps also at its war machine in his obscure retirement, must have suffered in seeing Japan, where he had made many friends, among the victorious opponents. Soon it was evident that he was one of the first to think systematically and in a broad-gauge way of the rebuilding of Germany's position. He edited a journal of geopolitics, and, as is so often the case, I failed to understand the deeper meaning of this new movement at its inception. I honestly believe that it was concerned only with the play of forces in the cooperation of nations, and I took the expression Lebensraum of nations, which I think Haushofer coined, in Spengler's sense, as the relative energy, changing with the ages, which every nation once in its life cycle produces. And Haushofer's summons to study the individual traits of the nations more closely and to create a permanent educational apparatus on a scientific basis appeared quite proper to me, for I conceived such investigations as calculated to draw nations closer together. Who knows, Haushofer's original intentions may have been quite unpolitical. However that may be, I read his books, he quotes me once in them, with great interest and without the least suspicion, and heard objectively thinking persons praise his lectures as being unusually instructive. No one charged that he intended his ideas to serve a new policy of power and aggression. They were meant simply to give new ideological motivation to the old Greater Germany claims. But one day in Munich, when I chanced to mention his name, someone said, in a matter-of-course tone, "Ah, Hitler's friend." Nothing could have astonished me more. First of all, Haushofer's wife was by no means racially pure, and his talented and very agreeable sons could never have met the requirements of the Nuremberg Jewish laws. Moreover, I could see no basis of intellectual relation between a highly cultivated, cosmopolitan scholar and a rabid agitator who was mad on the subject of Germanism in its narrowest and most brutal sense. But one of Haushofer's pupils had been Rudolf Hess, and he had brought about the connection. Hitler, though himself far from receptive to unfamiliar ideas, possessed, from the outset, the instinct to appropriate whatever might serve his personal ambitions. Therefore, National Socialist politics accepted geopolitics and pumped it dry, Hitler using as much as fitted his purpose. It was always the technique of National Socialism to supply an ideological and pseudo-moral foundation for its thoroughly unequivocal egotistical instinct for power. The word Lebensraum finally proved a neat cloak for its naked will to aggression, an apparently innocent but only vaguely definable word that would justify any annexation, no matter how arbitrary, as an ethical and ethnological necessity. So it was my old traveling companion who, whether consciously and willingly I do not know, was responsible, to the world's detriment, for that fundamental change in Hitler's aims, originally strictly directed to nationalism and racial purity, which, through the Lebensraum theory, took form in the slogan, Zuerst erobern wir Deutschland und dann die ganze Welt. First we will conquer Germany, and then the entire world. This was as senseless an example of the transformation of a single pregnant formula into deed and destiny through the power immanent in language as the earlier formulation of the encyclopedists of the rule of raison, which finally changed to its very opposite, terror and mass emotion. As far as I know, Haushofer never held a prominent position in the party. Perhaps he never was a party member. At any rate, I cannot, like the imaginative journalists, see him as a cunning gray eminence who, concealed in the background, invents the most dangerous schemes and whispers them to the Führer. But there can be no doubt that it was his theories, rather than any of Hitler's most rabid advisors, which either consciously or unconsciously drove the aggressive policy of National Socialism from the narrow national to the universal. Only posterity, with better documentation than is available to our contemporaries, will be able to place him in the proper perspective of history. Before long, this first overseas trip was followed by another, this time to America. It, too, was prompted by no other purpose than to see the world and, if possible, a bit of the future which lay before us. I truly believe that I was one of the very few writers who went over not to earn money or to exploit America journalistically, but solely to compare a rather uncertain impression of the new continent with the reality. My impression, I declare it frankly, was a fairly romantic one. For me, America was Walt Whitman, the land of the new rhythm and the coming world brotherhood. Once again before I sailed, I read the wild, cataractic pour of the great Camerado's long lines. And so I entered Manhattan with an open fraternal feeling instead of the usual arrogance of the European. I remember that the first thing that I did when I got to the hotel was to ask the porter to direct me to Walt Whitman's grave, but my desire greatly embarrassed the poor Italian who had never even heard the name. My first impression was overpowering, although New York did not yet have the enchanting night beauty which it now has. The rushing cascades of light in Times Square were not yet present, nor the city's dreamlike heaven which, with its billions of artificial stars, glitters at the real ones in the sky. The appearance of the city as well as the traffic lacked the daring grandeur of today, for the new architecture was only trying itself out uncertainly with an occasional skyscraper, and the astonishing development of taste in show windows and decorations had only modestly set in. But to look down from the Brooklyn Bridge, with its constant gentle swaying, at the harbor and to wander about in the stone canyons of the avenues, was discovery and excitement enough. But after 2 or 3 days it gave way to another more pronounced feeling, that of extreme solitude. I had nothing to do in New York, and at that time a leisured person could not have been more out of place anywhere. There were not yet cinemas in which to while away an hour, nor the small, comfortable cafeterias, nor so many art galleries, libraries, and museums as there are now. In matters cultural, everything was still far behind our Europe. After 2 or 3 days of loyally doing the museums and other notable sights, I was swept along like a rudderless boat in the icy, windy streets. Finally, this sense of the aimlessness of my wandering became so strong that I could overcome it only by some positive artifice. I invented a game for myself. I pretended that I was friendless and alone, a jobless immigrant with my last $7 in my pocket. Do then, I said to myself, what they have to do. Imagine that you are forced to earn your own living after 3 days. Look around and see how one begins here as a stranger without connections or friends to find a position. So I wandered from agency to agency and examined the lists tacked on their doors. Here a baker was wanted, there a temporary clerk who knew French and Italian, here a clerk for a bookshop. This last, incidentally, was the first opportunity for my imaginary self. And so I climbed up 3 flights of iron stairs, asked about the salary, and compared it with the prices for a room in the Bronx which I had seen advertised in the newspaper. After 2 days of job hunting, I had theoretically found 5 jobs by which I could have made my living. In this manner, I had convinced myself more vividly than by mere strolling about how much room, how much opportunity there was in this young country for anyone willing to work, and that impressed me. Also, through this experience at agencies and interviews in shops and offices, I gained an insight into the divine freedom of the country. No one had asked me about my nationality, my religion, my origin, and, fantastic as it may seem to the world of today with its fingerprinting, visas, and police certificates, I had traveled without a passport. But here were jobs that but waited for takers, that spoke volumes. Without the hindering interference of the state or formalities or trade unions, in that now legendary freedom a deal was made in a minute. Through this job hunting, I learned more about America in those very first few days than in all the succeeding weeks when I traveled comfortably to Philadelphia, Boston, Baltimore, and Chicago. I was always alone except in Boston, where I spent a few convivial hours with Charles Loeffler, who had composed the music for some of my poems. On only one occasion was the complete anonymity of my existence interrupted by a surprise. I remember the moment clearly. I was strolling down a broad avenue in Philadelphia and halted before a large bookshop to find at least in the names of the authors something known or familiar to me. Suddenly I started. In the window 6 or 7 German books stood on the left, and from one of them my name jumped out at me. I stared as if enchanted and began to meditate. Something of this self of mine that was being driven through these strange streets unknown and apparently futilely, unknown and observed by none. Something of this self had preceded me. The bookseller must have written my name on an order slip and so caused my book to make the 10 days' journey over the ocean. My desolation left me for the moment, and when 2 years ago I again visited Philadelphia, I instinctively sought this window again and again. I had lost courage to go as far as San Francisco. Hollywood had not yet been invented, but at least there was one other spot from which I could fulfill my longing to see the Pacific Ocean, for since my childhood I had been fascinated by the accounts of the early circumnavigators. What is more, it was a spot that has since disappeared which mortal I will never behold again. The lost mounds of earth of the Panama Canal, which was then still building. I had gone down there in a small ship by way of Bermuda and Haiti. Through Verhaeren, our poetic generation had learned to admire the technical wonders of our age with the same enthusiasm with which our ancestors admired Roman antiquity. Panama itself was an unforgettable sight. The river bed excavated by machinery, its ochre yellow burning the eye even through dark glasses, the infernal air filled with millions and billions of mosquitoes whose victims could be seen in endless rows in the cemetery. How many had died for this enterprise which Europe had begun and America was to complete? And only now, after 30 years of catastrophes and disappointments, it was becoming a reality. A few more months of final labor on the sluices, and then pressure on an electric button, and the two oceans, after thousands of years, would unite for eternity. But I was one of the last of this day to see them still separate while fully aware of what was to come. It was a good leave-taking from America, this site of its greatest creative accomplishment. Light and shadow over Europe. I had now lived through 10 years of the new century and had seen India, Africa, and part of America. It was with a new, more informed pleasure that I began to look at our Europe. I never loved that old earth more than in those last years before the First World War, never hoped more ardently for European unity, never had more faith in its future than then, when we thought we saw a new dawning. But in reality, it was the glare of the approaching world conflagration. It may perhaps be difficult to describe to the generation of today, which has grown up amidst catastrophes, collapses, and crises, to which war has been a constant possibility and even a daily expectation, that optimism, that trustfulness in the world which had animated us young people since the turn of the century. 40 years of peace had strengthened the economic organism of the nations. Technical science had given wings to the rhythm of life, and scientific discoveries had made the spirit of that generation proud. There was sudden upsurge which could be felt in almost identical measure in all countries of Europe. The cities grew more beautiful and more populous from year to year. The Berlin of 1905 no longer resembled the city that I had known in 1901. The capital had grown into a metropolis and, in turn, had been magnificently overtaken by the Berlin of 1910. Vienna, Milan, Paris, London, and Amsterdam on each fresh visit evoked new astonishment and pleasure. The streets became broader and more showy, the public buildings more impressive, the shops more luxurious and tasteful. Everything manifested the increase and spread of wealth. Even we writers experienced it in the editions of our works which, within some 10 years, had increased 3-5 and tenfold. New theaters, libraries, and museums sprang up everywhere. Comforts such as bathrooms and telephones, formerly the privilege of the few, became the possession of the more modestly placed, and the proletariat emerged, now that working hours had been shortened, to participate in at least the small joys and comforts of life. There was progress everywhere. Whoever ventured, won. Whoever bought a house, a rare book, or a painting saw it increase in value. The more daring and the larger the scale on which an enterprise was founded, the more certain a profit. A wondrous unconcernedness had thus spread over the world, for what could interrupt this rapid ascent, restrict the elan, which constantly drew new force from its own soaring? Never had Europe been stronger, richer, more beautiful, or more confident of an even better future. None but a few shriveled graybeards bemoaned, in the ancient manner, the good old days. Not only the cities, the people too looked handsomer and healthier because of sports, better nutrition, shorter working hours, and a closer tie with nature. Winter, formerly a dreary time which men spent in ill humor at cards in the cafes, or bored in overheated rooms, had been rediscovered on the mountain tops as a fount of filtered sunshine, as nectar for the lungs, as delight for the flushed and ruddy skin. The mountains, the lakes, the ocean were no longer as far away as formerly. The bicycle, the automobile, and the electric trains had shortened distances and had given the world a new spaciousness. On Sundays, thousands and tens of thousands in gaudy sport coats raced down the snowbanks on skis and toboggans. Sport palaces and swimming pools appeared everywhere, and it was just in the pools that the transformation was most noticeable. Whereas in my youth a really well-built man attracted attention among the thick necks, the fat bellies, and the sunken chests, now persons athletic, lithe, browned by the sun, and steeled through sport vied with one another in gay competition as in the days of antiquity. None but the very poorest remained at home on Sundays, and all of youth hiked, climbed, and gambled, schooled in every type of sport. People on vacation no longer restricted themselves to some nearby resort or at best to the Salzkammergut, as in the days of my parents, for they had become curious about the world, curious to see whether it was as beautiful everywhere, and whether there were varieties of beauty. Whereas formerly only the privileged few had ventured abroad, now bank clerks and small tradespeople would visit France and Italy. Traveling had become cheaper and more comfortable. But above all, it was the new courage, the new spirit of adventure that made people more daring in their travels and less fearful and parsimonious in their living. One was even ashamed to appear anxious. The world began to take itself more youthfully and, in contrast to the world of my parents, was proud of being young. Suddenly beards began to disappear among the young. Then the elders followed lest they appear old. To be young and fresh, and to get rid of pompous dignity, was the watchword of the day. The women threw off the corsets which had confined their breasts, and abjured parasols and veils since they no longer feared air and sunshine. They shortened their skirts so that they could use their legs freely at tennis, and were no longer bashful about displaying them if they were pretty ones. Fashions became more natural. Men wore breeches, women dared to ride astride, and people no longer covered up and hid themselves from one another. The world had become not only more beautiful, but more free. This health and self-confidence of the generation that succeeded mine won for itself freedom in modes and manners as well. For the first time girls were seen without governesses on excursions with their young friends, or participating in sports in frank, self-assured comradeship. They were no longer timid or prudish. They knew what they wanted, and what they did not want. Freed from the anxious control of their parents, earning their own livelihood as secretaries or office workers, they seized the right to live their own lives. Prostitution, the only love institution which the Old World sanctioned, declined markedly, for because of this newer and healthier freedom all manner of false modesty had become old-fashioned. In the swimming places the wooden fences which had inexorably separated the women's section from the men's were torn down, and men and women were no longer ashamed to show how they were built. More freedom, more frankness, more spontaneity had been regained in these 10 years than in the previous 100 years. For a different rhythm prevailed in the world. None could foretell all that might happen in a single year. One discovery, one invention, followed another, and instantly was directed to the universal good. For the first time the nations sensed in common that which concerned the commonweal. On the day that the Zeppelin made its first flight, I happened to be in Strasbourg on my way to Belgium when, amidst the jubilant roaring of the crowd, it circled the cathedral as if to pay homage to the 1,000-year-old edifice. That night at Verharen's in Belgium came the news that the ship had crashed in Echterdingen. Verharen had tears in his eyes and was terribly moved. He was not indifferent to the German catastrophe as if, being a Belgian, it concerned him less. But as a European of our time, he shared the common victory over the elements as he now did the common trial. In Vienna, we shouted with joy when Blériot flew over the channel as if he had been our own hero, because of our pride in the successive triumphs of our technics, our science, a European community spirit, a European national consciousness was coming into being. How useless, we said to ourselves, are frontiers when any plane can fly over them with ease. How provincial and artificial are customs duties, guards and border patrols. How incongruous in the spirit of these times, which visibly seeks unity and world brotherhood. This soaring of our feelings was no less wonderful than that of the planes, and I pity those who were not young during those last years of confidence in Europe. For the air about us is not dead, is not empty. It carries in itself the vibration and the rhythm of the hour. It presses them unknowingly into our blood and directs them deep into our heart and brain. In those years, each one of us derived strength from the common upswing of the time and increased his individual confidence out of the collective confidence. Perhaps, thankless as we human beings are, we did not realize then how firmly and surely the wave bore us. But whoever experienced that epoch of world confidence knows that all since has been retrogression and gloom. Marvelous was this tonic wave of power which beat against our hearts from all the shores of Europe. But there was danger too in the very thing that brought joy, although we did not perceive it. The storm of pride and confidence which rushed over Europe was followed by clouds. Perhaps the rise had come too quickly. The states and cities had become powerful too hastily. The sense of power always leads men as well as states to use or to abuse it. France was puffed up with wealth. It wanted yet more, wanted a colony even though there was no superfluous population for the old ones. It almost went to war over Morocco. Italy wanted Cyrenaica, Austria annexed Bosnia, Serbia and Bulgaria pushed toward Turkey, and Germany, still excluded for the time being, raised its paw for an angry blow. In all these states, there was a congestive rush of blood to the head. Out of the fruitful will for internal union, there developed everywhere, simultaneously, an infectious greed for expansion. The French industrialists with their big profits agitated against the Germans who were fattening no less fast, because both of them, Krupp and Schneider-Kreutzach, wanted to produce more cannon. The Hamburg shipping interests with their huge dividends worked against those of Southampton, the Hungarian agriculturists against the Serbians, one corporation against another. The critical juncture everywhere evident had made them frantic for more and more. Calmly reflecting on the past, if one asks why Europe went to war in 1914, neither reasonable ground nor even provocation can be found. It had nothing to do with ideas, and hardly even with petty frontiers. I cannot explain it otherwise than by this surplus of force, a tragic consequence of the internal dynamism that had accumulated in those 40 years of peace and now sought violent release. Every state suddenly had the feeling of being strong and forgot that every other state had the same feeling. Each wanted more and wanted something from the other. And the worst was that just the sentiment which we most highly valued, our common optimism, betrayed us. For each one thought that in the last moment the other would draw back affrightedly. And so the diplomats began their game of bluff. 4 or 5 times, at Agadir, in the Balkan War, in Albania, it remained a game, but the great coalitions drew together always more tightly and more militaristically. In Germany, a war tax was introduced in the midst of peace. In France, the period of military service was prolonged. The surplus energy had finally to discharge itself, and the veins showed the direction from which the clouds were already approaching Europe. It was not yet panic, but there was a constantly swelling unrest. We sensed a slight discomfort whenever a rattle of shots came from the Balkans. Would war really come upon us without our knowing why and wherefore? Slowly, all too slowly, all too timidly, as we are now aware, the opposing forces assembled themselves. There was the Socialist Party, millions of people here and millions there, whose program disavowed war. There were the mighty Catholic groups under the leadership of the Pope and several internationally interlocked concerns. There were a very few sensible politicians unfriendly to subterranean trickery. We writers, too, stood up against war, although as always individualistically isolated instead of united and determined. The stand of most of the intellectuals was unfortunately an indifferently passive one, because our optimism blinded us to the problem of war with all of its moral consequences. In no important book or pamphlet by prominent writers of that time is a single discussion of principles or a single passionate warning to be found. We thought we were doing enough when we thought as Europeans and fraternized internationally, when we professed in our sphere the ideal of peaceful understanding and intellectual brotherhood beyond language and frontier, seeking only indirectly to affect the affairs of the day. And it was just the new generation which attached itself most firmly to this European idea. In Paris, I found my friend Bazalgette surrounded by a group of young people who, in contrast to earlier generations, had renounced all narrow nationalism and aggressive imperialism. Jules Romain, who was to address the great poem to Europe during the war, Georges Duhamel, Charles Vildrac, Durton, René Arcos, Jean-Richard Bloch, gathered together first in the Abbaye and then in the Effort Libre, were all passionate champions of the Europe to come and, as the fiery trial of war proved, steadfast in their hatred of all militarism. Rarely had France conceived a youth that was more courageous, more talented, more morally determined. In Germany, it was Werfel who gave world brotherhood its strongest lyric accent with his Weltfreund. René Schickele, an Alsatian, placed by fate between the two nations, labored passionately for an understanding. From Italy, G.A. Borges hailed us as a comrade, and encouragement came from the Scandinavian and the Slavic countries as well. "Why don't you come over here?" a great Russian writer said in a letter. "Show the panslavists who are trying to egg us into the war that you Austrians are against it." Oh, we loved our inspired time well enough, and we loved our Europe. But this blind belief that reason would balk the madness at the last minute established itself as our one shortcoming. True, we did not regard the handwriting on the wall with sufficient misgiving, but is it not the very essence of youth not to be distrustful, but to believe? We relied on Jowers, on the Socialist International. We believed that the railroad men would rather tear up the tracks than transport their comrades to the front as so much cattle to be slaughtered. We counted on the women, who would refuse to sacrifice their children and husbands to Moloch. We were convinced that the spiritual and moral forces of Europe would reveal themselves triumphantly at the critical moment. Our common idealism, our optimism based on progress, led us to misjudge and contemn the common danger. Moreover, we lacked an organizer who could unerringly unite the latent energy within us. We had amongst us but a single man to sound a warning, a single person of perception and vision. But the curious thing was this, that he lived among us long before we knew anything about him whom destiny was to appoint as our leader. It was a fateful stroke of luck that I discovered him for myself at the last moment. and it was difficult to discover him, for he lived apart from the Foire-sur-la place in the heart of Paris. If anyone once undertakes the writing of a straightforward history of French literature in the 20th century, he must not disregard the astonishing phenomenon that, although all imaginable authors and big names were then being praised in the Paris papers, three of the most important remained unknown or were mentioned in a misleading connection. From 1900 to 1914, I never saw a reference to Paul Valéry as a poet in either Figaro or Le Matin. Marcel Proust was looked upon as the dandy of the salons, and Romain Rolland as a well-informed scholar in music. They were almost 50 years of age before the first timid ray of renown touched their names, and their great work had been accomplished in shadow in the center of the most inquisitive, most intellectual city in the world. It was mere chance that I had discovered Romain Rolland opportunely. A Russian sculptress in Florence had invited me to tea, to show me her work, and also to attempt to make a sketch of me. I arrived promptly at 4, forgetting that she was a Russian and as such beyond all time and punctuality. An old babushka, who, as I learned, had already been her mother's nurse, led me into the studio in which the most colorful thing was its disorder and bade me wait. In all there were but 4 small pieces of sculpture about, and I had looked at them in 2 minutes. And so, in order not to waste any time, I reached for a book, or rather a few little brown books, that lay about. They were called Cahiers de la Quinzaine, and I recalled having heard the name before in Paris. But who could possibly keep up with all the little reviews that popped up all over the country like so many short-lived idealistic flowers, only to disappear again? I leafed through the volume, Laube, by Romain Rolland, and began to read it, my interest and astonishment constantly increasing. Who was this Frenchman who knew Germany so well? Soon I was thankful to the good Russian for being late. My first question, when she finally made her appearance, was, "Who is this Romain Rolland?" She could not give me any exact information, and it was only when I had procured the remaining volumes, the rest of the work was still in progress, that I knew that here was a work that was not to serve but one European nation, but all of them in their brotherhood. Here was the man, the poet, who brought all the moral forces into play, a loving mutual knowledge and an honest will to that knowledge, proven and refined justice, and a soaring faith in the unitive mission of art. While we had frittered away our time with small manifestos, he had calmly and patiently proceeded to show to all the individual and most lovable traits of each. It was the first consciously European novel that was achieved here, the first decisive appeal towards brotherhood, more effective because it reached broader masses than the hymns of Verhaeren, more penetrating than all the protests and pamphlets. Here the thing that we had all subconsciously hoped for, longed for, had been accomplished in silence. The first thing I did in Paris was to inquire about him, mindful of Goethe's words, "He has learned, he can teach us." I asked my friends about him. Verhaeren thought that he remembered a drama, The Wolves, that had been given in the Socialist Theater du Peuple. Basil Guet, on the other hand, had heard that Rolland was a musicologist and that he had written a small book about Beethoven. In the catalogue of the Bibliothèque Nationale, I had found a dozen works about modern and old music, 7 or 8 dramas, all of which had been brought out by small publishers or had appeared in the Cahiers de la Quinzaine. Finally, in order to establish some connection, I sent him one of my books. Soon a letter came asking me to come to see him, and so a friendship began which, together with that of Freud and Verhaeren, was the most fruitful and, at certain times, the most decisive for the future course of my life. Momentous days in life glow more powerfully than ordinary ones. I can recall that first visit quite clearly. Up 5 narrow winding flights in an unpretentious house near the Boulevard Montparnasse, and in front of the door I felt a particular stillness. The hum of the boulevards was hardly more audible than that of the breeze that came in under the windows through the trees of an old monastery garden. Rolland opened the door and led me into his small room filled to the ceiling with books. For the first time I saw his remarkable, shining blue eyes, the clearest and kindest eyes I have ever seen in anyone. In conversation they draw fire and color from his inner emotions, they cloud darkly in sorrow, grow darker in contemplation and sparkle in excitement. These singular pupils between somewhat reddened eyelids overtired with reading and waking, that could glow with a wondrously communicative and beneficent light. I observed his figure somewhat anxiously. Very tall and slim, he walked with a slight stoop, as if the countless hours at his desk had bent his neck. He looked somewhat sickly, with his sharply chiseled pallid features. He spoke very softly, just as he spared his body in all things to the utmost. He hardly ever went walking, ate little, neither smoked nor drank, and avoided all physical exertion. And I realized later with admiration how much perseverance dwelt in that ascetic body, how much intellectual labor capacity lay behind this apparent weakness. For hours on end he wrote at his small, heaped-full desk. For hours he would read in bed, never allowing his tired body more than 4 or 5 hours sleep, and music was the sole relaxation he permitted himself. He played the piano beautifully with an unforgettably soft touch, caressing the keys as if he wished to entice the tones, not to force them out. No virtuoso, and I have listened to Max Reger, Busoni, and Bruno Walter in the most intimate setting, ever gave me such a feeling of direct communication with the beloved masters. His varied knowledge put one to shame. Actually living only through his reading eye, he mastered literature, philosophy, history, and the problems of all nations and times. He knew every measure in music. He was familiar with even the least works of Galuppi and Telemann, of 6th and 7th-rate musicians, and yet took lively part in the events of the present. In this simple, almost monastic cell, the world was mirrored as in a camera obscura. Humanly, he had enjoyed the confidence of the great of his time, had been a pupil of Renan, a guest in Wagner's house, a friend of Jauer's. Tolstoy had written that famous letter to him, which as a human profession of faith deserves rank with his literary work. I sensed, with the joy that such recognition always gives me, a human, moral superiority, an inner freedom without pride, the taken for granted freedom of an independent soul. At first glance I recognized in him, and time has proven me right, the man who was to be Europe's conscience in a crucial hour. We spoke about Jean-Christophe. Roland told me that in it he had tried to fulfill a threefold duty: his gratitude to music, his profession of faith in European unity, and an appeal to the nations to awake to consciousness. There was a task for each to do, each in his own position, in his own country, in his own language. The time had come to be alert, and ever increasingly so. The powers of hatred were more vehement and aggressive, because of their baser nature, than those of reconciliation, and there were material interests behind them that in themselves were less scrupulous than our own. Obscurantism was visibly at work, and the battle against it was even more important than our art. I felt his mourning, for the brittleness of the mundane structure was doubly bitter. This man whose entire work celebrated the imperishability of art. Art can bring us consolation as individuals, he said, but it is powerless against reality. That was in the year 1913. It was the first conversation in which I faced our duty not to meet the constant possibility of a European war without preparation and action. In the decisive moment, nothing gave Roland such tremendous moral superiority over all others as the fact that he had painfully steeled his soul in advance. And perhaps we in our circle had also accomplished something. I had translated much, had called attention to the poets among our neighbors, and had accompanied Verhaeren on a lecture tour throughout all Germany in 1912, which shaped up into something like a symbolic Franco-German fraternization. In Hamburg, Verhaeren and Demmel, the greatest French lyricist and the great German lyricist, embraced each other publicly. I had won over Reinhardt for Verhaeren's new drama. Our collaboration home and abroad had never seemed more cordial, more intensive, more impulsive, and in many hours of enthusiasm we labored under the misconception that we had charted the way to the world's salvation. But the world bothered little about such literary manifestations, and went its own evil path. The electric crackling of an invisible friction ran through the timbers. Again and again a spark would appear, the Zabern affair, the crises in Albania, a stupid interview. It was always nothing but a spark, yet each one could have ignited the piled-up explosives. We in Austria were particularly aware of being in the center of the zone of unrest. In 1910, Emperor Franz Joseph had passed his 80th year. The aged man, long since become a symbol, could not last much longer, and a mystical feeling began to spread universally that after his passing the dissolution of the 1,000-year-old monarchy could no longer be stayed. Within, the pressure of nationalities against each other grew, and outside waited Italy, Serbia, Romania, and in a certain sense Germany as well, to divide the Reich. The Balkan War, where Krupp and Schneider-Kreutzach rehearsed their cannon against foreign human material, as later the Germans and Italians rehearsed their planes in the Spanish Civil War, drew us closer and closer to the cataract. Again and again we started up, only to breathe again. Not yet, this time, and let us hope, never. We know from experience that it is 1,000 times easier to reconstruct the facts of an era than its spiritual atmosphere. Its traces are not to be found in official events, but rather in the small, personal episodes such as I should like to include here. At that time, to be frank, I did not believe war would come, but twice I had had waking dreams of it, and started up with terrified soul. The first was at the time of the Redl affair, which, like all background episodes in history, is but little known. I had known Captain Redl, the hero of a most complicated espionage drama, very slightly. He lived only one street away from me in the same district, and one day in a cafe the kindly-looking, cigar-smoking gentleman had been introduced to me by District Attorney T. Since that time we had greeted each other in passing. It was only later that I discovered how greatly we are surrounded with mystery in the midst of life, and how little we know about our next-door neighbor. This captain, externally a good, average Austrian officer, was the confidant of the heir apparent. His was the important duty of directing the secret service of the army and of offsetting that of the opposing parties. It leaked out that in 1912, during the Balkan War crisis when Russia and Austria were mobilizing against each other, the most important secret document of the Austrian army, the Plan of March, had been sold to Russia. In case of war, this would have brought about an unparalleled catastrophe, for the Russians knew every step, every tactical move, that the attacking Austrian army intended to make. The panic in the general staff at this piece of treason was terrifying. Captain Redl, as the chief expert, was assigned to discover the betrayer, who could only have been found within a very narrow circle. The Foreign Ministry, not quite trusting the ability of the military authorities, gave orders, a typical example of the jealous counterplay of the various departments, for an independent investigation of its own, without notifying the general staff of its action, and ordered the police, among other things, to open every letter from abroad addressed in care of general delivery, disregarding the inviolability of the mails. One day a letter arrived at a post office from the Russian border station Podvolikiska with only a code address, Opera Ball. It proved to contain not a letter, but 6 or 8 new Austrian 1,000-crown notes. This suspicious discovery was reported to the authorities, and a detective was detailed to arrest whoever claimed the dubious letter. For a moment the tragedy took on the characteristics of a Viennese light comedy. At noon a man appeared at the post office window and asked for a letter addressed to Opera Ball. The official immediately gave the signal agreed upon to the waiting detective. But the detective had just gone out for his lunch, and when he had returned, all that could be ascertained was that the stranger had taken a cab and had driven off in an unknown direction. The second act of the comedy soon followed. In the time of the fiacre, those fashionable, elegant cabs drawn by 2 horses, the cab driver looked upon himself as too important a personage to wash his own cab. Consequently, each cab stand had a so-called wasser, whose function it was to feed the horses and wash the cabs. One of these boys, happily enough, had noticed the number of the cab that had just driven off. Promptly, every police station was notified, and the cab was found. The driver gave a description of the gentleman who had driven to the Café Kaiserhof, where I had always met Captain Redl. Furthermore, by a fortunate chance the pocket knife with which the unknown had slit open the letter lay in the cab. The detectives rushed to the Café Kaiserhof. The gentleman whom they described had already gone. With perfect assurance, The waiters declared that he could be none other than their good and steady patron, Captain Redl, and that he had driven to the Hotel Klomser. The detectives stood rooted to the spot. The secret had been solved. Captain Redl, the highest espionage chief of the Austrian army, was at once the paid spy of the Russian general staff. Not only had he sold various secrets in the plan of march as well, but it also suddenly became clear why all the Austrian spies whom he had sent to Russia in the past year had been captured and condemned. A wild round of telephoning began, until finally Konrad von Hotzendorf, the chief of the Austrian general staff, was reached. An eyewitness of this scene told me that at the very first words the chief of staff turned white as a sheet. A telephone conversation with the imperial palace ensued, and conference followed upon conference. What was to be done? In the meantime, the police had taken precautions to prevent Captain Redl's escape. When he again left the Hotel Klomser, and while he was talking to the porter, a detective approached him unobtrusively, held out the pocket knife, and asked politely, "Did not the captain forget this knife in the cab?" In that second Redl knew that all was lost. Wherever he went he saw the familiar faces of the secret police who were watching him, and when he returned to the hotel, 2 officers followed him into his room and laid down a pistol. It had been decided upon in the palace that this affair, with its scandalous implications for the Austrian army, was to be terminated as quietly as possible. Until 2 in the morning the 2 officers walked up and down outside of Redl's room in the Hotel Klomser. Then they heard the pistol shot. The next day the evening papers carried a short obituary of the capable officer, Captain Redl, who had died suddenly. But too many people had been involved in the investigation for the secret to be kept. Bit by bit a number of details were revealed that psychologically explained a great deal. Captain Redl, unknown to his superiors and friends, was a homosexual and for years had been at the mercy of blackmailers who finally drove him to his desperate act. The army was shocked to the core. All knew that in case of war this one man might have been the cause of the death of hundreds of thousands, and of the monarchy being brought to the brink of the abyss. It was only then that we Austrians realized how breathtakingly near to the world war we already had been for that past year. That was the first time that terror clutched at my throat. By chance, the very next day, I met Berta von Suttner, that majestic and grandiose Cassandra of our time. An aristocrat of one of the first families, in her early youth she had experienced the cruelty of the War of 1866 in the vicinity of her native family palace in Bohemia. And with the passion of a Florence Nightingale she saw but one task for herself in life: to hinder a second war, or any war at all. She wrote a novel, Lay Down Your Arms, which met with universal success. She organized countless pacifist meetings, and the triumph of her life was that she had aroused the conscience of Alfred Nobel, the inventor of dynamite, to such an extent that, to compensate for the evil that he had caused with his dynamite, he had established the Nobel Prize for Peace and International Understanding. She came up to me in great excitement. "The people have no idea what is going on," she cried quite loudly on the street, although she usually spoke quietly and with deliberation. "The war is already upon us, and once again they have hidden and kept it from us. Why don't you do something, you young people? It is your concern most of all. Defend yourselves. Unite. Don't always let us few old women to whom no one listens do everything." I told her that I was going to Paris. Perhaps one could really attempt a common manifesto. "Why only perhaps?" she pressed on. "Things are worse than ever. The machine is already in motion." Being disturbed myself, I had difficulty in quieting her. But it was just in France that I was to be reminded, by a second personal episode, with what prophetic clarity the old lady, who was not taken seriously in Vienna, had seen into the future. It was a very small episode, but most impressive to me. In the spring of 1914, I had gone with one of my friends from Paris to spend a few days in Turin in order to visit the grave of Leonardo da Vinci. We had roamed along the mild and sunny banks of the Loire for hours, and at night were fairly tired. And so we decided to go to the cinema in the sleepy city of Tours, after first paying our respects to Balzac's birthplace. It was a small suburban cinema, utterly different from the modern palaces of chromium and glass. A sparsely fitted hall, filled with humble folk, workers, soldiers, market women, the plain people, who chatted comfortably, and in spite of the no-smoking sign blew thick, blue clouds of scaffrolati and caporal into the sticky air. First, the news of all the world appeared on the screen. A boat race in England. The people chattered and laughed. Then there was a French military parade. Here also the people paid but little attention. The third picture was Emperor Wilhelm visits Emperor Franz Joseph in Vienna. Suddenly, I saw the familiar platform of the ugly West Station in Vienna on the screen, with a few policemen who were awaiting the arrival of the train. Then as signal, the aged Emperor Franz Joseph appeared, walking between the guard of honor to receive his guest. When the old emperor appeared on the screen, a bit bent, a bit shaky, walking along the platform, the people of Tours began to laugh heartily at the aged party with the white whiskers. Then the train came on the screen, the first coach, the second, and the third. The door of the compartment was thrown open, and out stepped Wilhelm II in the uniform of an Austrian general, his mustache curled stiffly upwards. The moment that Emperor Wilhelm appeared in the picture, a spontaneous wild whistling and stamping of feet began in the dark hall. Everybody yelled and whistled, men, women, and children, as if they had been personally insulted. The good-natured people of Tours, who knew no more about the world and politics than what they had read in their newspapers, had gone mad for an instant. I was frightened. I was frightened to the depths of my heart, for I sensed how deeply the poison of the propaganda of hate must have advanced through the years, when even here in a small provincial city, the simple citizens and soldiers had been so greatly incited against the Kaiser and against Germany that a passing picture on the screen could produce such a demonstration. It only lasted a single second. Other pictures followed, and all was forgotten. The people laughed at the Chaplin film with all their might, and slapped their knees with enjoyment, roaring. It had only been a second, but one that showed me how easily people anywhere could be aroused in a time of a crisis, despite all attempts at understanding, despite all efforts. My whole evening was spoiled. I could not sleep. If this had occurred in Paris, it would also have made me uneasy, but I would not have been so shocked. I shuddered at the thought that this hatred had eaten its way deep into the provinces, deep into the hearts of the simple, naive people. A few days later I told my friends about the episode. Most of them did not take it seriously. How we Frenchmen laughed at fat Queen Victoria, and yet 2 years later we formed an alliance with England. You don't know the French. Politics do not enter into them too deeply. Only Roland saw things in a different light. The more naive a people are, the easier it is to get around them. Things are bad since Poincaré was elected. His trip to Petersburg will not be a pleasure jaunt. We spoke at length about the Socialist Congress which had been called for that summer in Vienna, but here too Roland was more skeptical than the others. Who knows how many will remain steadfast once the mobilization order has been nailed up? We live in a time of mass emotion, mass hysteria, whose power in the case of war cannot be estimated. But as I have already said, such moments of anxiety were swept away like cobwebs in the wind. We did think of war occasionally, but no more than we did of death, as a possibility, yet probably a distant one. And Paris was too beautiful in those days, and we were too young and too happy. I can recall an enchanting farce which Jules Romain had thought up, in which, in order to ridicule the Prince de Poets, a Prince de Penseurs was to be crowned, a good, though simple, man who permitted himself to be led by the students with all pomp to the Rodin statue in front of the Pantheon. That night we reveled like schoolboys at the sham banquet. The trees were in blossom, the air was mild and sweet. Who had any desire in the presence of so much rapture to think of the inconceivable? My friends were better friends than ever, and new ones had been made in the stranger, the enemy, country. The city was more carefree than ever before, and, being carefree ourselves, we loved the city for being carefree. During those last days I accompanied Verhaeren to Rouen, where he was to lecture. At night we stood in front of the cathedral. Its spire gleamed like magic in the moonlight. Did such gentle wonders belong to only one fatherland? Did they not belong to all? At the station in Rouen, where 2 years later one of the machines whose praises he had sung was to tear him to pieces, we parted. He embraced me. I will see you on the 1st of August at Quebec. I promised, for I visited him each year at his country place there, in order to translate his verses with him at my side. Why not this year as well? Without a care, I took leave of my other friends and of Paris, a simple, unsentimental leave-taking, as if going from one's own home for a few weeks. My plan for the next months was clear: to retire to the country somewhere in Austria, and there to continue my work on Dostoevsky. It was not to appear until 5 years later, and thus to complete my book, Drehmeister, which was to depict each of the great nations and their greatest novelists. Then to go to Verhaeren, and in the winter, perhaps, to undertake the long-planned trip to Russia in order to organize a group for intellectual co-operation there. All lay clear and plain before me in this, my 33rd year. The world offered itself to me like a fruit, beautiful and rich with promise, in that radiant summer, and I loved it for its present and for its even greater future. Then, on June 29, 1914, in Sarajevo, the shot was fired which in a single second shattered the world of security and creative reason in which we had been educated, grown up, and been at home, shattered it like a hollow vessel of clay.